I mean, comfortability, I would say, like feeling comfortable in your own setup, that's for sure. Quality, I guess. If you smash your stuff like some people like to do, maybe some of my teammates, then it's nice if it's durable. And the third one, I would say, like longevity, I would say, like that it's, even though you don't hit it or something, it's holding for a long time, like mouse pad, keyboard, mouse and stuff like that. So yeah, it happened. For example, recently we were playing qual and I broke my mouse because I didn't kill the guy behind. So my right button, it wasn't working. So I played like a whole game with broken mouse basically. And then the second map, I got the new one real quick. My friend helped me and I played with the new one and we destroyed them. So yeah.
Insane hand warmer that could also dry your mouse pad while playing. I think that's the one.
You're thinking outside of the box.
Yeah.
Set shot is already round the corner. Demaje might have heard him, but is he ready for how many players are actually going to be here? Break on the smoke, and he will spot out Set shot, and then the spray's really good. Demaje loves getting kills through smoke, and he's just added 2 to his tally, and Adron's already behind, looking for Flay, and he can't quite secure him, but he's done the job, because he's just wasted so much time, and Demaje's the hero. He's killed everyone. Knocking them out of a tournament, 13-0. Oh no.
Oh no, Kraken's gonna knock him out all on his lonesome. There it comes, rolls in from heaven.
Modo. Oh. Given an easy fight, but that second one on towards Naze is pretty pristine. Up for Lyshung, yes there is. Modo. Oh. Gets given the opportunity to take away that Desert Eagle, and again, it's so free for Modo. Give him the ace. Feels like he's gonna claim it. And he will. 2 aces for Sinners in this first half. Lyshung has got an opportunity. Isserek moves onto the angle, but Lyshung steps up massively.
Towards B, the molly's not burning at all. Martinez, oh, it's beautiful. A gorgeous frag from Martinez. He just doesn't stop. But Martinez, as he started the round, is hoping to conclude it all by his lonesome. They line up for him past the smoke, and it's 4 for Martinez.
KOLESIE are sort of blocked, and they haven't made the decision to push anywhere. Now trying to break into turnout when Matthias is hiding point blank with 5-7. How has this turned around? KOLESIE! Surely the pistols can't get enough damage through.
Depends on who gets the first kill.
That is going to be Jorko. Exist trying to back it up. Bialani's got a nice answer. Galil picked up, looking for the headshot. Wait!
No!
CTR jumps in front of the screen! Framey handed over, potentially to KOLESIE. Volt scrapping to try and make this work.
I don't think so. I think that was just the X-ray. No one's seen him. Volt's got no idea that Bialani's crossed the beacons, and he's not ready. And they've stolen away that eco round out of nowhere.
And Volt is able to get the first step in the right direction. Frendo scoped him correctly. ZTR to answer back. Now needs 2 of his own. KOLESIE shut down. Exist trying to close in, but ZTR has got them all. Yeah, they've put KOLESIE on either side of the site, trying to find the corners to work within. KOLESIE finds one before he falls, and Exist next to be tested. Deeper corner perhaps. Jorko, you're not going to be watching this. You're not going to be covering it. Exist is just hiding away and no one has a clue of his whereabouts. Volt lazy peek, doesn't quite clear it. ZTR finally is able to deal with him. And on the defuse, you figured out where Innocent is, and this is where Jorko takes care of business.
Look at the reaction of Cuba. There's so many players here.
Try peeking is not the right idea. Bialani shows himself, but here is an extra piece of a surprise. There's nothing they can do about that now, but refocus on what the case is at hand. Innocent getting there quickest with the 5-7, and now it's down to ZTR, captain of the squad, up against the 4. Chances minimal.
Yeah, the lurks have not really been working out in these rounds where your entire team just gets slain.
Welcome to the second and final day of LORGAR Rankings Season 1. This is where 8 teams battle for a total prize pool of $50,000. But we already bid farewell to 4 of those teams yesterday. It was a long day, but ultimately all favorites but one prevailed and took care of business here in Barcelona. KOLESIE, the main surprise of yesterday, will fight against major attendee from Sinners, but before that, we have a local favorites of Gentlemates taking on to Team 9. This is single elimination, so no mistakes are allowed. The losers are going straight home, while the winners will meet in the final later on today. Today we will crown the winner that will go home with this trophy, a lot of VRS points and a lot of reasons to smile for. As usual, I'm Stiko and I'll be running around here with a microphone, talking to players and doing some vibe checks to bring you behind the scenes. There is no time to waste. Enjoy this Sunday full of Counter-Strike casters. Lucy and B-Doc, take it away.
Thank you so much, Stiko. Yes, we have a very exciting day of Counter-Strike, Brandon. We have both our semi-finals and our grand final. It starts with an exciting game here with the hometown team, the Spanish Heroes, going up against 9, a bit of a rematch from a recent LAN game, looking for some revenge. And yeah, we've got some exciting action later on with that second semi. KOLESIE didn't necessarily expect them to be here.
I know, Championship Sunday, single elimination. It feels like it's flown by, and that's because it did yesterday. All of the quarterfinals bar 1 were ended in 2-0 encounters. KOLESIE, as you say, surprising and upsetting FOKUS to put them with a date with Sinners a little bit later on. This is exciting. There's some really good teams here for our grand final Sunday. Here's the prize pool. Here is what the remaining teams are playing for, with $15,000 up top. You see on the right-hand side of the graphic, we've populated that, and now we get to figure out a little bit later who is advancing to the grand final, who's winning the whole damn thing here at LORGAR Rankings Season 1.
Yeah, and you can see here's our schedule. Kind of already told you what's going on, but I think this game we're kicking off things with is going to be a very exciting affair. As mentioned, these two teams have played recently on LAN. It was 9 getting the best of Gentlemates in that best of 3, but Gentlemates, I think they'll be looking for a bit of revenge here in this semi-final. They'd love to get into the grand finals here in Spain. Here's that 9 roster, and every single one of these players stepped up yesterday in that opening series. Obviously delivered a 13-0 for our viewing pleasure, but I don't think that was really a great test for them, right? No discredit to the Inner Circle Academy guys, but, you know, that was their first LAN. They've been a squad for 3 months. It was a lot for them to come in against a team like 9, and I think 9 haven't been tested yet, but this will be a test.
No, but I tell you what, I think it's very good for them, considering that they had some not so great results online, to actually recover and get the job done in a dominating fashion. I mean, Dust 2 was a little bit more of a contest, but Nuke was no contest whatsoever for the opponents that 9 faced. And you even saw with Stiko in the interview with Flay, and Flay was just laughing about it, and he was like, yeah, look, we've not been amazing recently, but we're here, we've got one focus in mind, that's winning the trophy. And Flay, the man on your screen that the camera is just about panning to, he dropped the best rating for 9 when they played against Gentlemates. It was actually Martinez that was top of the board for Gentlemates. So you've got 2 AWPers that are going to be battling it out and having such an important moment here for both of these teams. And we're going to be relying a lot on them to see which team is going to prevail to the grand final.
Yes, this video goes then. Thankfully, this matchup delivers the best two bans in it possible. We don't get any Dust 2 or Mirage, so that's very exciting. We get Ancient coming through from 9. Didn't see it in their veto yesterday, but this is a real comfort for them, so I'm not surprised at all to see that. We get the Inferno pick for Gentlemates, same story. Also, a really weak point for 9. They have been struggling on this map. Seriously, they've won it like, what, once since bringing Flay in. They've played it a whole lot since then, and it has just been a terrible sore point for them. So for Gentlemates, they're very happy they can just pick into that. I wonder what this decider will look like. I suspect it'll go to Nuke, given Gentlemates' history on it, but we'll see.
Yeah, the thing with this is you've actually got... Ooh. Okay, so 9 have the choice. They actually ban out Nuke, and they say, do you know what, we've got a slightly better win rate than you on Overpass. Overpass is the only map that overlaps between this veto and the last veto at stake ranked between 9 and Gentlemates. So we're going to see 2 brand new maps. We're going to see them immediately in Ancient and Inferno, and then Overpass if we need it. And that Overpass was quite close compared to the Nuke, because 9 had the choice. If they picked Nuke, they last beat Gentlemates on it 13-4. Instead, they say Overpass. We think that's going to be our best effort just because of the win rate. It's really interesting to see how different the veto has gone compared to the last time these two teams met. And these two teams only met on LAN about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some kind of thinking there from Barry about this veto then, right? Because you're wondering why you don't go for some of the... I guess you went into Tanubis last time, right? It didn't work. But I was wondering maybe they wouldn't want to pick into Nuke, even though Gentlemates picked against them last time. They demolished them. It's 13-4, and we've seen 9 go into Nuke quite a bit. So yeah, it's interesting they decide to go to Ancient. But again, you look at their map pool, it is their best map statistically. You can see that run of results that they've had on it recently. It's been brilliant for them. And I think given they know that Inferno is going to come through, I think it makes a lot of sense for them to go to something like this.
It's interesting though, because if you take a step back and you look at overall, and sure, like some of the roster has changed a little bit with 9, but last 3 encounters between 9 and Gentlemates on Ancient, 9 have only won once. They've been very close. I'm talking 13-11, overtime as well. And then a 13-6 demolishing of 9 all the way back in September. Sure, we've got to add context, right? That was a while ago. But it's interesting that they said, you know what, right now, in this moment, we feel the most comfortable on Ancient. We're going to take that fight to you. What can we expect? That's the next key. What we're going to expect is Sejot, Beanox getting very aggressive. Flay loves to be dynamic with this AWP. For Gentlemates, it's all about Sassol, in my opinion. It's all about Davi G as well, and how much they're going to incorporate, because we know Martinez is going to be delivering. We know that he's going to be a consistent factor. I don't need to talk about him that much, but it's that Sassol Davi G combo that I'm most interested in, because last time Gentlemates played 9, Davi G, who you normally look to as a consistent source of firepower, was not there. He had a 0.6 rating across the entire series, and his KD was 0.5.
Oof, yeah, okay. Well, I think from the Gentlemates we saw on day 1, I'm expecting a lot more in the server for them today. Just taking a look at the Ancient since Flay was added, and they've played it 8 times, only lost it once. Flay's sitting here with a 1.3 rating. Rules the same. Like, that's absurd, the difference that adding him has brought to their Ancient game. So I'm expecting a very active Flay when it comes to this Ancient, and I'm really excited to see how he's slotted into this team, because I don't think we've actually had a chance to cover much of Ancient with them since Flay joined. Yeah, it's been looking very good for them. And it's necessary for them to win this. Like, the Inferno, they've won it the once. That was against FOKUS back in state ranked. And then a massive loss streak, 6 in a row. And against some teams that they shouldn't be dropping it to. So, yeah, I don't know why Inferno's such a struggle. But when you are implementing a new player, it does take some time. It is a little bit of a concern that it's such a rough Inferno for them.
They're a little bit over-aggressive on Inferno, especially on the CT side, in my opinion. I feel like you've got Beanox rolls that want to take Banana quite a lot. You got Sejot that, especially on T side, he's more of that lurk, but they rely a little bit too much, I think, on individuals on Inferno rather than having a comprehensive game plan. And I think that's sort of what has let them slip a lot. Funnily enough, the one time I watched 9 on Inferno recently, Flay was unbelievable on that CT side. So it's fun that we keep referencing the 2 points. But for Gentlemates, their Inferno is very, very strong. I mean, you've got obviously an Astral that nearly beat them yesterday. That was 13-11, but they've beaten G2 on this map. They've beaten the Eyeballers on this map too, and Magic, who have recently qualified to a PGL event. So there's some very strong, tough competition that Gentlemates have been able to overcome on that map. And that feels like a very big comfort pick as well for Alex and the star that he likes to call as an in-game leader.
Yeah, I mean, they've only lost it the once this entire year. That was to big. So, yeah, it's been fantastic. Kicked it off with 2 wins at Bounty against Liquid and M80. And, yeah, it's definitely become a real staying point for them. And I think 9 didn't want to risk that Anubis skin after how it went last time. So, all right, I think it's an ideal veto for these 2 teams. I hope we do get the full 3 map. I think that overpass will be very juicy based on what we saw the last time these 2 teams played. That was a very, very action-packed with Flay putting on a superstar performance to win the day for them. We're about to get into the action. Our first semi-final between these 2 teams. They met on LAN 3 weeks ago. That was a 9 victory in 2-1 fashion. Different veto, same stakes. Gentlemates looking for revenge.
Let's go. Let's do it immediately then. 9 straight out the gate, straight in towards middle. Davy G immediately receiving contact, and at least he's got the info. But look at how fast this is. 9 immediately in donut. Sassol to be tested with the dualies.
He's got a lot on his plate here, and well, Flay has removed his support, and then out through main comes Kragan. Quick kill, and that's the dual Beretta's dropped. Opos looking to play a big box, but look at the way that he's tucked around. Sedgehog crawls around that corner. And it's looking very positive for a 9 victory on this pistol. Just tucking into these little angles, making it so hard for the CTs to find any fights. Martinez with the dual Beretta as he's left in this 1v5, unwinnable. Getting out's impossible. They're blocking the door behind him and in front. He finds a single kill, that'll feel like at least something. He's penned in. They're gonna let him go down to the bomb? Maybe. Oh, that's a sad way for the pistol to end.
Nope, Sedgehog will remove him right at the end. He will go down with the ship, but I love that pacing. And Rolls loves to call an aggressive Ancient T side. You're going to see a lot of these splits through A. I love the fact that Flay is just saying, do you know what? Even before this red room smoke has landed, we're going to get out, we're going to run through middle, in towards donut within 10 seconds. And as you say, support network completely removed from the dual Beretta player that was boosted on Sassol. And you can't really do a whole lot. Forced by immediate, not a single SMG. It's straight in with the 5.7s and the Kevlar. And Gentlemates might look to get a little bit aggro here towards Cave.
Yeah, quite possibly. There's nothing here at the moment. Very passive for 9. They're expecting some sort of aggression, and Alex is going to crawl down behind this smoke. The D-side will wait for the fade. And there's that fight being offered up. Martinez spotted top ramp. And I know exactly how to approach this round. They'll wait and see if Gentlemates make that overstep. You start this last couple of smokes. And it should just be a matter of grouping and taking some control. We saw on that nuke yesterday that 9, when it comes to these sort of rounds, they're happy to take their time with it. Good discipline. And making sure they don't fall to these sort of force buys. I think he's going to hear those footsteps. Get this kill, yeah, nice. Rolls falls straight to the face of Davy G. And he'll just move over towards A main, which has just been smoked at a fantastic timing.
Yeah, as soon as the contact came in, Sassol dropped it. That molly's not going to affect him either, and they're going to be so paranoid about Donut now that his position is potentially going to be completely overlooked. Backs turned, and Davy G and Sassol, they've made the most out of that opportunity. The bait and switch a success story, and now 9 have got limited time. 15 seconds, smoke up in at Donut, but Martinez is holding the cross, and now Beelance has got no opportunity. They just hang around for way too long. Davy G takes the contact in middle, after they secure all of the space down B. 9 feel like there's only one way to go, but Gentlemates are 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, just that I'm praising Nine for this kind of methodical approach, making sure they don't trip over their shoelaces. They end up falling into the exact trap that was being set by Gentlemates. Rolls gets caught in mid, sure, that's one thing, but the smoke timing, the decision to push through, that positioning from Southsol towards the left-hand box is perfection. All eyes focused on Donut. Couldn't have gone better for Gentlemates. End up scooping up those rifles. And Nine will have to go for the Tech 9 Force Bite.
That's going to be a frustrating one, right? Because you're the one that initially sets the tempo in the pistol. And here, Gentlemates, they buy pistols of their own, and they just show that they're not afraid to fight. I mean, this second shot from Martinez. Does he even see him? No, he's just pre-firing. Brilliant, onto Beanox. That's a crushing blow to take early if your rolls a 9, and immediately you get thrown into a tech pause. You can't talk about any of the mistakes that have just happened. You just have to sit and stew in the reality that you've just been force-bought and you've lost to all of these pistols. You've just given them all of the rifles as well. A lot of Galils, maybe a couple of AKs have also been scooped up by Gentlemates. And now your buy without a bomb plant isn't going to be the most amazing thing in the world. This is actually the worst possible thing to happen for you on this T side.
Now you got to stew in it for a bit, don't you? Just to make matters worse. Yeah, I think I saw Tech 9s across the group. Cool that we have the home team here as well. It'd be nice to see Gentlemates make it to that grand final. We do have a little bit of an audience in the facility here.
Always good to see. Also, obviously, of course, got this game going on at the moment, but then a little bit later, we've got to talk about KOLESIE. The fact that they've been able to overwhelm FOKUS, who I think is one of those teams that is, I think, a hot commodity. A lot of players are talking about them. And of course, KOLESIE, they were the team that had Flay. Flay moved from KOLESIE to 9. So they are immediately bouncing back. They made it through the close qualifier of the LORGAR rankings. They're now at LAN with their new AWPer, their new friend, quite literally. And now they're also in the semi-final. So that's an interesting storyline as well.
Potentially, we could get a 9-20 grand final. That would be quite something then. Some fun storylines developing.
Beautiful trophy.
Yeah, KOLESIE will have their work cut out for them against a team like Sinners.
Yes.
Your attendees who have been on a fantastic run.
Oh, look at the buy. That's what I was saying, right? Like the fact that you don't get a bomb plant in the previous, the fact that you lose just the 5.7s. There's a Galil, an AK that got scooped, all the M4s and all the utility out as well for Gentlemates. And it is just Tech 9s, and it is going to be a quick B split, you imagine, out of 9. They might try and change the acceleration. They do this quite commonly when they've got the Tech 9s. They group up, they take the space over at ramp, and they just try and execute, and they'll try and bowl over Alex.
Smoke will land, but probably ineffectual. They're already up, but Alex at long range has done a fantastic job. And then everyone else stepping in at the same time. Try and get this bomb down if you got this player up, but Alex doesn't want to even allow that. Sedgshot was afraid to progress, but nothing really happening towards heaven. May as well have been an eco at this point.
Tell you what, there was obviously a lot of predictability here. Like 9, they just have 2 modes when they have the Tech 9s, that they will either rush B or they rush A. And as soon as you can with it. I mean, Gentlemates, they had a good double layer in. Nice shot over towards A. But at B, they had really good protocols, right? They dropped the nade deep it in towards ramp early. Mopos threw a flashbang that just banked out of cave and blinded the players coming out of the doors. And that creates so much separation. And it makes Nine so disjointed coming into that bomb site that actually they go ahead of the utility. They start progressing up ramp before the smoke's even up, like here with Alex and Martinez. But also, Cedric can't get off his flash because he's so worried about someone potentially peeking in from heaven because of that flash that Mopos threw. So really nice sort of protocols put in place by Gentlemates to counter any sort of aggression from Nine on either extremity. And we're speaking about either extremity because it was B, and now it's a Felico, and Nine are going to the other direction. They're going A.
He's going to try and go for a pop play with his flashbang, and it's gone nice and deep and decent timing. But disengage, well, it was good. And Davy steps in to make sure that bomb can't be planted. He managed to find that kill, but nothing off it. And Sedshot, yeah, nothing for him to achieve here, unfortunately. And I think they know you're in here. Peekaboo, they find you. Happy with how that one played out. 3-1 start for Gentlemates. Fantastic situation. Martinez can get out the AWP as well. Almost ideal that you lose a player there. It gives you the reason to buy the AWP.
Yeah, in a weird way, yes. Brilliant. Oh, my voice went. Amazing. Brilliant, anyway, that they can get out the AWP. Fast again. Out of 9, they are really putting the pace on. Now, full eco didn't work. Full gun round still doesn't work. Martinez finds the opener, and he breaks open the smoke to get a second. Mopos then gets in on the act. Davy G's already rotated in towards back of the site. You got a third player in Donut. There is just no room at all to maneuver for 9. Martinez moves over. Beanox will catch wind of him, but it isn't a clean conversion. It isn't one kill back. Finally, he will find the headshot, but it could just be too little too late, because that is the first kill both Rolls and Beanox have found in this map so far. They need 4 more.
And blocked off as well, so no chance to go hunting for further headshots. They do have a fair bit of time to work with, so they can reroute and see if they can find a different way into this. Isolate a fight, put it into the 2-on-3, and suddenly you're cooking. This crossfire in towards middle. Oh, there we go. Player spotted. Just going to draw Davy G over to help out Mopos. And they're not giving any easy fights over. Potential chance on this crawl. And as soon as Davy G spots Slither, just falls back. 30 seconds. Has to be a commitment in this direction. And Mopos is holding this red room crawl. They don't have a lot of time to clear thoroughly. They won't check their corners. Mopos will strike and take down both.
Really good. Again, fundamentals on display in the mid-round to ensure that Gentlemates will secure the round, and they're not giving up any additional kills whatsoever. I love that. The fact that Mopos just jiggles red room, backs out, and tucks himself in the corner. Same story, same conversation, right? Davy G, another jiggle on Donut. As soon as he takes contact, he falls back. He's not giving any opportunity for there to be an individual fight. And even if there is, for example, this Mopos one, he's always going to grab at least 1 kill before being traded. It just makes it a lot more manageable for the Gentlemates. Martinez, brilliant. The reaction so far out of Gentlemates, the responsiveness of all the rotates coming in is something to keep in mind for Rolls later on, because you've just only shown one mode, acceleration, foot through the floor at the moment for 9. And that means the Gentlemates are jumping. There's a potential, now when you get the guns out next, to throw in a little bit of a fake. I'm expecting to see a bit more of a default when the guns come out as well.
Pop through here. Flash comes over. Disengage is good. 2 riflers and Donut playing off each other. You should know this won't be too much more than upgraded pistols. Maybe a MAC-10 at most. Gentlemate's not going to be facing aggressively. Give any opportunity to give away one of these rifles. Again, on this A site, Martinez has his AWP. They've been a mean hand with it so far. He'll be called upon again here. Southall's going to fall towards default. And the AWP, looking for shots in towards Donut. Can't quite pick them, but the rifle is doing the work. Martinez gets one in towards main, and now both eyes focus in towards Donut. One kill comes through for Rouse, but he's brought down to 28 HP. Now he's peeking into 2 layered rifles, and that's not going to end well for him.
No, absolutely not. And again, it's got to be said, really good discipline on display for Gentlemates. As you said, Lucy, right? They understand what they're going up against. It's just going to be Tech 9s. What does that mean? You don't really need to fight. You don't really need to push extremities. You don't need to go searching for answers, because the answers will eventually come to you in one form or another. So you just set up in these crossfires. You allow them a lot of space in towards middle, a lot of space in towards ramp, and that might be a false sense of security as well for 9 moving forward. Riles and Beanox going to take the space immediately. 3 in mid, a big crunch, and Davy G will get the best of Cedric despite the elbow smoke missing. And Nade goes forward to try and help and aid him out, and maybe he doesn't need any help. Kragan, next victim in towards middle, and they put a smoke up in towards heaven. Rolls now can't see or trade, and Gentlemates can evacuate the scene of the crime.
See, it's not so bad when you miss the elbow smokes. I think my teammates stop abusing me. You just got to fight forward and win the duels. Roll's looking to get something back, but again, it's just double layering in towards Cave. Flash, ooh, pretty good. Can't find that immediate kill off it. Second one, and the kill comes before the peak even happens. The thing about these rounds is they've not even been close. Felt like any of them have been particularly contestable where there's been a chance to clutch into them. Anytime they go for these fights, it's just so unfair. Only one casualty. The deaths for Gentlemates, minimal. I'm not even sure it's reached double digits at 7 rounds in.
It's so impressive the way that they are just staging these rounds. The fact that they're able to... In fact, I don't even think they threw an elbow smoke. I think they just wanted to fight directly. I think they wanted to try and allow 9 the opportunity.
No, it actually did. It went in towards the rocky pile.
Okay, unlucky. But they threw double flashbangs over the top anyway to almost suggest that they were fighting. Big nade. Big fight for Mopos. And again, I love that it's structured. He just leaves. Davy G now invited to have a little bit of a mission. Beanox is holding, but he can't hold on. So now this cave control is established yet again. It's another opening kill for Gentlemates. And 9, the only room they've really got is somewhat in towards the B doors. So you go in towards cave, potentially. You go in towards heaven. That's the only thing you can realistically do. And Mopos is dropping even more utility. Him and Davy G are just vacating, but maybe the read's wrong. Or maybe the decision is to reset through middle and have another flank up heaven.
Yeah, surprising they leave Alex on his own when they're in the 5-on-4. You think you'd leave one body here. But now Davy G will start to move over. And for the first time, 9 will be allowed space to get this bomb down. Although Flay still has to get up with that bomb, and okay, he will make it over just about. Alex trying to play close. They swing on him, and he has that support behind him. 1 kill from the Tech 9 is all that's offered out. The Deagle searching for Flay. Chances give him, but can't connect that shot. And now Sedshot smoked off in towards cave. Now they know he's here as he spams along. This is impossible for him. Bomb being stuck, and the covering fire making it impossible for him to spam off that diffuser. Knives come out, and he ends up meeting the bullets instead.
Yeah, there must have been a comm there to get so many players to, again, react to going towards middle or A. I think they might have heard the run-in over at heaven and just assumed that they weren't going to go in towards cave, and there was still smokes up anyway. So they wanted to rotate. Davy G gets there in time, and I love his reposition. He doesn't attempt to spam the smoke in towards short. He just moves over with Alex, so he's got that double layer and in towards long. The most important part there, and why that's necessary, is because 9 had the site, but they needed to get space off of it. Whether that was through short or through long, the point is they needed to try and take an advanced engagement because of where Gentlemates were rotating in from, and they couldn't do it because Davy G moved over to be with Alex. And from there, you can just smoke off cave, you can smoke ramp, you can just drop flashes over. It's so easy for that retake. Very suffocating for 9. And whose map pick was this?
Oh, yeah. It's not quite looking like 9's.
Daviji's 12-1.
That's the first bomb plant in, what, feels like forever. Since the pistol? Surely not.
Oh, I think it might have been. Time to play my favorite game as well. And that is 9 rounds in. 9 have 12 kills on the server across all of their players. Daviji has got 12 just on his own.
It's not so bad. Not so bad at all. These nades started chunking towards middle. Needs to be careful here. Flay might put a death onto his tally. Holding for that crossover, but the flashbang. Oh, it's perfect. Flay can't fight back. Spotted, has to disengage. Beanox can see Martinez's barrel, I believe.
Yeah, he can.
He's locked in on this. Oh, so
now,
but he's,
yeah, I was going to say, the issue he's got is he thinks there's a player at long, so he can't move, right?
He could just crawl
At some point,
him.
he's just, yeah, he's got to take the time in, and he's doing it. This is going to work out beautifully. Martinez isn't considering this at all. Alex moves over. He's just really hoping for a chance. There it is. You're not going to be ready for the second cave player? Or maybe you are. Rolls ready for Mopos. Alex will step in, but it's a lot of damage inflicted by Beanox before he's taken to the grave, but Alex just keeps on firing. Player disadvantage now for 9, but at least they've got the sight.
I got this bomb down, and I thought the incendiary was going to land on set shot. Little HP would have been a real troublesome point for him. Instead, he steps forward. He pre-fired that smoke, would have found the kill. Instead, wants to take the fight deep, and he will risk ourselves. Now, on the swing back out, removes Alex, can't adjust, and it's into the 1v1. Daviji, 6 bullets left, has not got many in the chamber, but doesn't need many to get rid of Rolls. Has the idea. Locating him's the tricky part. The timing looks good, and just about getting it done. 9 get their second round of Sedgett and Rolls in the post plant.
I tell you what, you spoke about the ammo for Daviji, but it's Rolls' last bullet of his magazine that gets the killing blow in that clutch. Right, yeah, sure. That's how you get the opening kill, Sasso. Brilliant responsiveness. I love that they are aware for that second player in a cave. Beanox just takes the time, and he had to at that very moment. I was really worried that he'd waited too long, but no, finds the outcome. Streaming, gaming, or sim racing, there's one solution. It's LORGAR ready to play. You can see the banner here on the graphic. You can see the banner down below on the stream. To click and get involved with it. 9 get involved finally with a gun round, and Beanox further instrumental to 9's successes. We'll get an opening kill onto Martinez. That's the AWP dropped early again at the hands of Beanox.
Yeah, this one's just a bit of a fight down ramp too, so a huge pick for Beanox. Oh, okay. Well, Daviji didn't have a chance to shoot back there. Rolls removes his head quickly, and an awkward duel for Alex doesn't go his way. This round feeling a lot better for 9. As Mopos just walks straight to his death. That's the B bomb site open for business. And 9 will comfortably get this third round, and that was necessary given they lost almost everybody in the round prior. They can keep the player count up in this one, and they can be feeling better going into these last 2 rounds.
Yes, so they can, and also what's important is for both of these teams, the strength lies in the defense. You're looking at a 43% win rate for Gentlemates when the sides swap over. When the sides swap over for 9, they have an incredibly impressive CT stat. 66% win rate on the CT side. So actually this scoreline, whilst it looks a little bit touch and go, it looks a little bit dicey. If 9 get a 4th or a 5th round here, which it feels like potentially could be possible, there's every opportunity that they are right back in this fight. Do not let this scoreline deceive you, because whilst it's looked brilliant and some of these rounds haven't looked overly competitive, the strength is in the defense. The offenses on Ancient have been poor for both of these teams recently.
Rolls quick over, but once in towards Cave, that break on the smoke, no way! That should not have favored Rolls, but it might not matter. The fight's in middle. Rolled back, at least into the even steading. Rolls on 2 HP, Salsel not in a much healthier position. Still, you have the AWP of Martinez here on B. About to be tested as all 3 Ts get ready to move into this bomb site. Well, they throw that molly and don't quite commit off it. It's Rolls crawling forward. Martinez should have this kill every day, you feel. Is there going to be a flashbang?
Has to be.
Misses the mark. Easy pick. But Flame might catch him on this crawl back. Nice shot. Straight to the dome. And now with Southall low, this feels a whole lot better for 9. Bomb being planted. Flay looking to take space. Bomb actually not committed, but a foot seen and a life taken. With 12 HP, Southall, this one is a little bit too tricky for him, you imagine. Especially with his position in towards Cubby, adopted by Beanox. Spam. Oh, not quite on the money. I think that's already going to be the call to disengage, grab an AK from middle, and allow this 4th round to come through.
Yeah, really well done from Flay. The fact that he just remains posted on the angle. Roll's obviously trying to flash his way through because there's no smoke for long. And I think that's why Flay just remains on the boost. He thinks, right, Martinez will have to reposition. After getting the kill, they know the T side that they've got a time in to go up B because there was a 3rd player over in towards middle that was very committed to getting the trade on Kraken. So what you're imagining is we've killed the cave player, so there's one that's going to be on B, one on A, and we know the float, the rotate is still here in middle, in Sasso. So you know you've got a window, you know you've got that opportunity, and Martinez would have to fall back or go for a pick at long. So it's beautiful from Flay, and I love that again, because he's recognized where Martinez is falling back from, he can take the space beyond the bomb site. We've already had that conversation, right, with 9 with the Tech 9s, where they had to go looking for more info. And this time they do exactly that. Alex not prepared for a sniper of all weapons to be closing down the gap in that moment. A 9 of 1 free on the spin. Sure, Gentlemates have got another buy here, but the momentum is slowly starting to shift, and 9 is starting to get some of these gun rounds now.
Yeah, nice sequence of 3 in a row. 5, and you're right back into this. Considering how it started, reset in round 2. We'll swing of rounds where you felt like you could get nothing done, and now, like you can at least bring this within 2. Favored side, but we get this crunch coming out. Mopos strikes Savagey as well. Martinez catches Beanox, getting revenge at the same time. And that 5th suddenly looks a bit more like a fairy tale. Especially now a 2nd player comes over towards Donut to help defend. Rolls looking for the 5 flashbangs, good to get the kill. Now Flay starts to mantle forward. See if he can take this line deep in towards Donut. He's got the bomb though, so he can't really just hold this. Smoke's going to fade shortly. Alex starts to slide into it. And Flay's been left. Rolls has gone back just to see if anyone's on this flank, but right now you can see nobody in this direction. So very separated. These 2 players look to see if they can catch anyone by their lonesome. There might be a chance here for Rolls.
This is really good discipline, again, coming out of Gentlemates. But Flay, that was the opportunity. There's no immediate swing from the CT player. And now Rolls has got time in to activate. Flay can just move back into his safe little corner, and then Rolls can start to creep further forward. So from Flay taking the contact and showing the bomb, why on earth would you think that Rolls is disengaged, but Mopos looks back at the perfect moment? It all felt too quiet on that A bomb site, and that's because it was. Mopos will then claim Flay, and Gentlemates will get that 8th round on the CT side.
A brilliant defensive haul from Gentlemates puts them into a strong lead going into this second half. 8-4 the scoreline. 9 though did start to crawl things back towards the end there. That sequence of 3 in a row gives them a chance as they swap into the favoured side.
Absolutely, obviously pistol imperative here for 9. Also Kragan and Beanox, who were both delivering on multiple maps yesterday in the quarterfinal, notably absent. And this is quick, really quick. Gentlemates, Beanox will see and remove. In fact, Kragan helps him out and then gets domed through the smoke. Roll steps in, Davy then looks to make his mark on short, and Martinez follows through. There's so much chaos going on right now. The bomb has been planted in the midst of all of this. 2v2, Beanox spams the smoke, but no one's home. Gentlemates have relocated, and the bomb's already halfway gone, and currently there's no kit.
Yeah, got to go fast here. There's none on the site either, so it has to be a full 10-second stick. And it's going to have to be tap on it, committing to this stick, but with Beanox falling, so does the chances in the round. Needed to win that fight out towards long for any chance. Blade is hoping for some exits, but you know they're going to force buy into this next. That's going to be Gentlemates taking the pistol, extending the lead, and putting 9 in an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And as soon as you get the opening kill, if you're Kragan, you've got to be feeling very good about it. And then a bullet just whistles past Beanox's head and goes straight into the dome of Kragan. Brilliant response from Davy as well, pushing short, even though there's a molly up as well. He just takes the initiative. There's so much pressure. There's so much pandemonium all over that B bomb site, and it's too much for 9 to maintain and hold. Flays invested in an M4 in this round. It was the 5-7s of Gentlemates that got the job done against 9. Let's see if with now the bolstered weaponry, the CTs can reply in the same manner.
An M4. A gift for Flay to see what he can do with it. So I'm not put on his shoulders. He's moving with Sedjot, this duo to combine. Oh, sorry, Rolls and Dammy G. He's been spotted up close. And 4 fires off, and Dammy G would love to remove this. Rolls gets closer, swings out, and Dammy G just trying to stay alive, but the drive-by comes in. Sedjot was going to crunch at the same time, but that decision then means Gentlemates move. They know the space here on B. They will take it. Bomb down. Alex on 2 HP. And a retake without a kit again.
Yes, but they've got utility this time. You can smoke in towards ramp. You can drop flashes over. Instead, the smoke's going to go in towards cave. So Sattel's going to deploy his molly. That's going to waste even more time. And as you say, no kit. Time it isn't a premium for 9. They've got to get going immediately. And I don't think this is going to work. They didn't even make audio with Kragan running through the molly. They need to get the kills immediately and get on the bomb. There's simply not enough time to work with. Rolls will try his best, and it's not going to happen. Alex will just mop up as well as Sassol. It's a cleanup in the end for Gentlemates. They survive the scare, and they recognize as soon as they see the red room crunch with that rifle, there's probably going to be a donut element. The space is on B, and Beanox just needed a kill.
Yeah, tricky position to be in, though, with the lesser weaponry and all of these players coming at you. They give it a try. If they had a kit, they actually could have got that retake off as well. The bomb was defused for, I think, about 6 seconds there, 7 maybe, but there was just no chance to get it with the time. It was denied anyway, but I think there was absolutely no chance for Rolls to actually get it off with the time left. Unless he had a kit, but just didn't have the tools for it, and it has to be pistols into this one. So Gentlemates looking for 11. It should be able to do it pretty comfortably with what they're up against. There's a stack out towards long, which is kind of fun. A little boosted player. And this 4th rotate moves over.
Yeah, they're just really hoping the Gentlemates going towards B. And currently that is the decision. They are floating in this direction. Not a lot of utility for Gentlemates, especially when it comes to flashbangs getting into the site. They can drop the smoke, they can drop the molly, they can maybe just cover the entire site in flame and engulf it, but 9 don't actually progress further forward. They say, okay, we know that you're coming B now, and I guess we'll be the nasty surprise lurking in the smoke.
actually, honestly, not much of a surprise. Kind of disappointing, really. Martinez just eats them alive, and then Davy wants a slice of that cake too.
It's like at Christmas when you get ready to open your presents and it's just another one of those Lynx Africa box sets. Thanks, Mum.
You get to a certain age where you're just hoping for socks.
True. God. We're old.
Yep.
If you're
All
not,
right.
and you're not hoping for socks, you're hoping for rounds. This has got to be it now.
Plays with the ult. That could be a difference maker. Needs to be. Need to play some pretty damn good Counter-Strike at this point. Difficult scoreline to come back from. Try and take this middle control. Bomb's grouping up over towards A, though, which at the moment very lightly defended. Closest piece is Flay, who is currently focused in towards middle. Surprised they don't have any eyes over here right now, especially now that they've looked down towards ledge and seen nothing.
It's such a good call from Alex in this position because every single round, Gentlemates have gone B. Every single one. And they know that 9 are going to have to react. They're going to have to try and take middle. They're going to try and crunch in towards heaven because that's where the entirety of Gentlemates have been. There's been no lurk elements, bar from one player. I think Davy G pushed in towards red room once in this half, but that's it. So suddenly, you crunch this if you're 9, you get all the space, and oh dear, no one's here. The good news is that you've got a player advantage. The bad news is the bomb's down and you've got no position.
You got no kit. 9 are allergic to buying defuse kits. There's no time.
No, you can't go for this anymore.
You've not even smoked the bomb. Oh, it's a disaster. Now you smoked the bomb, but there's no time. You had no kit. Oh, dear. If they had a kit, they actually could have gone for that, I think. Obviously, you know, money was a premium into that round, but still. Considering how often Gentlemates are getting this bomb down, I'm really surprised that they're not investing in at least one defuse kit to give them a chance in these retakes.
Yeah, the prioritization of weaponry. There we go, we got some kits now. And we got the AWP for Flay still. But it's do or die. 8 times over, Davy G Martinez commanding on the server. There's only 2 players for 9 who have barely hit double digits. Just been a comprehensive ancient from Gentlemates. We've already spoken about the woes potentially of 9 on Inferno. This semi-final is quickly escaping them.
Yeah, it's a scary thought, isn't it? Love Inferno in wait. I assume 9 have been putting some work into it, but still. Numbers don't lie. This is their best shot in this series. It looks like Gentlemates want to try and run a similar round back. This time with Davy G on this play in towards middle with some support. They're fairly contented just to take this control. 9's not offering up no resistance anywhere. So you feel like Gentlemates are just going to commit soon.
That's a good smoke. That gives you so much room in towards middle. You could try and punish a player that's going to try and peek. Yeah, Martinez gets an angle immediately. Kraken, oh, punishes him. But you're not going to be ready for Davy G, surely. In fact, he's going to take a really big time in. However, Rolls is that second layer they just weren't prepared for. I rate the idea for Davy G. There's just too many players here for 9. They take such a passive setup. Now Sasso and Alex will try to break in towards A. And whilst bones are broken all over the site, Sassol's now trying to make a move into CT, but Flay is watching for him. And there's no time to really get this done for Mopos because the bomb is nowhere near his grasp. Flay will lock it in. There's that double out the AWP that we've been promising all map long. But maybe it's too little too late.
It might just be that's only their 5th round of another 7 they need just for overtime. But I like the setup there. Kraken, what a great kill onto Martinez. That did not feel favorable for him at all, but Martinez misses the mark. And I like that play through the smoke. But you're never expecting rolls to be on that angle when you saw Kraken, you know, in the actual donut itself. I think you've made the round-winning play, but it doesn't work out. At least for 9, if they win this round, they will be given a softer round into the next. See, Tech 9 and Mac 10 complementing the armory here, but straight up into B, and this passive setup is allowing the control.
Yeah, they had 4 players over towards Donut and middle. They were expecting something in towards mid, and instead it's just straight up the B ramp. Kraken loses his life. Now you've got cave control, site control, and a bomb plant. Davy fakes it out. That gets the spam out of Beanox. That's the confirmation. You can get the C4 down for free. Pressure on again for 9. Yes, they've got kits and they got utility, but they're in the player disadvantage and they're fighting for survival on their map pick.
Yeah, Zedjok's got to pick this timing perfectly because there are a lot of eyes that can deal with him. It's going to be on these players on site, and Zedjok gets picked. Now it's just one-dimensional. Flay will remove Davy off that perfect molly. But defusing this bomb is going to be the tricky part. Again, time starts to tick down. The swing comes out, and well, now you might be able to get onto it, but you need to do it immediately. The fuse coming through, and the spam is not on the mark. Beanox is just trying to get it done, and he does. The coverage is there from Flay, and the spam a little bit off the mark, but one stray bullet could have knocked 9 out of this map.
Yeah, absolutely could have, and it just feels like they're scrambling. Eventually, they get the job done, but everyone gets off the bomb, double swing ramp, and then he jumps back on. That's so close. That's so close. And the Zedjok flank, not even a requirement. 9 trade beautifully onto this bomb site. Flay holds brilliant lines. Yeah, Beanox just takes an extra second to get that kill on Mopos. It turns out to be the round-winning one as he's able to cut the wires, but that is about as close as it comes. Gentlemate's being given so much space. Alex is calling a perfect game right now because he's reading exactly into what the setups are going to be early for 9, and he's finding the gaps.
At least I can get a bit of room to breathe into this one. It is only the half bite. Yeah, everyone from Gentlemates is contributing here. It's great to see this consistent output across the board. Let's get up very close in towards Cubby. Now just going to try and split onto this bomb side, but Flay's here with the AWP. Oh, misses the mark, and oh my god, what a shot from Martinez.
That's an
AWP.
Well.
Yeah, an upgrade. Freebie, and now Davy lurks on through. This was meant to be the easy one, and it looks like it might be the round that ends 9's ancient run.
Tell you what, it is an easy one.
A 2-on-4, and they're locked out.
Yeah, easy one for Gentlemates. They can now plant just for CT. There's no way in whatsoever, especially with Davy patrolling in towards CT. And if you get by him, well, there's a whole lot more. This deep angle is tricky. Davy makes light work of it. Kraken, who's been a bystander throughout all of Ancient, now needed to potentially double his kills, and in fact he won't find anything. 9 pick into this map. They stray away from the norm of what's been happening when these two teams previously face each other, and Ancient's always been close. Always been a close affair between these two historically. This has been the most one-sided map of Ancient so far between both Gentlemates and 9, and Gentlemates will take it with ease.
What a round from Davy, and what a map as well. He finishes with, I think, 21 kills, 10 deaths, 2.0 KD. Brilliant stuff. As I was saying in that round, before the action took place, it felt like everyone was contributing from Gentlemates. That was a brilliant performance across the board from the Spanish squad, and they're looking a whole lot more revitalized this time around. Yeah, we'll see those kills. 21, 17. Flay is the only one that features on this board, and he's been really strong on this map. Him and Rolls having some moments, that was expected, but there were some absentees, and I think that cost 9.
Yeah, but Beanox, Kraken definitely just were non-existent for the majority of that map. Sejok, I think, got a couple of kills to make it look a little bit more cosmetic than the actual impact he was finding. The best thing for Gentlemates, though, is I've got to talk about just the way that they were operated in this map. They were playing like minimal mistake Counter-Strike. There was a lot of moments, especially in the mid to late rounds, where 9 potentially had opportunities to get back into the rounds, but it was so disciplined out of Gentlemates. I was really impressed with the way that they were playing, because it just made it so difficult for 9 to ever have a leg or even any sort of wiggle room into the vast majority of those rounds on the T side.
Yeah, just a few moments where they just felt like they didn't have what they needed for the rounds either. Like all of those retakes that they were going for without kits, it felt a little bit desperate at times. So unfortunately for 9, they can't convert Ancient. Inferno is up next. This is Gentlemate's best map and one that 9 has been struggling on. Their backs are against the wall in their elimination semi-final. Gentlemate's 1 map from the grand final. Can they do it? We'll find out.
a difference in the veto between these two teams, and actually a difference in the outcome. Gentlemates, they make light work of 9 on their pick of Ancient. We now head to Gentlemates' home territory. Look at the green of Inferno and look at the red of Inferno for 9. It starts to get dangerous now for this team.
Yeah, look at the names. I think that's the most important thing here. Some of those names, listen, no offense to UKCS, but 9 should not be losing to the Drip Men of all teams, and not 13-7. I'm not sure what's going on there, but yeah, teams like Misa, you know, OG, that one's in double OT. There's just a few here that you'd be expecting some better results from a team like 9. Some of those aren't so bad, you know, teams like Monty and Gamer Legion, but it's still a 6-map loss streak, and some of those aren't even close losses. So it's going to be very difficult for 9 here going into a map that they've only won the once in the last month or so.
It's going to be really difficult, especially with the way that Alex was calling. Alex was just calling rings around rolls for the majority of that Ancient, and considering how the structured Ancient looked for Gentlemates, you now head to an Inferno where you rely an awful lot on your fundamentals. You rely an awful lot on your protocols, and the fact that 9 were struggling on their territory, a map that they've consistently been very good on recently, to now jump onto a map that you are really in dangerous territory with, spells a lot of danger, and you need every single player coming online here for 9. You need Sedgwick, you need Kragan, you need Beanox, you need this rifle core to step up, because I tell you what, Martinez was brilliant for Gentlemates. Sure, that's the AWPer, Davi G, solid, Sasso, relevant multi-kills all throughout Ancient. That's your difference. It's a firepower mismatch so far in this semi-final.
And Kraken's the only player that's been positive for 9 on Inferno in all their maps they've played recently. Even Flay in his edition has been hitting a 0.93 across the 7 maps he's played with them on Inferno. And I think the most damning thing about this is how much they've struggled on this CT side. Posting only a 40% win rate on the CT side. That is a concerning number to be looking at. When you look at the caliber of players here, it just shows that, yeah, it's a map that they definitely need to be putting some work in. I wouldn't be surprised if Barry's been helping them out on that, but the fact that they had that Dripman loss 2 days ago, the Misa one 3 days ago, that's recent enough that I think Gentlemates, they should be looking at this, licking their lips and predicting themselves in that grand final in a matter of moments.
Especially when you've got Davi G being the highest rated player for Gentlemates on Inferno, and he was unbelievable on Ancient.
Oh my God.
Dear. And when it starts like that, that does not fill you with much confidence. Martinez plucks Beanox out of the sky. Kragan now feels like he needs to get involved early in Banana. There's 3 players here for 9 looking to fight, but currently there's only 1 actually going for it.
His flashbang's being set up here though, but the molly means that, well, they're ineffectual. Wells is holding for the right moment to throw out his flash. Oh, Martinez has done it again. 250. Pristine. And he's waiting for this next swing as well. When's the flashbang come? Finally, it does. And off the swing, Martinez takes another. Finally put down, but he's done his job. Round surely confirmed as Flay finds himself in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, and Flay found himself with the opening kill for 9 on A, but the damage, as you say, already done by that P250. Look at the angle from Mopos. It felt supreme, but Flay will best him. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way in. It will take a miracle. You can see the kit drops on the site, so there is time to work with here. But isolating these kills, that's the next tricky task. No one peeking whatsoever here for the Gentlemates. Flay around the corner, and look at the movement out of Davi G. Flay trying to take his number out of ammo, can't stick the reload in quick enough. Davi G puts him out his misery, and Gentlemates pile even more pressure onto a sorry state of affairs for 9.
What a round for Martinez, a huge highlight. That first kill, let's see that back. The jumping, God, one down. Look at that. He's just holding that exact play. It's perfection. All these kills, just gorgeous. Just anticipating every one of these moves. Even Gushed, he gets that kill. Exceptional work from Martinez. And 9 immediately forced back. They love these second round forces. This one falls flat. Gentlemates can run away with this first half.
Yeah, that's a damning thing to say, but it's actually just so true as well. Because you're then staring down the barrel of, well, your gun round needs to be immediate in round 4. Otherwise, you are in immense danger. 4 players this time reinforced B, not 3. 3 was not enough on the pistol. Kraken's just recycling utility in towards top mid, but that's both smokes deployed. He's got a third one, but it's still over a minute left of play. Gentlemates are just taking their time. They're trying to work out the best place to go. And remember, even if they investigate in towards B, they can always pull the plug on it. It's the same set of utility that got them the space previously, but they are still investigating top brackets. They're still identifying reference points in the round. Flashbang up the top of Banana. Is there a counter here for 9? Not yet. In fact, there's no utility whatsoever. It'd have to be pure contact.
Contact comes in from Alex. Sedgwick gets caught. That's a simple one. That smoke, not the best, but it actually kind of helps them out in that fight. Happy to get that kill, then disengage. He's going to avoid this stack, and with all this space out towards long, you can't blame them for this call. The only threat is in towards the apartments, and be covering bases here. The whole stack moving together. Kraken spotted and dealt. And that will be Gentlemates converting with ease. You're going to hold on to these weapons you forced in here, just so you have something into the next. So simple stuff, it would seem.
They might even hunt them. But you've got enough time to actually maybe give it a little look, and you can keep a couple of players at the bomb. You can maybe just send Sasso on a mission. He spotted Flay and removed him. That's so valuable. As you say, these weapons are at a premium for 9 into the next round. They're not going to be investing a penny. So Beanox is hoping to keep not only the UMP, but the pistol in his back pocket. Feels like he will be able to get away with it. But this is just commanding. I love the fact that Davi G just takes the initiative. Smoke is misthrown in CT. Oh no. Oh dear. Never mind. You will save absolutely nothing if you're 9.
Brutal. Gentlemates get a comfortable 3-0 start, you imagine. How many of these SMGs they'll keep into the round after. And on the damage that 9 can inflict here with these USPs. Well, flashbang set up to see if they can try and get something. I think this angle adopted by Davi G looks fine at the moment. Gentlemates are waiting for this sort of play. The SMG will start to have a little look forward. Molly to upset. Surely the splash gets thrown any moment now. Here it comes. It's ineffectual. And the MP7. That's a nice couple of freebies. At the same time, the bomb site's taken on B. 1 casualty. Make it 2, and that would feel okay. But Davi G locking down, keeping hold of this Galil. Sedgwick trying to get cheeky. Just 1 more kill. What he's looking for, and he might get that on Davi G. No, not at all. Nice 4K, making sure that one doesn't get costly.
And Davi G is even aware that Sedgwick could be in second mid, so he throws the MP7 out from underpass, away, down T-ramp. And Sedgwick's like looking for the gun, and he just can't see it. Minimizing just any possibility of damage. And that's another example, by the way, of a missed piece of utility actually coming back to help out Gentlemates. Spoke in the previous about that smoke missing into CT. Here, this molly misses is supposed to go deeper in towards short, and instead it just lands in the mouth, and it completely ruins the flashbang setup. Pretty disgusting. So here we go. Here's that reality that we spoke about, right? 3-0 for Gentlemates, and now a lot resting on this gun round immediately. At least Flay's got an AWP, but it comes at a cost of utility. And 9 are playing off of Banana. They're allowing Gentlemates to have all this control.
This setup's good. 3 players lying in wait. And this is just going to be a straight B execute. So it looks like the call is solid for 9. Lots of utility they can dispense as well to make this awkward on the entry. Flashbang thrown out, spam, good damage. Now utility to further separate. Need the gun out rolls. Oh no, he gets run down. How's that gone so wrong? He still have Sedshot lying in wait, no! At least there's a team kill, which makes it feel at least like they got something getting into this bomb site. Having been fired the shots then, he might have denied that bomb. Now it's a retake despite having such a good defense here.
And there's one kit again. There's one kit here for 9, but there's no counter utility. One flashbang gets thrown in by Beanox, but Martinez on the angle. Flay will at least swing, but you can't go for this, I don't think. Now it's about just saving to what you initially have. Beanox and Flay looking to get out. Smoke is puffed up to allow a little bit of wiggle room for Flay. Davig will try spam him out, so at least the AWP will live, or will it? Because Sassol on the lurk gets rid of Beanox, and now Flay is in a lot of trouble. Bomb about to explode. Flay now knows he needs to look towards Sassol, and he will remove him. At least that's a tiny saving grace, but Gentlemates, they work their way out and towards the B bomb site, but why is Rolls quick switching in that moment?
Yeah, I don't know how much of a difference it makes. He got drove by, but yeah, it's a little awkward. If he'd just been ready for that first swing, he could have cleared. I mean, Moppos had like 1 HP. The fact that he gets that kill is outrageous. That is disastrous for 9, who had everything they needed in the right place, and they still couldn't hold on.
Nice shot. Oh, he's even got ahead of the top middle smoke to get that kill. Flay doing everything in his power to put that AWP to good use. And I love the fact he hasn't stayed aggressive. He's just backed out. Gentlemates move in, but they don't go in towards apartments, where currently there's a double setup with these MP9s. They try and work their way up long. Surely they anticipate Flay on this angle. Davig will swing straight into him. It's an easy fight for Flay. And now they know he's here. They're just going to try and smoke him off, but smokes don't stop Flay. He's even able to find the follow-up. That smoke has gone too deep. He's doing everything. 3 kills in the round so far. Beanox now steps out. Oh, of Boiler, dinks Sassol, but Sassol hits one back.
I think the dink should be enough, you imagine. Oh, this is dangerous. Moves from Alex. Maybe not an approach you're expecting. Walking into library. Oh, he's going to catch rolls. Okay. Waiting for that step back. And there comes the kill. Dodges past that HWP.
He saw him.
And now they have this runway to get in towards B. Sedshot tucks in towards tree. I don't know if you're going to clear this angle, but they might just on their way through. In fact, with that smoke, surely they look. But Sedshot swings. Alex into the clutch, gets that first kill. Gonna have the space to get this bomb down. Remember, there's no kit here. A double approach in from Banana. Currently, this is smoked. But it's an awkward one that allows the progression. Alex falls back. He'll spot Kragan walking through. That's an instant headshot. And now it's Flay, who got 3 kills to start this round. And he's needed to clutch. Saves their blushes. Unbelievable. Gentlemates almost make that work from the 2-on-5.
Yeah, and I tell you what, if the AWP of Sassol did not get in the way of Alex's rifle, I feel like they clear Sedshot there, and suddenly it's a 2-on-2. Alex does everything to try and make that possible. Good timeout for Berry, because that's a stressful situation. Yes, you are able to recover that round all off the hands of 1 saved AWP, but it doesn't need to be that complicated. It doesn't need to get that out of hand, especially when, as you say, it's a 2v3, 1v3, whatever the like. It should not be that stressful. Flay does everything. Goes ahead of that top mid smoke. He punishes the missed piece of utility again, by the way, from Gentlemates. And yet it still boils down to a 1v1, an individual effort of seismic proportions on this CT side for 9. And Berry with the pause, understanding that this has to be a consistent start to life on the defense. That can't just be a flash in the pan type moment. Otherwise, they're going to get reset, and Gentlemates will be back on the ascendancy.
Hero emerges. Flay Flay looks to get active again. This time into apartments. Beanox by his side. He's going to slide past and hold the doorway, enabling Flay to take this aggressive line. WG swing the wrong direction, and both players get a kill in tandem. Perfection now forces them forward, and Slipshot had a chance there. Guess the headshot, but nothing fatal. Down smokes go, and it's commitment through flashbang. Rolls has seen that. Ah, he has no bullets. Oh no! And then Alex just bursts through, catches Kraken with a HE in hand. Rolls sees that crossover, worried about a flank coming in. 3-on-3, Moppo's still low. Martinez sticking that bomb, no, gets off it. Hearing those footsteps from Rolls, making it really uncomfortable. This time it is the commit. Bomb will go down. And you still have Flay slowly crawling up Banana. This angle from Alex looks fantastic to deal with him, but how precise is Flay on the clear? Missed the opportunity. Alex, quick headshot. Rolls now has to step forward. Martinez is in the open. But it's this angle on the right-hand side that needs to be cleared, and Beanox swings down. Smoke on towards the bomb. Do you really want to try and stick this? Maybe. Rolls gets on it. This is a 10-second stick. The knife comes out, almost takes him out. Look at the HP. And now surely, yeah, no time. The Glock comes out, looking to get the job done, and finally will. Martinez goes down, but so does everybody, and the round goes to Gentlemates.
Yeah, tell you what, Martinez, sure, he gets his knife out in this situation, doesn't get the kill, but he does enough because he just forces him off the defuse. Rolls knows he's just going to die in that moment, and he makes the decision. I'm not going to win the round by defuse, so I'm going to deny the $1,500. That kill on Banana was everything because that gives the space. Moppo, so I love the fact he just commits to that angle on such low HP. He just sits there and he just gives Martinez a slight chance. But also with Alex finding the frag on Flay in Banana, it just gives him room to work. It's a nice try from 9. I like the fact that Rolls, he wanted to swing, he wanted to try and deny the bomb, but he thinks, okay, well, if I just run and I make audio, then Beanox can come in to try and help. It's good moves from both players, but this is a 3v5. This is a 3v5 that should never have been for Gentlemates. But they're just creating so much chaos. They're finding so many opportunities. The push through the smoke from Alex in towards Kraken on CT is everything. And the timeout that Berry wanted, the result is completely different to what actually happens on the server. 5-1, it's a Flay Hero AWP once more. But it's 9 running out of options here on the CT side.
Well, Flay was enough to win the round that they did take with that AWP. But you can't just be relying on Flay pulling out a multi-kill to get you every round you get. And, well, he's going to be avoided at the moment as Gentlemates most part are here towards A. Just teasing with the util. Salsel gets in towards Boiler so we can watch a short crawl. So they managed to get a lot of space here. And they might even feel with the sort of control that they've got, they just commit into this bomb site.
Yeah, this is nice because you've not seen an advanced peak out of Flay. He's been normally trying to get pretty active, and because you've not really stepped in towards Banana, you don't have that info. In fact, 9 are just going to smoke off long. This gets weird. Beanox will have a fight, but Sassol removes him immediately. And now they're just going to crunch, not only through Moto, but also through Short. They blind each other, but it still works out anyway for the Gentlemates. They create a pincer on towards this bomb site. 9 can't handle it, and Flay is in a very familiar position. He has to save this AWP once again.
Yeah, pincer is just the perfect way to deal with pistols. It's just too hard to do anything to stop it. They're just going to creep around, see if he can find some sort of rifle to scavenge. Flay actually might be in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, needs to make sure he gets away with his ult, but they are hunting.
Yeah, he's dead.
He does have money, even if he does go down. In fact, let me find a second one. No, they actually do all go down. But yeah, he still had money, but it still stings.
Yeah, it stings massively. And it is
a good conversation piece that you've brought up here about the over-reliance of Flay, because as we come out of these highlights, just take a look, right? Flay is on 10 kills. The next highest is both Cedra and Beanox on 2. Compare and contrast that. Sasso, Martinez, Davi G, Alex, all on 7. There's so much reliability. There's so much consistency on display here for Gentlemates. For 9, we just need an outlet. Very much is the same conversation that we brought forward before the map even went live. You need one of these riflers to step up in a big way. And look at the tempo shift. Gentlemates are just going in. Immediately, Davi G makes it in towards the pit. He's being covered. He's somehow not dead. Kraken and Rules both find kills. The in-game leader tries his best for 9 on the side of Moto. It's a 2v2. There's an opportunity. This retake has to stick. This has to be the round for 9.
You're shadow boxing towards pit, but it's fine. And Sentry does some serious damage, but a resmoke lands. Now Martinez locks down the short side. Players can be approaching in this direction, but without utility, how do you even get onto this line? Maybe Cedric goes for a wide swing to upset Martinez. Martinez just holds this, gets the shot. He can now just sit back. He's seen that cross, and Cedric's immediately on the way out with that orb. So despite the chaos happening in towards pit, I don't know who he's shooting. There must have been some sort of comm that someone's there, or maybe just got confused by the shots behind him. It looked hilarious, but his teammates get all the kills and they get the bomb site and the round.
Just his entry path in, to be honest, because the flashbangs are designed to actually blind the player in mini pit, and his sole goal is to jump through, avoid the player on balcony, avoid the player in mini pit, and just spam in case there's someone there. Mopos does brilliantly to get rid of Pino. So these flashbangs do all of the heavy lifting. And I love it. Again, got to compliment the in-game leading out of Alex here, because that's the fastest round we've seen yet out of Gentlemates. He completely catches 9 off guard. When's the timing of this round for Gentlemates to bring out? Immediately after 9 reinvest. They're not giving them any leeway, no opportunities whatsoever. And again, this buy is just broken in round 9 for the defense.
Yeah, we've seen the reality of those recent results. The CT side been a struggle for 9 and then some. Gentlemates' worst half as well.
No!
They look brilliant. Mopos just wide swings. Removes Kraken instantly.
I'll go back B, surely. You've just seen a CT smoke, and you've just got an opening pick. You know the utility is going to be quite light anyway. It makes so much sense to just smash in this B bomb site. And I think 9 have recognized that. They say, okay, if you go B, sure, whatever, just have another round. But we need to have what we hold. We need all of this money. We need all these resources because we need the utility. You cannot play a CT side of Inferno without utility. So they're just going to save. 4 players are just going to sit on A for 40 seconds. Gentlemate's going to go up to 8-1.
It's interesting how little we're seeing 9 proactive in Banana. It's been very passive from them. In fact, that's kind of the situation across the map, right? They're more than happy to sit back in these defensive lines. Sure, the economy has been a factor in that in probably half of these rounds. They're in that seesaw moment financially, but even when they've got everything they need, it doesn't feel like they want to take any of that initiative. And Gentlemates are just happy to go through the motions, get the space, get the picks, and then commit. Yeah. It's feeling a bit lackluster from the CT calling against the Gentlemates who are well refined on Inferno.
Yeah, there's no disruption, but also you raise such a good point, because think about the setups where 9 have got opening kills. You've had Flay pushing the top mid smoke to get a pick. You've had a double layer in between Flay and Beanox that actually netted 9 of 5 versus 3 that they weren't able to close. But where was that? Oh, it was aggressive in towards apartments. So they actually have got good evidence in this first half that if they take initiative, if they try and fight for some control, more often than not, they're getting the opening pick. So it is a real head scratcher as to why they don't feel emboldened enough to keep going back to doing it.
Maybe this is the output right now. Flay's the only one that's really contributing 4-9. Kill distribution across the board. Struggling to find that impact. A little bit more aggressive this time, Banana. We do see that half smoke that goes down. Just to allow some control, but they don't commit off it. They're going to fall back again into more passive setups. Do have this porch boost in play. Sejot's just been left alone on B, given this cache of smokes to dispense with. Niner maybe going to be in a troublesome way unless they can get some success off this and rotate players in time. Beanox gets that kill. When do they move bodies?
It has to be after this smoke goes up for Sejot. Good timing on it. Martinez is still boosted, but only for a moment. Actually, Gentlemates and Alex are going to make a call. They're going to assume that rotates will come over towards this B-bomb site as they've counted the amount of smokes that Sejot has thrown. So suddenly, you're actually going back to A into this Kraken and Flay double setup. 25 seconds, time limited, but the defense needs to hold.
Knobs here, jiggle out, missed shot though. KT drop to slow them down. Kraken needs to be called upon. But they managed to get into the side. Flay gets one, and Kraken can't get it done. Look at the damage. But they get in. The damage might still be enough. Bomb to go down. Smoke is not great out towards Moto. Surely this boiler position gets cleared. Sejot's been picked by the AWP though. Low HP might not matter when you've got 2 AWPs and they're saving. Oh, it's disastrous. If only they knew. Now the swing comes out with 20 HP. Kraken just needed one of those frags, but the flashbangs and the overwhelming numbers make it so difficult.
I was going to argue the toss about whether he could maybe just go for a defuse, but he hasn't got a kit. I love it. Again, it's just such a good call out of Alex. He's just recognized that there's actually no pressure in towards Banana again, but there isn't any counter flashbangs. There isn't actually any incendiaries going up in Banana whatsoever. All it is one smoke. One smoke. One smoke. What does that normally mean? There's only one player who's just recycling the utility. So as soon as Sejot drops his last smoke, and Martinez is holding on the boost for about 20 seconds, doesn't see anything, Alex actually just calls his team to all rotate over at A because Sejot will be common that suddenly he hasn't got any more utility and he needs help. It's a mastermind of a round out of Alex.
With the opening pick. Flay in such an uncomfortable position there, and yeah, flashbangs and numbers so difficult for Kraken. He had targets, but no easy fights. Situation for 9 so many times in these side holds. Gentlemates, a well-refined machine when they entry. Especially on this A-bomb side, it feels.
This is the best Counter-Strike in a series I've seen all event.
Oh, okay.
So
that's
good.
one way to get an opener.
And again, a proactive move. Pushing Banana, taking the spam fight, being rewarded with a kill, being rewarded for bravery. Something we've not seen 9 do all that much.
It's like the best Counter-Strike in the world, but you can't really stop a bullet that wildly spam through a smoke, taking your head off.
Look at the gamble again. Another rotate.
And then, again, it's in a player advantage position. They're just going to entry in. Straight into this bomb site, the spam. Sejot off the mark. Mufflers leaps over. Just holding his HE for the bomb tap. There we go, that's well placed. Martinez, though, on the top of first, will remove rolls. So putting it back into the 4-on-4. Plenty of utility here, 4-9 for this retake.
Yeah, and again, another important fight that's going to be important later. Molly is going to upset Martinez. Flay can't hit the shot, but at least it's info. And oh, Martinez just swings back in. Are you kidding me? And then the Molly puts forward on towards Sejot, and they know he's locked in the corner. Maybe this Banana fight won't matter whatsoever. Yeah, Kraken and Beanox are calling it quits again. Gentlemates are going to get double digits in the first half. right here, right now, because sure, you're getting these kills, but they're all inconsequential. They are null and void into the outcome of the round. 10-1. This is more dominant than Ancient was.
It's remarkable how dominant this is. A 4-on-5, but it's just perfection in the execute. And Martinez is something else. The first pick, that one's expected, up on top of first oranges. But it's out re-swing into Flay, just not ready for that at all. After being upset on the angle, yeah, you can see Flay's just falling back to adopt a new angle. Devastating. I mean, a 2-round half, the most they can hope for, it just feels impossible. It really is. Yeah, getting a bit more aggressive utility from the CTs. Sad shot. Needs to be careful. Alex doesn't just swing him. They're going to fall back. That space now claimed. Alex hears that disengage, and he's just going to contact up with the low HP. More than happy to take this space. That jiggle does reveal a player, so it will bait out the smoke. Gentlemates can really do whatever they want here.
Finally, a push. Look at this. Look at Flay. He's right behind them. But has he got the read? I think he might have even spotted them. Oh, they're locked in here. Finally, this could be something here for 9. Flay is comming this over. Beanox can take the contact. Flay can move in behind. How many kills can he grab? It feels like there's a really good opportunity. And the timing prevails. But finally, there's a spark of life here for 9, right at the tail end of this first half.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It rolls in towards Nevox should be set for success here. Unless they hard clear him and he gets nothing, but you've seen Mopos cross. Martinez going for the plant. That'll be denied, and now there's no chance to Mopos. So a second will be found. Not just kills at this point for Mopos, just making it a bit more painful, but it already feels hella painful. Just 2 rounds for 9 to work with. A grand final awaiting Gentlemates.
Well, a grand final call-in for Gentlemates, but elimination on the brink here for 9, and there could be a capacity where in this series, in this semi-final, they might not even get double digits across both maps. That's the reality right now. And we always knew Inferno was going to be a tall order for 9, but it's just been so comprehensive and so complete out of the Gentlemates. Martinez, who also got an opening in the first 2 seconds of the pistol previously, maybe looks for another one here. Davy Alex based in. There's 4 players right here ready to receive for Gentlemates. Davy will still find 2, and he's alive. Alex is now baited in. Davy finds a 3rd. There is no safe space for 9.
No hope, it feels. That was just desperation fighting in towards the corner there. Rolls into the 1-on-5 for any chance. All right, he's found 2. You know, this isn't impossible when you look at the HPs of 2 of these players and the time that he has to work with. Well, he doesn't even have armor. Smoked off right now. That's going to fade very shortly. You imagine the quantity of bodies in this corner is going to make this all but impossible for Rolls. Reduce the low HP one. A bait on the swing and information on a second player. Oh, but never mind. Don't even need that second player. Davy steps in. Gentlemates will get that 11th. And now they're ever closer to taking this series in 2.
And again, I just love how they play it. Double up in towards archers. Let Davy and the low HP take the contacts, and you can double swing. You can even have another bait and switch in towards the archer if you need to. I can't believe Davy gets away with 3 counts of murder through that long smoke. And the desperation is exactly the correct adjective to describe that out of 9. Just trying so desperately to grab any kill, something back in the round. They walk away empty-handed. And now they're going to be buying for the rest of the series. Alex has already spotted Kraken. It'd be an interesting difference to see in these potential few rounds we've got left here of Inferno, how much banana control Gentlemates takes. I don't even think 9 progress beyond the half wall, all half.
Just in top car is we'll have that rotation start to move over to help out A. Some smokes get thrown out. Good timing on that one to block Beanox. This also gets up very close to that smoke. And great HE. Look at the damage that did. Almost 150. Davy looking to inflict some more with his bullets. Tank comes over. He dodges. Come through. The pistols have overwhelmed.
Yeah, Martinez will find Flay at least. The MP9 is now starting to accelerate, but Beanox in the pit. Sedjot, low HP, but it might not matter as he is able to follow through on Alex. A good pop from 9. It works out enough to give them a little bit of a sense of self. Sasso tucked in that corner, completely overwhelmed. Double flashbangs over towards the mini pit. Enough layering to get them in. Trade's brilliant out of this T side.
Yeah, good stuff coming in. Like Sasso's angle was guaranteed something. They're diligent on the clears. Attack from the scout. Yeah, get as many of those as possible to the pistols. Best buy, 4 Gentlemates off the... A commitment into B would actually feel now that smoke. Let's slow them down, but Rolls might want to just commit through. Oh, it doesn't quite. Happy G, he's gone on an adventure. That sort of play catches him out.
Oh, Sasso now with the swing will at least reveal that there are players just lurking out and still remain in destination relatively unknown for where 9 want to head. But if they go B, they are walking into a layered setup. Alex on the boost, Martinez here with the scout, just trying to set up these pistol players for as much as possible. There is a molly. It can be put forward by Rolls and towards this corner. Martinez about to be smoked off at the pass immediately, so he'll relocate. And Mopos will get close with this Deagle. See what they can do with 35 seconds left. Break on the smoke. Immediate clear out of rolls, but it's Martinez that has the last laugh with the scout, and Alex on the boost has got rid of Sejot. This is falling apart. Martinez still alive, needs to be evicted, and is by the in-game leader. Bomb can now be planted. Sassol and Alex step in, but the digits are punched just in the nick of time. And Sassol was now on this late lurk through Banana. He gets rid of Beanox. There's a chance. AK versus MP9, but timing merely was there for Sassol. Beanox on a swivel, and 9 can win back-to-back rounds for the first time on Inferno.
Finally, some signs of life coming in from 9. That could have been a disaster when that smoke faded, but the bomb just about getting down in time prevents any sort of upset. And they get a chance to actually breathe here. Just a HE, couple of pistols. Not much to contend with. And goes for a search and doesn't find success. Mopos does. Now it's just USPs to contend with. He should be able to deal with this pretty readily.
Should be fine. Yeah, Alex will just swing desperately with the MAC-10. Sassol, last one left. 9 will at least get a little bit of comfort. They need a hell of a lot more than that, of course. They need to somehow win this Inferno to extend play in this semi-final to a third and final map. It isn't all decided just yet, but it feels like Gentlemates is in a good position now. They've got all the guns and the utility.
You're going to be missing a few pieces here. No kit at all either. Obviously that all not present for Martinez. Nine can't make any mistakes, can't afford it. The timing on that smoke drop comes just as 9 start to push it up, but WG overlooks. The trades are good. Sassol only good for the 1 up on porch. That's going to enable them to go straight into this bomb site. They have removed all the A defenders.
And look at Kragan as well. He's holding for the B rotate. Mopos is going to walk to his death momentarily, you feel, because why on earth would you expect that from Kragan? But Mopos looks back. 2v2, and that gives a chance. Maybe you can still give this a look in if you're the Gentlemates. You've got loads of rounds to play with if you want to give this a go. The difficulty is there's no defuse kit available. Mopos is going to take his time working his way through the apartments. Alex now steps out over towards Moto. Needs to clear sight, needs to clear both Mini and Big Pit. But the big player dealt with. An Elf Blade is thrown into the clutch. The molly lands at his feet and the bullets land in his face. Alex does everything. Is there enough time for this defuse? It's going to be ever so close. It looks like they're cheering about it. Has Alex got enough time for that defuse? Yes, he does. Gentlemates get up to grand final point, all off the back of the in-game leader's heroics.
What an amazing moment from Alex. The setup in towards Mini and Big Pit feels perfect, but Alex expecting both those angles. You get to see he's locked in on them. Not worried about sight at all. What a clear onto the Big Pit player. Almost gets caught. Play had a chance here, but can't quite hit those shots, and Alex, pristine. 7 chances now for Gentlemates to close. 9 backs against the wall as Martinez's AWP comes into the fold, and he looks to try and make a mark. Can't get the shot, but it's a warning one fired off.
At least he's out, right? Flay couldn't punish him. Beanox will take the spaces towards the apartments with Sejot as a consequence here for Gentlemates. So Martinez falling back, but then they step forward. Double layer and anti-flash for Davy G, and it feels very good, and the spray's even better. And that's why he plays anti. Martinez takes the shot and acts as the bait, and Davy G is put in perfectly. Alex now waits patiently towards the side of the wood. He actually wants to go for an aggressive peek. He knows there's not much time left on this smoke at the half-wall. He knows that there's a 2-player advantage. They can sense the grand final, and they don't want to make any mistakes.
9 are going to group. The only option now over towards B. An information play in towards middle. Oh, was Flay spotted? I think so. Davidi's going to keep on moving forward. Mopos boosted up. And a 3rd player starts to rotate over. It's a double push. Surely there's just no way through, especially with the backstab. Rolls, falls with the bomb. Flay scoops it up and gets away. But you still got 3 players to contend with here on B. And that boost still in play. Dragon crosses. Can't get that first kill though in play. An impossible 1v5. Alex gets it done. A double to close. Gentlemates make it look easy. A 2-0 victory over 9. They get their revenge. And they get a spot in the grand final.
Comprehensive. That's the best way to describe that out of the Gentlemates. Phenomenal Counter-Strike on display. And they made it so difficult for 9 to get involved, not only on Inferno, but also on their map pick of Ancient. Incredible results on display here from the hometown heroes. And Alex just called it a masterclass. Davi G, Mopos, Sasso, and Martinez all instrumental to it. They were all so consistent, and on the day when it mattered most, 9 just couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah, consistency is key here across the board. No one was absent from Gentlemates. It was a brilliant showing from every player, but you got to praise the calling so much, as you say. Alex, a masterclass in calling. A great clutch as well for him. That one, that 2K on the final, it's like penultimate round, sorry, to get 12 was brilliant from him. And yeah, I mean, the veto was always going to be tough for 9. Ancient was a must win, and unfortunately just took them a bit too long to get going on it. Gentlemates, that streak of 7 they got in that first half felt like enough to get it done. And Inferno, as comprehensive as we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that you've got, I mean, 2 different maps being picked by these teams as well in the veto when they only played each other on LAN just over 3 weeks ago feels incredibly difficult. We've got Stiko on the sidelines now with Davi G just to talk us through that semi-final victory.
Congratulations, Davi G. And obviously, I want to ask this because not long ago, just 3 weeks ago, in this very studio, you played against them, and it was completely different affair. So what has changed in the camp of Gentlemates that it was quite easy today?
I guess mentality overall. I mean, I guess like back then we had like a lot more pressure because we wanted like to make the major so bad, and now we are like more chilled, I guess. I mean, I don't know. The game felt like super fluent. Everything was working. Like our cons were like pretty calm and on point. We were hitting our shots, so when that happens, I think like we're really good. So
it was all supported by the calling masterclass that I wanted to mention on that T side especially. Was this because of preparation before the game, or like analytical part, or the mid-rounding kind of happened from reading the game by Alex or by other guys? Is this kind of a combination of both, or were you just heavily anti-stratting them?
No, I think we were doing like our game mostly. Like obviously we did prep as we do against every other team, but I mean we wanted like to execute a specific game plan against them, and it worked. So like I mean there was nothing really special, but our comms were on point and we were helping each other like with what to do in the run and stuff. So everything worked pretty well.
It's pretty humble saying that everything was normal, nothing was special, and then you come up with this kind of a win. I also want to talk about your performance and uptick in individual performance. What do you attribute it to, especially at this event? You're playing fairly good CS, so you've obviously had a recent change in the coaching department, so maybe is that kind of playing a role, or are you just having good form right now? Is it as simple as that?
I think as simple as that. I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with the coach or anything. I think it was just, I don't know. I mean, like this game is confidence. So like when you're full of confidence, everything will work. And that's what's happening right now.
Let's bring that confidence into the final. Obviously, you will have to wait until you see your opponent there. But in the meantime, Lucy and Bidok, take it away.
Just playing their game and playing a fantastic one at that. Davi G, very humble after a brilliant 2-0, and he was outrageously good on Ancient. Just had a masterclass performance. That was only 21 for 10, 1.62 rating from him, and then Alex really stepping up on map number 2. But there was no absentees. It was just a great team performance from Gentlemates, and that's exactly what we want to see. And maybe it is just having that pressure off, the worry about the major not at the front and center that's allowing them to play such great Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's going to be a conversation piece for Sinners in the other semi-final later on as well, right? Like the fact that you are just playing without pressure and you're just seeing how far you can get at an event without sort of any external influences is really helpful. And I think he is right as well, what he was saying to Stiko, the fact that when confidence is flowing, when we're all at that potential peak, it's just such an easy game to play, not just against Nine, but just in general with Counter-Strike. So it's no surprise that actually it's funny that multi-kill ratings across the map were higher for Nine, and yet they lost that dominantly, right? That's an interesting little graphic. But there you can see the main graphic here, our playoff bracket, our first grand finalist, Gentle Mates. And we have to see in a little bit whether it's going to be Sinners or KOLESIE. I'm excited to see that KOLESIE Sinners game, Lucy, because KOLESIE really surprised us yesterday, and it could be a team from the closed qualifier making it all the way through to the grand final. That's a fun storyline in of itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a nice little fairy tale run for them? We can see the prize pool as it's played out so far. One more of these $6,000 prizes to be secured in the semi-final before we see that grand final where the grand prize will be played for, as well as that trophy, all those VRS points. So a lot on the line for these remaining 3 teams. Sinners vs KOLESIE, that's going to be our second semi-final. We have a little bit of a break now. When we come back, we'll be seeing who joins Gentlemates in that grand final. Don't go too far.
full silent, no one is speaking, everyone full tilt.
We are not happy, but we also try to keep it up, you know, so we can actually make the comeback.
I try to tell them to not watch the score at all. We should just bring our energy. The score doesn't matter. We just need to play good CS. The result, don't focus on the result, and always like play round by round. And you don't know what can happen. You can come back.
It's different every time, of course, but usually something inspirational. Maybe going back to some old stories of comebacks being done before, or just cracking some jokes to lighten the mood, because usually it's pretty tense if you're getting that hard. So yeah, it's probably something like that.
And try like to release the pressure, just trying to focus on the present, you know, and helping them just to focus on the next round. Right. Don't try to focus that much on the like in the previous half or whatever.
We really doing great comebacks, like as well as we did on the final Qualifier game. We were losing last map, decider map, 2-11, but we just knew we need to do what we practiced. No need to like try to impress someone or something. We just need to be on the positive vibe. So if the positive vibe is here, nothing need to say.
Actually, I tried to keep the good vibe, because we had a lot of time when we got destroyed in one half and we come back in the other. So guys just understand that they don't look at the score, they just, from the new side, we just play like different game, like it's 0-0. So, and everybody understands it. I just say some couple good words that we can do it, and yeah, and we actually come back. So yeah.
It depends on the side for sure and the map. But yeah, my usual speech at this moment is just it's CS2, and basically 10-2 is not that tough behind as it was before because of the economy and the other factors. So it's just basically 10-2 is just, I don't know, 3 full buy runs and you're 10-10. So yeah, we actually made a lot of comebacks like that even lately. So just, you know, keep your head up. If we win Pistol, I always say that I promise that I have idea to actually win it. And if we just keep rolling, I promise you that we will win this game if you listen to me. And sometimes it works, sometimes it's 2-13, but yeah.
Welcome back in, everyone. One semi-final down. Gentlemates book their spot in the grand final, and now one more semi-final here on Championship Sunday. Sinners, major attendees, take on KOLESIE, the underdogs, who have made it all the way through from the closed qualifier right here to the semis.
It's an exciting storyline for this team, taking down FOKUS in the quarterfinals. One upset of day one, and that was a 3-map affair, but they got it done with a close contended final map there on, I think it was Nuke, to get it decided. Gets them here against Sinners, so the road doesn't get any easier, especially with Sinners looking so good on day one. Didn't really have to work too hard against the youngsters of the Inner Circle Academy. And for Sinners, the question is, you know, they're kind of the pressure off now, right? They've made it to the major and they've arguably got the easier side of the bracket. I think they should be feeling pretty comfy coming into this semi.
Yeah, they should be. It's an interesting winners interview we had yesterday with B-Stick and Stiko, where Stiko raised a really good point. He said, look, online, you guys have been doing okay, but since BC Game Masters, you guys haven't won a trophy. In fact, you've not won a trophy on LAN for quite some time. Is that stressing you out at all? Are you sort of feeling anxiety? This certainly is the best opportunity to do so, especially with a KOLESIE team that have made roster changes fairly recently. Obviously losing Flay to 9, they pick up Friends and they swap Sobal with Exist.
Yeah, and honestly, it feels like these changes, despite, you know, being forced their hand a little bit there with the friend move, haven't been too bad for them. Friend's been playing some pretty decent Counter-Strike since joining the squad. Some ups and downs, but some good maps coming on through. And yeah, now getting into this semi-final, they take down FOKUS. That's a bit of an exceptional performance to bring out. How do you rate them as far as, you know, teams that are floating around this tier 2 space at the moment? Are there a team that can punch up against teams like Sinners?
Oh, they absolutely can. I really like this team, and I think it comes down to the experience of Innocent more often than not. This is a team that made it through to the Thunderpick LAN last year. They set down NIP to get there, and they didn't show up probably in the manner they would have hoped for, but it was still interesting to sort of watch their development, watch their progression, that they're very much a team that is just built on relishing the moment and the experience. And I really think that you've got the combination of both Innocent and Sparrow that can definitely, I think, give it a lot to these youngsters they've been playing Counter-Strike for so many years, and they know that pressure is certainly not on them whatsoever. They pick into a Dust 2, which I think is an interesting one to pick into for KOLESIE, but they can't really go anywhere on the veto, like aside from Nuke, really. But I feel like that's the more expected choice for them. They actually elect to go away from it and then go for a little bit of a curveball here with Dust 2. I kind of rate it.
Yeah, the overpass is also a bit of an interesting one for Sinners in that I guess it's a big punish for KOLESIE here. It's one they've only got the 2 reps on this year. One of those was a win over Masonic, but a loss to Metasport. So yeah, a bit of a weakness in their map pool. Very much a top-heavy one for KOLESIE, and Sinners just seeing that as a great opportunity to pick into a map like Overpass they've been so solid on recently. We've already seen that, just how good they are at this event. And all right, then let's an Ancient ban come out for Sinners. They get a lot of flexibility to remove one of KOLESIE's strongest maps. If you're KOLESIE, you definitely want to send this to Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely. Have that in the back pocket should you need it. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, banning Mirage, there we go. Nuke as a decider. So I think a pretty even veto, all things considered. The Dust 2 one is a interesting gambit, but they picked into that against FOKUS as well. So they've actually been first picking Dust 2 at this event when it comes to the LAN portion. They beat FOKUS on it 13-7, and that was with Exist dropping a 1.7 rating on that map as well, with over 100 ADR. KOLESIE as well had 100 ADR, and that's brilliant. I mean, look at the results. They've slapped Unity on this map. They've lost to Alliance, but I mean, that's fair enough. But they've been doing pretty okay, I think. They've been beating the teams that should be beaten. They punched upwards against FOKUS. Why not punch up here, especially with, look, Sinners, they lost it to Sashi, G2, AM, Whitebird pretty comprehensively in that run of form. So there's definitely something to be said here about this Dust 2 pick.
Yeah, it's interesting because you look at the win rates and you look at the recent histories, and it's kind of like the real information that's informing the win rate is kind of off the board. So you can kind of discard that. Recent results actually looks a whole lot better for KOLESIE. So I think they're happy to go into it. But look at the pistol round win rate. 70%. And that's across 15 maps. That's a brilliant scoreline to have, and that gives you a huge advantage against a Sinners that, yeah, have been struggling on this Dust 2. It kind of reminds me of the veto in the first series, where this really depends on KOLESIE winning their map pick if they want this series, because Sinners Overpass is so solid, and KOLESIE just don't have the reps on it. Even if they do have, you know, some decent, you know, potential on it, the fact that Sinners are on such a great streak at the moment, only 1 loss in the last 7 games played. We saw them dominate in a Circle Academy yesterday. They beat Boom only a month ago on LAN as well. So yeah, I think this really hinges on this Dust 2. So these pistol rounds, they better come through and they better hit hard.
Yeah, but they feel like they will, actually, because Sinners have been struggling with pistols an awful lot. I think they won 1 pistol yesterday against in the Circle Academy, and the 4 spies are always brilliant. That's got to be said, and that's a new change that they've been employing recently. They normally eco second rounds, but Beastic was like, let's just mix it up a bit. Let's 4 spy, go for some pushes on timings, and it works a lot more efficiently for them. When we take a look at Dust 2, we have a little bit more into the stats. Modo, already mentioned him. He's the highest rated player for Sinners on Dust 2. Stressana is right behind him. They're neck and neck when it comes to rating. on this map, Kisarek isn't too far behind either. So it's the new imports for this Czech roster that have certainly been paving the way. And Kisarek, his time as well on, I believe it was KOLESIE, yeah, because he played on KOLESIE for a little bit. They went all the way and I think they won Philadelphia 19, if memory serves. So he's got experience. He knows what it's like to play against these guys. Fun little rivalry here. It's a friendly rivalry, but it's a fun one nevertheless.
Speaking of friend, he's actually an interesting one to be looking at coming into Dust 2 because for all they've had these good results in the last little bit, he's actually not been a big contributor. As you mentioned, Exist has been really solid for them, but Friend's actually been pointing out that 0.99. So I think that head-to-head with him versus Modo is going to be really interesting to keep an eye on here because we saw some brilliant stuff out of Modo yesterday. I mean, the whole squad was really having no troubles, but it was really exciting to see some of those flashy plays coming through. Got that the eco race. That was a nice moment, hitting some good shots. Really enjoy that overpass map, so I'm excited to see when we get to that, but obviously have to get through Dust 2 first. Crazy, we've got Innocent here, looking to get into a grand final in the big 2026. That's a fun storyline as well. A guy that has been at the grindstone for God knows how long.
Yeah, he has been. Same with Beastick, really. Like him and Beastick have been playing and sharing a server somewhat for, I mean, since 2018 for Beastick, and it's got to be similar for Innocent too. 28 years of age now is Mr. Beastick, and finally attending a major is a fantastic achievement for him. And I'm really interested in what we're going to get here between Sinners and KOLESIE. On paper, this should be a much more one-sided affair than that Gentlemates versus 9 game, but in practicality, Sinners are susceptible to making mistakes. They like to take their fans on a little bit of a roller coaster when it comes not only to major qualification, but also just journeys in tournaments. They like making games exciting, and the team that can definitely punish those maybe oversteps and oversights would be a team like KOLESIE. So this is gearing up to be a really interesting semi-final. I'm really excited to dive into it, and the fact that we've got sort of the Kisarek friendly rivalry with his old teammates, I think again just spins in a little exciting narrative that we can follow through. It'll be interesting to watch his individual performance against his friends.
Yeah, last of the underdogs take to the stage to try and spot into the grand finals. KOLESIE, their run started in the closed qualifiers, had to make it the whole way here, took down FOKUS in that opening game, but now their toughest competition, Sinners, soon to be major bound, playing with a little bit of pressure off, but they'd love a title before they get to that big event. Going to Dust 2 as Sinners take long control early, leave middle open, 2 players in towards B, smoked doors for the T side as they go through the motions of getting the default control.
Yeah, what you get out of this KOLESIE team as well is a lot of high-octane T-side rounds. They're very punchy. They play some very fast Counter-Strike, and if you're not prepared for it, it can certainly catch you off guard. Triple setup over towards A. Beastick has got a flash he can deploy at a moment's notice, but KOLESIE, with 1 minute 15 on the clock, they're just going to pop.
Yeah, smokes go down. Pretty clear the commitment's coming, and Beastick, that's a shot to the side of the dome. His own utility, Kisarek's dealing with this crawl down, but he's lost that support out towards long, still turns to find the kill. So he can control this ground, but the bomb goes down. Player advantage for the T's. Both Shock and Stress on move through mid doors. A double setup in towards short to try and deal with them. They're just going to swing, they do, and it's to their detriment. Stress on gets that kill. Remember, Exist is still low. And now they start to move forward. Kisarek holding his ground, but only for a moment. Critical kill from Friend to give some space to work with, but it doesn't last for long. Headshots raining through. Shot gets another, but by Laney hits him on the jump up, and KOLESIE take the pistol.
Yeah, it gets a little bit scary there, Sinners. They show their strength, and I like the fact out of KOLESIE they want to double swing. They want to take the fight on towards Sinners. They're showing that they're not scared. They're playing their brand of Counter-Strike, and it does nearly come back to haunt them, but they still stick with it throughout the rest of the round. Stresson tries his best alongside Shock, but nice shot. And Beleni. We're seeing this jump spot continuously now for KOLESIE, just trying to see if anyone progresses in towards lower. Instead, it would be themselves that now occupy this space, forced back for Sinners. As they continue this mode of thinking in this event. Zista's got a Galil. There's an AK as well for Friend. And yet again, with 1 minute 20 on the clock, KOLESIE have got a lot of room.
Don't necessarily want to commit into the short side, not with this 4-player lean towards A. They will drop this mid-smoke. I'll draw some eyes, and it might just be a split onto B, which would be the perfect call for the moment. Shot completely alone on the B side. Good luck, my friend. Drops the flashbang out, just looking to see if he can net a kill, but can't connect that shot. Had a second to line it up, but a bit too tricky. That one connects, but quickly Exist is in the window for the trade. He's still got Innocent lurking in towards mid doors. This should be a save to try and run it back into the next.
Ooh. Okay, somehow Innocent wins out that fight on B-Stick. He gets dinked initially, and you think, okay, well, that kill's going to come in. That won't spur the retake, but it will at least provide a little bit of room for Sinners to get out. It somewhat has done that, but at the cost of their in-game leader. I like the decision, again, out of KOLESIE. They're very much forward-focused. They know exactly what they want to do, and they conduct it immediately. They don't really give Sinners time to get set up in any of these rounds. Love the call to go mid to B. Sharp shot from Shock. Instant trade because of the space that has been allowed here by Sinners only having that one player over towards the B and the mid side. Back rounds, a success story. Now for KOLESIE, we get to see Sinners just with this saved weaponry, trying to inflict some more damage, but there's a lot more eyes, I think, wandering over to round number 4, because that's when we can get both guns from both teams.
Still a chance to do some damage here, though. Nades, mostly dodged, but half HP. Close, so you'll fall back. Mystic has a little bit of a look with the USP. I like that. Doesn't have much to lose, so gets the information. There's not the commitment here. Means that they can have bodies move elsewhere. That's going to be in towards short. Spec playing close to mid doors. Has that MP9. It's these 2 SMGs that we're looking to. Stressons will get a chance very shortly. It looks like a lot of bodies moving his way. Swing just comes out. B-Stick with the USP gets the kill. In fact, the SMG goes wanting. It's the pistols that come up with 2. Unless Kissarat can get something crazy from this angle. Feels like the job's done, and in fact, he'll step back into the flames. Modo's already looking for a way out. He'll get hunted down by Innocent, so simple enough. Not exactly how I thought that short play would pan out, but KOLESIE happy with the outcome regardless.
Yeah, you expect the SMG to at least get one of those kills. In fact, it comes up empty-handed, but brilliant double molly. The fact that they're also pre-aiming the jump up for Kissaret just means all bases are covered. Even when Sinners try and weave in a little bit of acceleration, KOLESIE prepared. They love to take these gunfights, especially on a map like D2. But here we go. We've got everything. Modo with an AWP as well for Sinners. And it's going to be an immediate punch over towards this B bomb site. They might just go through the smoke, and that could be to their detriment. KOLESIE will at least trade out Shock. Modo is here, but a smoke lands in his face, and Molly in towards the window. Can he see over the top? He can. He steps into the flames, and he's able to get rid of KOLESIE. Oh, and Innocent gets punished by B-Stick. 4v2 immediately, and the bomb is only just being planted.
You can't really blame Innocent for that. Why is someone still holding this long door smoke when the bomb site's being taken? Can't believe it. B-Stick getting that kill, more or less locks around in. Innocent could have been the closer coming through from middle. Instead, leaves it onto Friend and Exist. Molly timing is fantastic in towards window. Let's slow them down. This clock is ticking. The kit's in the site, so it can be recovered. They're just going to try and overwhelm with the numbers, but Exist is playing around the smoke, being such a nuisance. But he might be able to deny the defuse. Comes them down to the final second, and I don't think they've got it. Oh my goodness, even with the number advantage, it's not enough, and only Kissaret lives.
Well done from Exist. He just knows the only way to win that round is if he just goes for an individual moment. sidesteps 2 of them round the smoke, goes through the back lines, and he's able to get the most important kill of the lot. The one on the diffuser that was just about to enter that smoke. That would have been impossible at that moment for Exist. Really important trade from KOLESIE to enable the site. This was a 4 versus 2 that KOLESIE are able to take away. Sort of the back of Exist making that play. He was so instrumental on Dust 2 for KOLESIE against FOKUS. Stressan spotted in towards lowers, but it might not matter. He's found a double immediately, and Sinners go aggressive, and they're rewarded.
That works out so well for Stressan because the contact comes from short at the same time, and eyes are focused on that fight. So then he swings, and sure, they're kind of ready for it, but that adjustment of the crosshair doesn't come, and Kisarek best innocent. This one looking a bit better for Sinners. Risky business, grabbing that AK, but a little reward. Cheeky boost. Let's have a look. Don't think Kisarek's going to overextend, though. Not with a 5-on-2 advantage. He doesn't need to budge, so I don't think this boost is going to net anything.
I just like the Anna McGrath update. You can just see like the legs moving through the wall. It just looks and just feels so much like Go. Good job, Valve. 35 seconds. I don't even think you're going to attempt anything in this round if you're KOLESIE. You hold on to the AWP, or at least I thought you were going to hold on to the AWP. 25 seconds. Okay, Friend's just going to park himself in the corner, catch out Kisarek. But at least that's confirmation in the round for Sinners that this will be a save. Oh, should have been a save. Now, Beleni is just going to grab the AWP and run away once the time expires. He's got to be careful he doesn't die after it.
I don't think Modo is the player that can really stop this, though.
Did the nade push the walk forward?
Oh, he's actually not going to drop down and get it. I guess he doesn't want to die at the time for sure this time. So it's a good damage. Only that AK saved. At least his money means he's not completely out of whack. And in fact, they're going to force into it. No loss bonus built up, of course. You can see that contact being taken from short. Stressan swings, simple stuff. Good first round. And if they can get 2 in a row, then KOLESIE will be in the dumpster. They want to fight long. A lot of bodies to deal with. They're going to have to clear all these angles, and they do. Still, Stressan gets 1. For the second, how does that kill go that way? KOLESIE gets 2 with a single point of health. Unreasonable performance. He just never stops swinging. Now Shock and Modo have to put this together.
And that is the exact way in which KOLESIE love to take things. Just on the initiative, death ball approach out towards long. As you say, brilliant trades. Smoke is going to land and block off KOLESIE. They're still going to smoke long anyway. Modo's really hoping for an opportunity, and he'll get given one. A break on the smoke, a sharp shot onto Friend. Puts this back into an even numbers game.
That's an unbelievable shot. A flick at the headshot angle. And now with 1 HP, Innocent's just left KOLESIE out towards long. See what he can do. This is just going to hope that this smoke that's thrown out is going to keep these 2 players here, and it will. That smoke and then a disengage, and then maybe into hold middle. Let Innocent walk in, get the bomb down. There's a kid on Shock, but they're going to be really far away from this, and they don't have confirmation on that damage done. The bomb goes down. This is going to go in to hold the doors. Oh, sorry, to hold B tunnels. No utility for the CTs.
Yeah, good flash. That allows Innocent to relocate. And his angle, oh, cleared by Modo. So now it is just a 1 HP KOLESIE. Maybe he can best the AWP, but it's the shock rifle that you're worried about. And Modo just jumps into the site with the USP. He'll find a 3rd, and Sinners are able to get back-to-back rounds, but it comes ever so close.
Surprising angle adopted there from Innocent, to be honest. Very exposed to those doors. Obviously not anticipating Moto can hit such a quick shot, but he was being thorough on those clears. It's one you're always going to consider. This entry out towards long. Remarkable stuff, but Moto, brilliant. Look at that. Exceptional flick. And the clear, thorough hero of this round. That's 2 in a row for Sinners, and even with the bomb plant, KOLESIE have to eco.
Oh, hello. That's information going both ways, but that is Stress on with the weapon advantage, and he knows he's being closed in upon. Lenny able to grab him, and they know about B-Stick as well. B-Stick just needs to get out of there. They'll trade incendiaries, bottle of flame, now carpets short. That's a great nade. Brilliant. Onto both KOLESIE and Exist. It makes the rifle a little bit less potent, but Exist doesn't care. He'll take matters into his own hands, and now it needs to be another Modo moment. By Lenny in towards the mid doors, but smoked off at the pass. Another incendiary reigns in. And the difficulty for KOLESIE is, sure, you've now been able to leave, but you've left the most important piece of the round. The bomb is just stuck on catwalk.
You'd love this position with the C4. It would give you a lot of options, even without the armor. Picking up this M4 gives you a chance. Finding one more kill already feel fantastic. Sinner's economy not quite flourishing. This is the only option left to them. Going out through long, 30 seconds. They do have to get a move on. Being shocked to standing in the open is going to be difficult to deal with. And, well, Friend will find him. Long range, the M4 looking for the shot. Can't quite find him. But now you found these kills. And Friend has a chance into the 1-on-2. Time limited. Flash comes over. It's perfect. He ducks into the corner. And Moto, USP in hand, just runs him down.
And he plays it brilliantly as well, Moto, because before he actually goes for that peak, he waits for shock. So he just disengages. He knows the time is low anyway. So if you reduce the risk of the 1v1, or at least if you have the 1v1, it is because of a flashbang, that's absolutely fine. Sparrow immediately calling a pause. He just wants to reset the situation because KOLESIE thrive off of momentum. And now you've just given it back in towards Sinners. You won that 2v4. You potentially were going to steal the rest of these rounds away. You were shaping up to have a really good first half. You still can have one, don't get me wrong. But Sinners are now back. They're feeling themselves. And sure, that situation right there in the previous came right down to the wire, but they are able to hold on. They aren't able to trip over any of the little tricks that KOLESIE were pulling out. So free on the spin, the AWP back out. It actually exists that potentially has got the peak to go for something. It's long.
All right, gonna give him the reins, see if he can find an opener. Doesn't look like he'll be given a fight. Sarek playing a more passive line, doesn't give that open, and Stressan, he's loving it down here in lower tunnels. This time it's off the back of a B-Stick push towards top middle. He's not gonna step around this corner, at least not yet. I'm sure there's a whole lot of information for the CTs. You've not seen anything top mid, nothing lower B. Long's got to be a concern.
Yeah, that's why the smoke comes up with the flashbang as well. And that's just going to hold them at bay, or at least you think. But actually, KOLESIE are just going to swing off the back of it. Kisarek catches wind. Doesn't drop the molly immediately. Instead, he'll use it to prevent progression. But KOLESIE just wait. They know they can get a lot of utility out of this, and they're just going to take their time, but the spam is brilliant out of Kisarek. Innocence dropped immediately, and now even more utility and reinforcement will enter long.
And you've got no other options at this point for the T side. You've got no bailout. Sinners have cleared in towards B and middle, so they're going to just keep having the reinforcements here. It's just a commitment in, hoping they can frag their way through. Crawling past this smoke, KOLESIE gets over. This molly destined for Gandalf. That's going to be annoying for B-Stick. Although it actually, no, it misses the mark. Sorry, it's one in towards site itself. Washing out that position, so B-Stick gets to stay in that cubby, swings out as well. And bomb desperately being planted. No utility to disrupt it, so it does go down, but so does Exist. And now it's a 3-on-5. KOLESIE, the only one close towards this ramp. Friends desperately looking. That's the kill onto Kissarak. Still considering Gandalf. And spots the shoulder of another. Looking for these fights. Quick flick doesn't come through, and Shock does from long. A brilliant double. And KOLESIE left with 3 HP, surely to be overwhelmed. He's hitting a headshot. But this is too much to ask for. Oh my goodness, it comes down to the 1v1. But Modo, again, with the sidearm, gets it done.
Oh, how many times is it going to get so close for Sinners in that situation? That's another one in which Shock just alleviates so much pressure. Surely that retake is always going to be destined for success. And sure it is, but KOLESIE makes them think about it, makes them pay. With so many key shots, there's just too many players to contend with. I was actually really worried about Kissarak. He gets dropped by Friend immediately, but he only had 10 bullets when he jumped up on towards that box. Doesn't end up mattering. All okay, crisis averted for Sinners, but KOLESIE are making them work hard for every single one of these rounds and keeping their economy in check.
Fast, really fast. Music actually maybe helped out by the fact that he flubbed that molly. Prevents a wide swing coming out, and then he's able to hold on for 2. What could have been disastrous, he's able to just about maintain control.
Brilliant flash as well, because he throws it shallow enough, so when they're peeking into him, they just get full blind, so he's able to get that second peek. KOLESIE exist and innocent now. Again, the only space they've really got is over towards the catwalk. Maybe you can boost up, but oh, it's being accounted for. Modo, does he look back on the line? Yes, he does. Does Exist ever jump up? No, instead, it is just a nade on the smoke. They're aware of the tricks, our Sinners. Modo will get rid, of both elements of that boost. Now Innocent is all that remains. He's full blinded. He's on the edge of the smoke. And he hasn't got any help. He need it. 1v5 now turned 1v3, but he's walking wounded, limping in towards this bomb site, and he needs to grab the bomb at the first port of call. They might have even dropped in towards CT. 30 seconds left. New objective. Now for the in-game leader, just to try and live. Just try and hold on to this AK-47. But as soon as the clock elapses, you're going to get the harsh reality that Sinners have won 5 rounds in a row. And KOLESIE have been struggling to deal with the amount of pressure and the amount of resistance they've been putting forward here on this defense.
Innocent might even be hunted here. I don't know if Shock saw him. Doesn't look like it based on his movement.
Counter-terrorists win.
Maybe an AK that he can scoop up. You're sure no one's home. Brilliant round coming out. Beastic, great double. But Modo, brilliant stuff. Anticipating that boost, the break. I think when the booster got killed, that bomb fell off his back right down into CT. You see that flashbang just lands at the feet of Friend, makes that trade impossible. Whoops. Tell you what, Modo's round swing percentage is going to be something special after this map.
Yep. That's so true.
He's having a fantastic time. So many critical kills.
His teammates are helping him out too. This is a bit more of a heavier investment here for KOLESIE. They got the Hero AK on Innocent that's been saved over. You've got the Tech 9s as well. It could be a pop in towards this B bomb site that has worked for them before. But as soon as the Lurk smoke is put forward, a molly and another counter smoke from Stressan enters the equation. Flashbang over, but no commitment. He's just ready, waiting to receive, and he's got Shock in tow.
Does feel like they're going to go onto this on a second pump with his 2 players in towards middle. Counter-Smoke lands at a good time. Innocent with that AK starts to scale up, but he's lost his help, and now he's lost his life. And there's just no ability to commit out through the tunnels with that smoke and Stressan watching. So you can see the idea of the round here, but I don't know whether it was a break on the smoke or what, but losing Exist made that very hard for Innocent.
It was a great flash as well. Stressan in that corner throws it over the top of the doors that allows Shock to peek out and deal with the mid portion of the mid to B crunch from KOLESIE. Kissarak now boosted. And get the fatal blow on Beleni. And Modo, maybe has got another opportunity. This USP has been so deadly. Beastic will get rid of KOLESIE, and the bomb can't even be planted. Kissarak will lock it in. Now everyone from Sinners is coming online, getting meaningful kills. And
what has been a stressful situation when it comes to the half buys, with KOLESIE at least getting a bomb down, making things a little bit more chaotic. This is the most efficient round we've seen so far out of the defense.
A brilliant run. Started slow, they're on the trot. They're in full command. Modo, not going to overextend. Knows that friend fired off that shot down Sui.
Oops.
He drop a smoke just to get away. That's confirmation of his presence, I think, for Modo.
I think that one missed, to be honest. But at least Modo now has the luxury of just peeking this angle deeply. As he can't get spotted by a player maybe progressing. They're going through the motions now, KOLESIE, but it feels like they are floundering just a little. When the initial plan doesn't work, the backup mid-round is sometimes something that eludes them quite a lot. We are starting to see that take shape here towards the tail end of Dust 2, especially on their offensive half. A regrouping, a reset of the situation in towards short, and an exec. That will come in a good timing, actually, because Modo's technically the only one here. Sure, Kisarek is with him, but it is a very far away rotate, and there's 3 on B.
Thought maybe it was going to be a fake out to a B finish, given they had that lurk, but now that lurk comes over. With 30 seconds, it's clear the intent. Modo mentioned the impact he's been having in these rounds. He's normally the closer. In this one, he's going to be called upon to keep them at bay as they come into his bomb site. He's ready for this drop down, trying to avoid the utility to find the kill, and he anticipates and collects. Can't get the second, and then Exist bests him. That could have been critical. That would have been the bomb dropped. Instead, Exist will plant it. And it's a 4-on-4, made a 4-on-3 in the post plant as Friend removes Kisarek out long. Goes hunting for more, and now he's the AWP having the impact. Basic firing off shots, shock swings, and well, you don't want to give them too many opportunities. But with Bylani finding shock there, surely that locks it in. KOLESIE ending this drought of rounds. Basic just looks to hold on and maybe take some players out on their exit pathing. Does take one more, but it's KOLESIE's round.
Tell you what, very scary that Exist is taking that swing onto Modo with the bomb, as you mentioned, because you're right. I think as soon as Modo, if he gets that kill onto Exist, the round's just over. All said and done, but Sinners, they had the read incorrect on this. So Modo does brilliantly to get the opener, but the reinforcement's just too far away at that point. And then Friend does brilliantly just to keep scoping in. He takes the aggressive fight in towards CT, and he shuts down the potential of that retake from ever even happening. 4-0 up if they're able to make this 6-6. I think that would be a good showing, all things considered, for KOLESIE. Especially some of the nature of some of these rounds. Modo, oh, flashed off the angle. Is there going to be a reflash in? No, there's not. And there isn't going to be a re-aggression from Bylani, but it could be confirmation that the AWP's here, but Modo never fired a shot.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever any sighting on it. So he's just going to remantle on it. Smoke makes it a bit tricky, but he progresses forward. Another flash. Modo gets back in and finally gets the success he was looking for.
That's the bomb.
Spotted in towards short, but plenty of defenders here this time. Sure, no AWP, but 3 riflers, a defensive smoke, making it tricky. That's a scary fight to be taking. But a base in stress on. And these 2 players here ready as KOLESIE jumps up, and then Exist swings in. Oh, stress on! Just pre-fires innocent. And Friend, it's untenable. Sinners win out the half after being down 0-4.
A brilliant display from Sinners to recover that half after it was escaping them just a little bit. The pistol fell flat and then the conversions were collected by KOLESIE, but in the gun rounds, that's where this team starts to come alive, and I'm really interested to see what KOLESIE can bring here on this CT side, because as you mentioned, Lucy, their pistol win percentage is very good. So again, if they're able to claim the pistol here, they're able to get a run of rounds, this scoreline is going to get ever so close again, and it already is pretty tight.
Yeah, pistol rounds name of the game for KOLESIE. Started the last half strong. Long setup is crazy. It's just a whole line of defenders out here. Will Sinners get a whiff of this and decide to route elsewhere? I'm going to throw some utility in, but it doesn't feel like the commit, so maybe they do have the read. B-Stick looking to drop down to CT. I think it's going to be a B-split, and it feels like the perfect call to make.
Here it is. All right, KOLESIE, what have you got? Well, you've been spotted by Sinners, but the shot is immediate, but good trade out of Stressor, and that opens up the bomb site. Innocent will at least get rid of B-Stick, so we'll make it a player advantage here, but there's no kit and there's no utility to get in this site. You've got to go with pressure. You've got to go quickly. Oh, and they do, immediately. Innocent by Lenny, able to grab the frags. Shock, this is too much to handle, surely, especially the bomb already being committed to that defuse. There's no way in for him. It's a sharp shot on the first, but the bomb was being stuck around the corner. KOLESIE will take the pistol. They'll get both of them.
There's a chance there with the dual Berettas and Modo's P250, but they just can't find those shots in the post plant. So yeah, we're seeing that 70% win rate, maybe it bumped up a little bit after the series, actually, for KOLESIE. We're still just getting the bomb down. The investment doesn't feel too bad. 5 M4s to contend with. Interesting situation. Head armor on all of them, but it means utility is sparse across the board.
Can't rate that out of Kisarek. He's just spamming the smoke with the Glock. So it's like, hey guys, run an eco. Then all the utility rings in after. So mixed messages from Sinners. Innocent just waits patiently. If they go mid to B, there's a lot more players here. If they go short, that's the right answer. Friend has got a smoke. It needs to be dropped in at an appropriate time. And actually, it'll be dropped now, which is a little bit concerning because as soon as that fades, as you say, they've got nothing. Oh, but they're going mid to B, so it's not going to matter.
All right. Bursting through, Innocent. Oh, just gets drove by. But the support comes through for a second. Can KOLESIE get another? He does. And that might be the difference. Bomb to go down. B-Stick so far away. He's going to have to play late here. Modo at least scoops up this M4. He's already got a triple kill, sorry, in this round. All the frags with his name on it. B-Stick hears this player close. He needs to start moving soon. His teammate completely alone over here. That body maybe offering some sort of leverage. But B-Stick reveals himself and they try to ignore him, but Modo uses that as an opportunity to strike. And it's not the ace, but the quad kill is enough. Sinners win back on the force.
Yeah, brilliant. And that's another instance, B-Stick, and he just gives a little wry smile. Maybe we should be forcing more. Maybe that's something to consider when the major rolls around, because the success rate from them force buy-in has been phenomenal. They walk into a stack with 3 players. I mean, Modo kills everyone, but the trade space is just so good out of Sinners. You think of that KOLESIE double, maybe it's enough, but no, it's one man that is certainly enough here for Sinners. Modo is making his mark here on the server, and it's fantastic to see from him. An AWPer that has been passed about in tier 2, overlooked, and I think maybe disregarded by some members of the community, finds a new home in Sinners, and he is now playing some of his best Counter-Strike. This is the most consistent, the highest level individually we've seen out of Modo ever in his career, and he continues to deliver on the big stage. During a LAN semi-final, he's 18-6 right now, keeping Sinners just ahead of KOLESIE.
This force buy could be everything. And it feels so tricky. 5-7s for the most part. You gotta hope you can catch somebody off guard. I'm gonna try with this short setup. Maybe at the same time, this presence in towards doors. Is it an attempt to crunch, or are they just hoping someone overextends? It's friend that instead offers up his life. B-Stick ready for that smoke to be cleared. And he does offer up a kill of his own, but Innocent got brought low from that push out. And Exist also being accounted for. Modo eventually runs him down. Now the rest of KOLESIE mostly limping into this one. Should be simple enough for Sinners.
Yeah, definitely should be. Again, Modo's just providing the emergency exit plan for Sinners in these rounds. Innocent, 2 HP as well. Head down, but if a molly lands on the box, he's cooked. He's just going to try and have an opportunity here. In fact, there's just a lot of smokes being put forward to give Sinners a little bit of an open runway towards this site. Innocent is hiding and he isn't checked. Maybe he can jump up, but Modo is holding, is considering there could be a player here on the box. What's his timing look like for Innocent? Oh, he's been able to jump up and he's actually been able to get a kill, but Shock's got rid of his teammate in the meanwhile. But Lenny gets rid of Shock on the counter, 2v2. And you got such low HP that I don't think you can go for it, but it's a pretty decent save overall.
Yeah, you can take 2 rifles into the next round. You'll have armor behind them. You can drop these pistols to your teammates to try and make it contendable. But that was still a force buy, and you still only hold on to these 2 players. So the Sinners, that's a big round to bring through. Sends that lead to 3. And they'll know that KOLESIE won't be in a great position into the next. But despite the good starts to the half, it's Sinners' experience prevailing. Sun setup. It's like he's got the watermelon setup.
Good combo. You know, you got like the knife and glove combos. Maybe we should start talking about the mouse mat, the keyboard, and the mouse combos.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the Wasteland Rebel. No. The one that's like that AK, right? Yeah. That's those colors.
Yeah, that AK. I don't know what it's called, but I can picture it vividly in my mind.
All right, where are these rifles about? It's like both over towards A at the moment. So a smoke to keep this B attack at bay. Will Sinners respect when this smoke gets dropped? There it goes. I don't think they will. I think they want to commit through this. They're going to break off it, and KOLESIE don't know if he can hold on. Innocent actually does arrive in time, but he gets 2. He's got the second rifle. Finally, he's made it a double, and he gets them all. The 2 rifles come through in the nick of time and get every single kill.
Tell you what, I think there was actually a little bit of indecision there for Sinners, whether they wanted to actually commit through that smoke. And if they'd just broken it open immediately and gone, the rifles wouldn't have been there. But because they hesitated just for a moment, and then the pistols are just able to be annoying, that means all the rotates can come over. Innocent does brilliantly, but how about that from Lenny? Triple out of the Galil. The scoreline will remain contested. It will be friend on this angle. Modo just peeks into him. Nothing gets by Modo. You can't stop him when he's in this form at the moment. Another opening pick for Sinners as they look to right their wrongs.
A necessary one too. This is the biggest weapon in the round. Only a Galil as far as rifles go. The damage inflicted on the round prior with the force buy actually having some serious effect. So Modo called upon, delivers with one, but likely will need some more. It's a great boost up to deal with a potential mid to B play.
Yes,
Yeah,
but they've left B. They've left it completely. So if this boost doesn't get like a multi-kill, and obviously Sinner's committing towards mid to B, then you're struggling. They might just send Modo off for a contact mission in CT.
Smoke lands. And now this boost. Set up for success. The hero of the round prior. Waiting at the chance here, and he sees a whole lot of bodies, but he can't connect the shots. It's disastrous. The break comes, but it's too late and sees nothing. B-Stick. That's dirty. Finally, one kill comes through, but B-Stick's found another. What are these deagle kills? And that should be double digits. Most certainly.
Yeah, they just made such a gamble read that they weren't going to go B, or if they were, then Lenny was going to kill them all. And to be honest, he had a chance to get free right there and then. Instead, it doesn't happen. It goes the other way. And it's the dastardly deagle out of B-Stick that is going to put Sinners on towards double digits on their opponent's map pick. If we've got the replay, we absolutely have to see that back. So I've got no idea. I imagine one of them was just Lenny reboosting himself up or something along those lines. And B-Stick hits the shot. But one of them has to just be direct through the smoke.
Let's see it back. A crazy gamble. Some crazy shots. There's a real chance there off that boost. I can't believe. Sees 3 backs turned. Doesn't connect a shot, just too many to contend with. At least with that save, they've still got a full purchase coming out. The round's getting away for them as soon as get double digits. Kisarek, he goes for the long play. They'll see a shoulder. Molly, not deep enough. There's a chance here for a kill, and he'll get it.
He wants more. Keep going for the peak, says B-Stick. As he makes his way out towards the blue bin, Modo will then move over, and he's just staring at him. Give me back my AWP. Come on. Give us the angle. Said he's going to creep through. Kisarek still holding the line. KOLESIE. Oh, in fact, look at this triple push. Kisarek is still holding. It's so good that Kisarek is still holding this angle. Is there going to be a flashbang through? No. It says it's going to be a contact fade on the smoke here for KOLESIE. Kisarek misses the mark, but there's still so many players here for Sinners. Flashbang over the top, and they collapse completely onto the push out of KOLESIE. It is just Lenny remaining. A hero in previous rounds, now being reduced to 0. For KOLESIE when it comes to the kill count in round 18. He'll hide and tuck tail in towards mid with the FAMAS as he looks to hold on, but Shock has got the wrap around, and surely the confirmation killing blow right here, right now, as Sinners will extend their lead, put themselves on 11 and ruin the economy of the CT side.
Yeah, that's it. That was a must-win round for KOLESIE. This could just be the entire map right here. And we know Overpass is waiting as well. A map that KOLESIE have so few reps on, and Sinners are rock solid. This round is where it hung in the balance, but the patience from Sinners is perfection. Sure, Kisarek misses that first shot, but he's just got so many eyes that can then swing out and deal with this contact. A flashbang would have gone a long way, but I don't think it was a luxury they had. So now it's USPs. Literally just 5 USPs. 12, you imagine, has to be guaranteed.
Yeah, it should be. Stresson has even got the AUG that Exist had in the previous. Fun little stack on short. Friend has got plenty of them in this angle. The issue is, as you say, it's just USPs, and I mean, it feels a little bit toothless when you consider that Sinners aren't going in this direction whatsoever. They're going to take their range advantage. They're going towards long, and they've got B-Stick that's holding the late lurk or any pushes out of short or lower tunnels. Look at how diligent they're being.
Stresson with the AUG. Catches Innocent pushing out, and, well, Shock might see a few more targets than he's expecting up close here. He's going to have a flashbang to set up his peak. Go. Target practice for Shock. Still 2 players. Oh, brilliant. Easily dealt with. Lovely quad kill from Shock, and that's at 12 with 5 opportunities to take Dust 2.
Yeah, plenty of them. And there's not going to be an AWP for Friend in this round either. So Modo, yet again, just completely uncontested. And uncontested when it comes to the server. He's got a free KD at the moment on Dust 2. This pick by KOLESIE, one that they've been leaning into here at LORGAR Rankings. This LAN portion of the event, they took down FOKUS 13-7, and now they're looking potentially to suffer the same fate. It's a B play that didn't work last time. Remember that Innocent and by Lenny ace between both of them with 2 saved rifles? Sinners might look to run it back and to give confidence to themselves of how they actually should be executing this bomb site.
And support this time pretty far away, although Innocent does make some moves back in towards middle. B6 in towards short. I think he might be trying to set up a bit of a, I was going to say fake, but now actually Sinners start to move back. So maybe just wanted to hold on to that ground. Innocent adopts a nice angle where he can look above this util if it does come out towards him. It looks like after dropping that lurk smoke, they're going to keep this fairly simple, making moves up and towards short. And Friend going to have a lot to contend with shortly.
Yeah, he is, but this smoke's going to come in at a nice time. So 2 of the ones from Sinners, Friend will see a glimpse. Now, I like the fact he's playing ahead of these smokes as well. Beastic gets rid of Innocent, sure. And does that change plans with 25 seconds? Do you send it in towards B, or do you just scale up A? If you go A, you have to get by Friend. And if you go B, you got 20 seconds. They boost, they jump, they try and do any damage, but it's Friend that's inflicting all of it. Shock will at least get the trade back. Beastic's trying to hold the line over towards CT, but he can't hold on. And Shock, he cannot find anyone else in that 1v3. KOLESIE hold on through their new sniper, who gets ahead of all of the utility and punishes Sinners and their time management.
Yeah, the smoke also landing was a huge moment too. Meant that they had to push through the grey screen to face him, and he does a fantastic job sliding back in after disengaging off the first kill too. You see, there was that indecision. Sinners thought about going back. And then when they do commit, it's, yeah, too late then. Brilliant stuff from Friend. Keeps KOLESIE in it for one more. These rounds won't get easier. Plenty of money for Sinners to keep stringing the fight along. Again, it's almost the same setup. The 3rd player leaning towards B rather than the mid doors. KOLESIE feeling like after QA attempts, Sinners might have some ideas to move towards the B side.
They go B. That is not the right course of action. But they've dropped the same amount of utility that they did when they went short in the previous. And a double resmoke comes in from KOLESIE. 40 seconds left. Bosun by Lenny still occupying the space. Break on the smoke. Flashbang. Oh, Lenny's full blind, but KOLESIE steps in with him. And yet again, Sinners, they just can't breach B. And they have to just retreat. Beastic will try and find a move, but Innocent will punish. And KOLESIE start to close the gap. Modo can't hold on to the AWP, and that's vital because the money is now getting a little bit limited for the T side.
Just trying to force into this B side multiple times without success. And a great read from KOLESIE as well, having that 3rd player close by. They read the game pretty well from Sinners there. Let's force a timeout for the first time for Sinners. They haven't felt the pressure yet, but now they do. Enough for a fight here. 8k for Shock. Close to 7.5 for Stressan. Guns can be afforded to all. You know, if you drop this one, It might be letting KOLESIE narrow that gap. Flashbang good, but just too many bodies in. Lenny up close. Things on out. Actually, okay, they don't want to go full in. They kind of do. Shock is to be money for the AWP in the next round.
This could be timed really well. If they just go immediately and just put the smoke on the molly. Yeah, nades out for Lenny. KOLESIE not ready for the pace either. He's playing off the site, but he still finds his mark on it. Shot dropped. And now suddenly you've got smokes in at doors, smokes in at window, and that gives capacity for the bomb to be planted. KOLESIE need to retake this, otherwise they lose their map pick.
They've got the utility to do it. They've got the kits on everybody. But Stressan's got another smoke that can land on doors. He's got a molly he can throw in towards the window. And he can just keep delaying them. Waiting for the smoke fade before this one gets thrown. Killing the clock. Sinners. And a smoke dropped towards doors. So that's the fake out that Friend's not coming. But Moto's considering it. What's his timing look like? A boost up? And he's still aware of Friend's possibility. Moto slings on back and all the kills come through. It's a B rush to close it, but it's enough to get it done. Sinners take KOLESIE's map pick 13-9.
Yeah, and that's what they were hoping for. That's the third time's the charm on that B bomb site for Sinners. They just had the spawns. They just had the spawns in that moment, and they decided, let's just do it. Let's just run through the initial volley of utility. Maybe we catch them with nades out, because the protocol's always been the same from KOLESIE. Molly in, smoke just on the last tick of it, or a nade that goes deep afterwards. That's exactly what they were hoping for. It took them a little bit to close that one, Sinners, but it felt like for the majority of that game, they were always in control.
Yeah, some great starts to the halves from KOLESIE. You know, both the pistols getting off to a good affair, but they got a bit reset early on that second half. And even though that defense actually looked quite good, they had some great reads and great defenses over on B until that final round, of course. I think they just didn't have enough success towards the tail end of that first half to really give them enough to work with. And yeah, there was always going to be a difficult battle for them with the results of Dust 2 as of late. Sure, you know, it is a recent run of losses for Sinners until they beat Young Ninjas, but you know, it's always been a map they've been very solid on. Even if they've had a bit of a bad run of form, it's one that they can deliver, and they did today against KOLESIE.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and I think what's actually just really impressive as well is the amount of opening kills that the Sinners were finding over the map. To be honest with you, I think there was 5 opening kills in total for KOLESIE, so it was hard for them to ever find anything. They dropped the ball on their map pick. We now head to a Sinners overpass, and we know how good they can be on it. Let's see if the favorites can book their spot in the grand final with Jedsmates, or if KOLESIE has still got one more underdog run in them. We'll find out right after this break.
Sinners take the Dust2 to take the lead in the semifinals. So I did a little vibe check with Spero, the coach of KOLESIE, and asked him what is going wrong. And he hit me a couple times with a, I don't know, I have no clue. And he has generally no idea, which is kind of worrisome for a coach, but understandably so, because a lot of the close situations really went Sinners' way. And I also asked about those force buy that they lost kind of like constantly. He also said it's strange to him because they know they're splitting B and they're stacking the correct side, but they just stack it in a wrong way. So whatever happens, I hope KOLESIE and coach of Spero, he found some answers during this break, because Overpass is Sinners' playground and Polish side will get the luxury of starting that city side to gain some momentum, hopefully. And we'll see how that goes. Lucian, B-Dog, take it away. Floor is yours.
They get the luxury of the CT side, but you can see they're the luxury of reps on this map. Just the two played, 50% win rate on it, and you can just see how good the Overpass is for Sinners. 75% win rate, wins against G2, Big, OG, Bet Boom. Huge names to be taken down. And sure, they get that CT side start, but Sinners have a 55% win rate on their T side.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit doom and gloom for KOLESIE, to be honest with you. And Dust2, it's a shame for them because there were a lot of close rounds in that. They definitely could have swung in any which way. But there's one man on your screen that we're just panning to right now that was the difference. Modo was so instrumental in those close rounds. Thinking about that Tech 9 buy round where he got 4 kills, but he dismantled every single player on that B bomb site. Yeah, sure, the CT's had the right read, but you can't do a lot against a man that is playing this out of control right now. They have to somehow tame and temper him. But the difficulty you've got is, for Sinners, Overpass, we saw yesterday against Inner Circle Academy, sure, a different level of competition, but it was B-Stick, it was Kisarek that was doing all the damage. Modo, not even a requirement nearly.
Yeah, and kind of mentioned his round win percentage ended that map with 9.76. So yeah, he was definitely having a brilliant showing there on Dust2. It's going to be hard for the Polish side. At least, you know, we did get to see a couple of moments from Friend, less so with the AWP, funnily enough, but he'll definitely be a key piece looking into this Overpass. But it's such unknown territory for them. We have such limited samples of what they've been looking like on it. So it's hard to see what they're going to be bringing, but you got to know they've got to have been preparing for this. We had a little bit from the coach, and while it might not have been the most inspiring information that Stiko was able to relay, you imagine in the prep for this, they were definitely expecting this Overpass, and they'll have some idea of how they want to approach what Sinners bring.
They've got to get opening kills. You will not win a large amount of rounds if you're always starting them 4v5. I mentioned just before we went into the break that KOLESIE had 5 opening kills on Dust2. KOLESIE had 3 of them. So that, again, the distribution there is not okay. You compare and contrast that to Sinners. Every single one of them was positive in opening kill attempts, and all of them were roughly even. So everyone is contributing in meaningful ways for Sinners. Everyone's providing a really good amount of output, and it's going to be a little bit worrisome for KOLESIE, especially for the lack of reps they've got this year on Overpass. Everything is pointing right now for Sinners taking that second grand final spot.
They'll definitely be feeling confident after winning out that Dust2 in such a manner. You can't underestimate anyone here already. This Polish roster is showing what they can do. Took the upset victory over FOKUS. They'd love to keep this dream alive going into a potential grand final. Gentlemates waiting in the wings. They had a dominant semi-final of their own. Denver Sinners would be a very exciting grand final, especially if they can make this a comfortable 2-0. If fist bumps come through, should be getting into the server so we can get our second map, the second semi-final underway.
And as Stiko mentioned, KOLESIE will start on that CT side. Double dualies, no kit, which is becoming the meta increasingly more and more on pistol round buys for the CT squads. Sinners. This is fast. Straight up through long. If they run through this right-hand side, yeah, Friend is going to be noticed of it and starts communicating it over, but the shots don't land flush. It's B-Stick that will connect the lead. And Sinners are going to go all the way around the world, and Innocent can now hear this, so at least he can communicate this, and I don't think they're going to clear him. So maybe there's a chance here for the in-game leader, but Stresson looks back. Lenny then can't punish. All the kills are going in favor of Sinners.
At the same time, Kisirek gets that kill in towards Monster, sorry, on that second player. Zist is alone on A as they make their way up, and in the open, he does take one, but that was always going to be a limited amount of output. Standing out wide like that. The Sinners, they run up and down, they run all around, and they leave bodies in their wake. And 1v4 with little to work with. And in fact, Modo is already in towards Heaven, looking to flank through and just be a nuisance. Still standing tall, and he's already won the round. Time gone, and kill found.
You gotta remember that KOLESIE started Dust 2 4-0 up, but that was off the benefit of winning the pistol, winning the force by converting against the eco. They give themselves a lot of runway. Here, if they force in and they lose, they're gonna suffer a similar fate that they put Sinners in. They will be buying into it. MP7, that delays the AWP potential for Friend if this isn't a success story. Sinners are immediately going to send a couple of players down in towards Connector. Friend is about to be tested, actually, pretty immediately. Molly, flashbang thrown in, and he gets out just. He takes the life of shock.
All right, well, that's a good way to get this force buy going. Modo misses that timing, but okay. I'll spot that player. But again, it's a disengage. They might start to move bodies up. There's actually no one on A itself. It's two players out towards long, and B-Stick's just walked in. Innocent throws off a HE, but B-Stick's ahead of it, and, well, it actually did a huge amount of damage onto Modo. So it's still not comfortable, especially without the long control, but they'll flash, they'll have a look, and that's going to allow this bomb to go down. Concerned about this flank, Modo locks in the angle.
They need to get space off this bomb site, Simmons, because the walls are closing in pretty immediately. Stresson tries, but there you go. Kills back and forth immediately. B-Stick now looks to take space in towards CT, but all his teammates that have fallen in the meanwhile, and he's only equipped with a MAC-10. But maybe that's all that matters. He can get the reload in. There's no kit. Exist is going to stick it for 10 seconds. Friend needs to provide the cover, and he can't do it. But there's a smoke up now. Exist, is there any chance for him? Oh, he gets off the bomb. Is there enough time now to defuse? It's going to be ever so close. I don't think he's got it. The in-game leader is Sinners. He's done enough. And Sinners are able to convert.
Lost the plot of where that bomb was planted there. The smoke going a bit deep, thinks it's a bit further to the right, and there's almost a chance there, but the smoke not covering him enough. The knife shank gets him off the bomb for a second, and that's all that was needed. Close call. And it got very dicey. Sinners just about threading the needle to get in, but what a moment from B-Stick. Still going to be enough to incite the force buy back from KOLESIE. They hate the taste of that one.
It's aggressive. Out of Friend, but he'll back off. Just saw on the banner there as well. Headline partner, LORGAR. Streaming gaming or sim racing. It's your one solution. Here at the LORGAR rankings. And Sinners, they're going for the same solution themselves in round 3. That they just get all this space. Up divider so effortlessly. They've fully contacted it, and Friend's got no idea. He nearly finds 2 kills. B-Stick remains to be the hero that Sinners need. Exist will now start running through the toilets, and he's actually got a very good timing.
Yeah, bomb's actually not down yet. Will we find it safely? Oh, not quite, but at least it still goes down. You've got this flank being held, but it's gone. And B-Stick on 16 HP. This time it's surely got to be Modo. But B-Stick might have a good timing. Problem's going to be this plant position. Clock a concern, but the T's are so far away. Do they know it's planted here? I don't know. They realize they can't stop it. It's being defused a full 10 seconds, and yeah, I think they thought it was planted default.
Savage, really savage. I mean, brilliant timing to get the player immediately planting the bomb as well for Exist. The fact that Friend gets a kill and a dink as well onto B-Stick just makes life incredibly more difficult for Sinners. And the fact that the player lurking, I think it was Kisarek, over towards Party, can't find a single kill. That really throws a spanner in the works for Sinners. So KOLESIE will just continue with these 4 spies. They will find a success story. Second time of asking. It's a missed molly, and that gives room for the T side to explore. Not only that, Kisarek is far enough a shot in towards short to maybe bait one of these players in. KOLESIE thought about pushing the issue towards Monster, but now thinks better of it.
Slow crawl from Shock. Now towards long this time for Sinners. Can afford a lot of space. No one's seen anything on any of these adventures. We can see KOLESIE about to take Monster control. And that should keep them confirmed for this setup in towards A. Tech9's days are numbered, but this push through the smoke, okay, it works out. Friend gets 2. The AWP, a difficult position to trade. Now you have no way out. Slowly getting closed in upon from Connector. B-Stick steps forward. Friend has moved into the bathroom itself. Surely backstab will come through, and Stressan left in the 1-on-4. And he doesn't even get a chance to get it started.
Yeah, really nice. I think missed time in there from Stressan. B-Stick was hoping he'd get on the angle to block the connector play. That doesn't happen, and then you've got the movement immediately out of one of the players from connector. That takes the audio cue and makes him look the other way, and KOLESIE can just step in. Good activation here in the mid-round from KOLESIE. The fact that they're pushing and forcing the fight, taking the space and towards Monster. KOLESIE wanted to initially, gets help from a teammate, and they push together and they'll take the space. They get all the information immediately. And now you look at the money for Sinners, it's non-existent. So it's been a hard-fought battle for KOLESIE, but now they put themselves in a position where they're going to take the lead potentially for the first time in this game, and they can rack up some rounds on the defense, which is so incredibly vital because I know how good Sinners just are overall on this map, and Overpass is definitely more favored for that defense.
Charge through the molly. Friend doesn't actually want to stick around. Neither does Exist. They're going to fall back. Jump peek to spot out some bodies. That nade actually does an insane amount of damage, and then the AWP chimes in. Attempt to scale, but Exist's angle looks pretty good. The smoke will allow this bomb to go down. Yeah, just about. Innocent gets here, but not in time to deny. So sure, they get all the kills, but a bomb plant for Sinners is something.
Yeah, that's just, to be honest, the only objective out of that round, really, is when you've got no money, no utility. If you can get a bomb plant in that situation, that just helps out. That just makes things a little bit easier. It won't allow Modo to get on towards the AWP, but it means that full utility can be purchased alongside all of these AKs. Best case scenario from a round that is always sort of destined to go in the favor of the CTs. You can take that every day of the week.
No, they're still allowed Modo into this fight. A very aggressive push from KOLESIE. They bring 4 players over to A to get this ground, and they don't slow down. Pushed all the way through. See Modo's trying to jiggle for it. Nade. So he does tickle him. Sentry not going to spread. And the flashbang, even though it comes over, Exist gets away with 1 point of health.
Surely you activate on B now if you're Sinners. Like, you know that there are so many players that are pushing forward. If you've got this double setup pushing the issue over towards Long and Fountain, surely there's someone else in towards Connector. The time to go B and it's slowly fading away because it exists on 1 HP. Sure, his life is limited, but he's rotated down and now he's this third element. He can just play a crossfire.
Kisrek's not seeing too much. Worried about that push that came through the round prior. This time it doesn't. And Friend starts to move forward. Curious about shot. Kisrek almost has the timing. The headshot goes the other way. He's going to start to scramble. Beastie gets caught out towards Long. Shock and Modo left into this 2-on-5. So many bodies here to contend with. Nothing found. Modo does take 2, but it was low HP players, and he can't get anything else done.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they don't work out what was going on with that setup over towards Fountain. Kisrek doesn't see anything. He could easily just spin that into a play. You can move back. Modo was still alive with the bomb at that moment. Instead, you allow the CTs to get repositioned. Always difficult in the 3v5, sure. And now with a force buy with accelerated intention straight forward in towards B. It's an easy one for KOLESIE. He's just not blinded. In fact, all of Sinners are affected by utility. Whether it is fire, whether it is flashbangs, is good enough for this defense to hold. B-Stick can't take any with him. So that is a flawless round and a defense against a force buy that has previously troubled KOLESIE.
Yeah, okay. Every half's got to have one B rush just to test things out, but they're getting a bit stressed here on the Sinners side. Normally so comfortable here and against a KOLESIE that has got so few reps. So really impressive how they're showing up. Clearly have put the homework in. Taking a different angle this time, but Nectar's not been a focal point for KOLESIE for the most part. And we'll get into the short angle. Threat looking to test him again, and it's the same result. This time, Friend walks away scot-free.
Yeah, easy does it. Stressan now thinking about maybe going towards Long, but there's a double setup here. Yeah, again, there's so much space over towards Divider and Toilets here. The Sinners. They don't recognize it. And look at that timing. Stressan moves away and Exist walks in. Stressan going to go back and consider it. And he's able to punish Exist. So that is a kill on an extremity. And now what the Sinners want to do with it, because Innocent, he's now got a decision to make. Does he move forward himself? Does he just park over towards Long? The defense is going to be split 50-50 towards A and B. So for Sinners in 30 seconds, the decision's been made. They want to head in towards this bomb site. And by Lenny on the boost, it might be good for a kill, but actually defending the site, it's going to be another story. And he actually misses the mark. They're going to push forward. The bomb's not planted. They're just going to go in. But that molly is going to break things. And Modo finds Innocent. That means the bomb can go down now.
Yeah, that's the short threat removed too. That was the flank coming through. This means it's one-dimensional on the approach. B-Stick tucks in to a difficult angle to clear. You've got this short swing that could come at any moment. But he starts to move forward and doesn't clear that corner. A trade. It's a quick kill and he's found a second. Is there a chance here? Moto on the line wants to deny it, but flying around the corner. Friend comes in and KOLESIE again, but Shock's still alive. And that kill on the Friend changes everything. KOLESIE can't get the follow-up, and a nice attempt in the retake gets a lot closer than you think it should have. The Sinners will take the round.
Yeah, oh my goodness me. Ridiculous impact coming in from Shock, and I like the bait and switch set up from Modo. Friend tries his best. The fact that he flies over the corner, takes the contact away from his rifler. You think it's all said and done in that moment. But Beastic getting the kill on by Lenny, that element of surprise. You really think KOLESIE's just done enough, but instead it's Shock that clutches up for Sinners in a big way. It's been individual efforts for Sinners that have been able to get them these 3 rounds so far on this T side. You know that Beeful and Beastic aren't going to be too happy with that because it's normally this team effort, it's normally this consolidated approach from Sinners that get them and earn these rounds pretty decisively. Instead, they're being made to work for every single one of them. Still got money in the back pockets for KOLESIE, even with this investment now. And now a new direction too. 4 players on this B bomb site. They expect something, but so does Beastic. He waits at Monster.
Oh, he looks away, but he comes back and can't convert the kill. Galil not the weapon for it. Kisarek doesn't want to swing, and a good call. Friend was holding the line. Unfortunate timing to look away. And AK would have been a different outcome. Kisarek still steps forward. Friend has had him beat every time he steps close to B.
At least with that smoke up at Monster, you can go and get the bomb now, but you rely yet again on Shock to do damage. Exists will see him on the jump spot. And he moves away, he drops the smoke, but Shock also gets information of his own. Innocent in a truck, it exists. Over at Long, and Innocent spam is expert. Shock can't find anything on his little adventure towards the A bomb site. And if you're Sinners with 20 seconds left now, you're saving.
An unfortunate reality. Can't lose this AWP. I don't think this Prowl will find anything. Got to go towards Connector. So KOLESIE get up onto 6.
Counter-terrorists win.
And they are going to have to continue this pressure because it's going to be a tough second half for them. But I'm really loving what I'm seeing out of this team. So few reps. And against a team that is one of the best in Tier 2 on Overpass. And they're looking like the veterans.
Yeah, I'm just really liking how more methodical this CT side is from KOLESIE. The fact that they are activating together, they're going for these mid-round pushes. They've been showing a lot of variation as well in the early stages of rounds. It's been really impressive. They've definitely got the capacity to get up to 7 rounds here. Especially with the buy that Sinners walk forward with in this round. Galil, AWP, those are the saved weapons, and surrounding them, it's just pistols. And I like this tempo shift out of KOLESIE. They know there's not going to be much in this, apart from these saved weapons. So they're just going to wait, they're just going to be patient. Fred now adopts a different angle, no longer on B. He takes the range advantage at Long.
This doesn't see too much there. It falls back on the timing. Happy with this control. He's going to hear this utility thrown out. Friend is here with the AWP, and now he just steps forward. Is bested. Just about. Stressan barely surviving. Maybe you'll give that rifle over. Sarek gifted the Galil. Oh, and the ult fires off. Your friend spotted on the jiggle, but gets out towards Long. Friend holding for Moto's peak, but he doesn't overextend. 30 seconds, they do have to commit in here. With the time ticking, a third player now arrives onto A to defend. Friend still in place, removes Moto, swings out, takes another. Shock falls in. Well, now Innocent can step in and he'll find enough. Between the 3 of them, they lock down A.
Yeah, they do brilliantly. I mean, Friend, he's so dynamic on this bomb site. He's consistently looking to punish Modo. And as soon as he throws the flashbang over, that gives him the chance to relocate towards Long. Holds that, can then move forward on the angle, and he just keeps swinging. He just keeps looking back into Divider. It's superb from Friend. And it's Sinners leaving another round just incredibly late. And that is coming back to cost them a lot in this first half.
All right. Well, Sarek finally gets the success, and they just want to go. However, Vilini stepped through, and he's found 3. Rock solid. Despite an opener, There is just nothing else to find here, and now the entire team rotates. You cannot commit. They're already looking for a way out. Shock is moving up connector. Beastic has to push all the way back around, and they have no idea where the CTs could have got to. Worried about every nook and cranny. Although, the rotation actually hasn't moved yet. And so Shock, I mean, he doesn't know it, but he could just walk straight into A. Just concerned about every which way. A smoke coming over now. Surely that's the signal to start moving pieces. However, KOLESIE are just going to gamble. At least for now. Friend starts to move. It's a real shame Sinners had no idea how much space was actually available to them.
I mean, why would they? That's the thing. Why would you ever expect nobody to be here whatsoever? And they're so paranoid about long because that's been the main focus for KOLESIE in terms of their defense. Shock's just dead instantly, and Beastic, I mean, well, he could try and get a plant maybe, or he'd get a couple of kills, but exists through the smoke. We'll get rid of him over on truck. It looks a little bit scary from a round that seemed to always be in control from the CTs.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of control, look at the rounds. 1 round from Sinners in this run of 8 from KOLESIE. Remarkable performance on their opponent's map pick in what felt like a shoo-in for a 2-0. KOLESIE are showing that even though this felt like it could have been a simple stomp, that they have been putting the hours in outside of the server. I think Sinners were expecting this to go a very different way. If it's not the movements in the mid-round, these little pushes out monster information gathering, moving pieces around the map, it's just rock-solid defenses.
They're playing brilliantly. Oh dear. And it gets worse. Flashbang forward though, Beastic is able to get rid of Friend, and he knows about Exist over here. Does Exist swing? This is brave, but it pays off.
All right, well, Kissarak gives something over here, and now, okay, feet shut out. Kissarak can immediately start scaling. An open bomb site. Innocent arrives, but he's sent packing immediately. Just took a couple of individual kills to come through, and Sinners will walk away with at least 4, but the question is, will it be enough? We'll find out.
Well, we know the CT side of Overpass is pretty favorable. However, KOLESIE, limited reps, limited experience, hold Sinners back on their choice. Sinners are able to grab a 4th round at the end. Could that prove pivotal? Could that prove vital? Well, we're about to see. KOLESIE want to stay alive here in the semi-final. They want to force us to that decider of Nuke, which is very familiar and comfortable territory for them. They just need to stick the landing here on this T side and stop Sinners getting any sort of momentum.
You don't want to let the CT side get rolling early. Sinners took that first pistol. Had a 2-0 start to the half and only found 4 in total. Modo goes for a look. Doesn't see this player out tree, but will spot 2 and then finally does. So information, if not a kill. A reload off the flash and, well, the swing doesn't actually come. I made for the best because B6 out here. Meanwhile, Shock gets the aggro push towards B. Modo eventually finds that frag and it's looking good for Sinners.
It's looking great, but Shock is alone currently and he needs to hold on. Shadow spotted, kill collected. Once and maybe twice, and all he needs to do is just fall back. Stressan is then invited onto the angle in the water. Silverettas rattle off, so does the flashbang in towards the faces of KOLESIE, and now Innocent is left completely alone and isolated. A 1v5 is even being spammed through the woods on the pistol. They know exactly where he is. And it might not even give him the satisfaction of living. After time, Modo might put him out of his misery beforehand. And I think he recognizes, actually, I need to go and die. That's exactly what happens. All right, Sinners. They respond immediately, and they keep 5 alive whilst doing it.
Yeah, perfect start to affairs. Stressan just going to run the double Rettas here. That could be risky. Okay, yeah, he does buy the M4. Could have got dicey, but all the individuals went out their fights. Great kill from Shock. We'll spy from KOLESIE, so they don't want to allow Sinners to build up, but this one falls flat. And he can really enable the CTs away back in.
It's so true. Look at Stressan. Got a lot of info early. Oh, and over towards this side of the map. It's going to be a split over towards B. They've got a lot of utility here as well. They've got these nades that are going to potentially rain in, but unfortunately they're going to miss the mark, and that should be a good indication as to what's going on. You see players in Monster, you see players in towards Short, but in fact Kissray doesn't see anything in front of him. Lenny gets a double. Modo and Beastick quickly reply to make things even, but that's the bomb site compromised.
You got Innocent holding in towards Short here. Stressan needs to be thorough on this clear. Close right in, he does. Cops a headshot in the process. Was he spotted scampering towards the corner? Yes, he was. Friend in the 1-on-3, but they're so low. There's a chance here, but needs to connect these shots. And Modo, that's an angle to adopt. So KOLESIE, great entries with the Tech 9, but Sinners just about able to bring that back. And they keep 3 alive in the process.
Yeah, really well handled there from Sinners. Great clear out of Stressan as well. Walking down connector, thorough in his execution. Checking every single one of those angles, and they just spot Exist, as you said, on that left-hand side of Monster. Really well handled by the players that rotated in quite quickly there for Sinners. They needed to get those kills. It was so essential. Unfortunately enough for them, they are able to. I wonder if that ever incentivizes you to repurchase into this. Yeah, it does a little bit. I mean, it will be a half investment, but at least there's a Galil for Baleni, who's 14 and 6.
This one, not as much punch. Just that Galil, as you say. They're just going to crawl. Slowly getting closer. There is some defensive util. Stressan will drop out the smoke on seeing contact, and they're actually maybe going to commit. Flashbang is fantastic, but he only gets the one. At least Modo steps through, and okay, all the support arrives. Modo cleans house. Back to the sort of performance we were seeing on D2 on that CT side, and Sinners bring us within one.
Yeah, they do, and fortunately for them as well, that is a lot easier of a round to handle. They only drop a single player. Modo can immediately be reacquainted with his AWP. Friend can have one as well, so this is nice. Because of that bomb down in the second round, that means that we get a full gun round right here, right now, and we also get both AWPs in tow. Break open of the con smoke. Kisrex doesn't see anything. Friend boosted. Again, also doesn't see anything. Stressan is completely isolated in con. That flashbang thrown over by B is good, but his nade gets stuck in the pipes. Doesn't really do any damage.
He's able to hold on to it, but the molly now lands behind him, and this is a little bit threatening. Oh, look, a bit scared there, but KOLESIE doesn't peek. So Stressan is actually allowed to evacuate. Same time, KOLESIE haven't really gotten a lot of space. They threw that molly down, then fell back. They want to reroute over here towards B. And it's maybe a good time to do it. That disengage, not seeing anything. The molly coming down connector. Sinners are worried about A.
Yeah, I mean, they've had no long info. Oh, dear. And that monster smoke has missed completely. Yeah, they've got no true info. And they still haven't rotated yet. 35 seconds, Shock completely by himself. This is a nightmare. Flashbang's going to ring out. He's full blinded. He's just got to wait for his opportunity. He pounces. In fact, Kisarek then activates in at heaven, able to get rid of Lenny and Dink exist. And now the jig is up for KOLESIE. They can now plant the bomb. KOLESIE still in connector, still looking to wrestle away this control with Stressan, and this angle feels dominant. And Stressan, though, will still win out the fight regardless. And suddenly all of Sinner's swarm exist, who got dinked in heaven by Kisarek, is now the last player standing, trying to hold on desperately to the bomb site, and he can't do it in a blink of an eye. Sinners, they win the round, they retake, and they keep 4 alive.
Oh, okay. Oh, and got very dicey there for a moment. Looked like KOLESIE had the call. I don't know how Stressan catches that timing. It really felt like he was going to lose that fight. And that could have been a very different outcome to the round, because then Short would have been under threat. Nice boost up as well towards CT. All these different avenues of approach coming through for Sinners, making it so difficult to hold in the post plant. We're tied up. Bomb goes down. Do you want to invest here for KOLESIE? Not going to be with everything, so it might just be a half buy. No. Khalil comes out, so they are just going to keep the fight going.
Okay. I'm not so certain about this one, but I guess you got the full loss bonus. You got the bomb down. I guess the only conversation to have with this is, friend, are you okay without an AWP? If the answer is yeah, then you can buy into this. You can keep putting the pressure on Sinners, but Sinners have been able to win these rounds over the last couple whilst maintaining their bankroll. They haven't really dropped too many players in the process. And it could just be a faster tempo switch now out of Innocent and KOLESIE. I have to wait and see. These B bomb site hits have been pretty favorable. They have been resulting in bomb plants. Be interested to see how they approach it. B-Stick drops the nade in a short, jumps for information, doesn't see anything. KOLESIE will immediately take connector off the back of it. Oh, time in. Good for Kisarek.
Nice. Kisarek has had some big impact after a slow start to the map. Nice boost up to get the open up. Sure, he gets brought down low, but still an extra player alive. We'll just move over to reinforce A. He's still spread, but now look to gather back up towards B. I've managed to get in. Yeah, that's not been a real problem for them. It's holding on afterwards, although I think getting in is going to be tricky here with the lack of util.
It's actually a B-Stick push. If B-Stick pushes, though, maybe Baileni has got an opportunity instead of set up with a flashbang. No smokes. Here, Shock is going to be under pressure. That flashbang will fully blind in, but B-Stick steps in and then Shock can round the corner. They find a double opener, and then there's counter utility and there's reinforcements here for Sinners. Brenda Baileni, and Baileni's been brought down incredibly low. Just looking to try and salvage the situation in this 4v2, and in fact, it gets made a little bit worse. Cut in half. Now this attempt, and Friend can't find a frag. B-Stick will do it, and Sinners, yet again, they only lose one player.
Now they step into the lead. After the pressure was on them in that first half, feeling like this little underdog team was going to upset them. CT side is a very different tale. A blip on this entire defense. And now it has to be that force buying. So for Sinners, chance now to get up to double digits, extend that lead. Although we did see the Tech-9s break into B previously, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. Sinners are much more in their comfort zone.
It just feels very familiar. Like, all these rounds are started off the same. You get this double setup for KOLESIE over towards Con. You can see these nades fly over, and you know what's going to happen here. Shock is going to be battered and bruised by the utility, and then fully blinded. There's a random team kill. Exist gets rid of Baileni, of all things. But at least you can plant. At least you've got space, or so you'd think. KOLESIE drops down. B-Stick then overwhelmed, and the Tech-9s will get in towards this B bomb site. Stress on, boosted, bomb, put forward. Exist caught out. And maybe there's a chance, low HP, but you know where both of these defenders are, tucked in towards CT. Good molly is going to push KOLESIE out and put Stressan in. And he still knows about KOLESIE, but he can't handle him. Tech-9 will find the frag. Modo swats to the sidearm for himself, but can't hit the instant headshot at range or up close. And now with limited HP and limited time, he gets out and KOLESIE will stride in. They will finally make their mark known here on this T side.
Almost smoked that one into existence. With the line of buy, they're able to breach through, and some crazy kills, some desperate attempts to defend there. Spamming through the smoke was great. Exist gets a big kill. And yeah, we can see flashbang comes over. Baileni just keeps on spamming. Oh, that looks so funny. Well, doesn't matter in the end. That's a huge kill into B-Stick that makes it so difficult to get the retake going. He mantled forward very far to try and get a kill back, and ends up costing him. Oh, this is fun.
Oh, this is quick, and there's Friend being tagged down as well. For a spam and then a flash to set up Stressan. So Sinners get active. KOLESIE wanted to as well. In a moment's notice, Baileni was all the way through the monster smoker Sinners, and now he's back. Joined with the rest of his team. So much ground has just been covered here by Sinners. They just turn the switch over to aggression. They take all the space and they find the opening kill.
Friend's so low. This doesn't hurt so much with the AWP, but it doesn't feel good. Modo prowling here. Not actually looking actively towards long, but gets back on the line after dropping the smoke to allow his teammate to get up close. Boost up. Flashbang. Gets Modo off the line. Gets confirmation that AWP is present as well. They just might look to commit off there. Smokes come down. B6's been caught. Modo's completely alone here on A. Support arriving just in time, it would seem, as Stressan gets one. Flushed out. The AWP fires off for a kill and can't get the second. That's going to enable this bomb to go down, and a 2-on-2.
And Shock is just about half HP. And shell-shocked are Sinners. How'd you get back into this one? There is a smoke, there is a kit on both of these players. Kisarek now looks But Exist is playing off the bomb site, so too is Innocent. Exist just stands in the open, looking to take a favorable fight, and he will, onto Kisarek. And now Shock, who doesn't have a smoke, who doesn't have much health, will just need to evacuate the scene. The fact that Modo is so isolated, the fact that Beastick walks away with nothing, expertly done from KOLESIE. They take the one piece of ground that Sinners haven't really investigated over towards Long, and he just spit it into a successful site hit. They got to double digits, and then I'll start asking some more questions of this defense now, because they bring themselves to within 3 rounds of taking this map pick and sending us to a decider on Nuke.
Yeah, brilliant back-to-back rounds. Okay, so the flash kill is forward. That's how Innocent gets that kill. Beastick goes looking. And Exist. What a brilliant round. Where does that leave Sinners here? Oh, it's not pretty. Sure, you got the ult for Moto. Shock has the rifle. I think the rest will go wanting. So a real opportunity here for KOLESIE to extend the lead.
I don't mind this, because you can bind towards the next, so why not just get an AWP out on Modo, see what he can do. Obviously, Shock saved rifle is pretty vital. There's still threat in this round. There's still chances. That was an opening kill as well for Sinners that goes a begging. KOLESIE able to actually convert one of these 4v5s in the series. Limited util, limited weaponry. So Modo will probably choose to get active, flashed off the line, but actually steps forward again. Did Exist see him? He's on a timer because these players are going to push up connector quite shortly.
Well, this is fun for Shock. Okay, yeah. Is he actually going to see much? There's a chance there, but... Oh, okay, instead, that's not where I thought that fight was going to come from then. Beastick swings. Okay. Not entirely what that boost is meant to succeed in, but it works. Unfortunately, weapons that can't be recovered.
No.
It's still 4 players here.
Exactly. The fact they haven't left it is still vital, though. And look, they're all tucked away. And you feel like you've got really good timing here, but you don't. Kisarek is favored. You had no space on A, so you felt like maybe there was an opportunity to walk back in, and maybe there still is again, but still 3 players remain. Beastick with the 5-7 and Shock locks it in. That is a ridiculous way to win that round, because that was never the true intention of that boost.
Unbelievable. And the pistols get so many of those frags. The rifle only ends up getting 1, maybe that last one. The pistol's doing so much work there. 5-7s, ridiculous, aren't they? And this whole time he's looking over there, but then the shots come out. Shock attention shifts, and yeah, the pistol's doing some serious work. Round that they weren't favored in.
Oh. Such a vital one as well, because if Sinners win this, the money's gone, and they'll put themselves up to series point almost immediately. And again, it's another aggressive opener. Stressan will find his mark on Exist, and yet again, KOLESIE, they go back to Route 1, they go back towards Monster. Lenny will be able to trade at least. That's the bare minimum. But now what have you got if you're KOLESIE? A reroute, a reset over towards A, but that means going into the double-header setup over towards Long.
It's going to be grouping up. And does look like they want to go long. There's no flashbang, but if they're patient, Stressan might give them the fight. Oh, the timing for Stressan, it's perfection. Almost makes it 2. Moto's feeling a little bit of pressure now. Notice that Long isn't a threat immediately. In fact, KOLESIE look to move all the way back. Thinking that information from Stressan might mean that they over-rotate towards A, but that's not the case. Moto's going to move forward, and he's seeing nothing anywhere near bathrooms. 30 seconds. This is going to be a B finish, and there's 2 defenders close by.
Yeah, this is great out of Beastick, because not only can he look at Con, he can also look at the short pipe. The thing is, you imagine that KOLESIE are just going to move through Monster, but he's going to be that late element. Because what's really nice here is that Kisarek can take all of the contact away from Beastick, and
He moves back in time. Okay, he will be here. And his spray is going to set Beastic up on the angle, but he's only able to grab one. 2v2, Kisarek now looks just over the top of this smoke as the digits gets punched in. If KOLESIE moves, surely he's a dead man. And in fact, the spray, the reveal on the break, KOLESIE will step back and he'll just get out scot-free. There's no smoke for this defuse, but there is a kit in play. And KOLESIE now moves over. Innocent is going to be this baited element. KOLESIE will play first. And the bomb, well, someone's got to get on it immediately. And remember, no smoke for it. They go searching, but it's KOLESIE that comes up trumps. And there's no way forward for Modo to win this now. KOLESIE have stolen it right from under Sinners' nose. And it felt like they had the right read.
They even take out Modo at the end. What a round from KOLESIE. Can't believe that he gets away in towards short there. None of the spam hits him. The HE's off the mark. If either of those things had gone the other way, that's a simple stick defuse with the cover. But he avoids danger. Despite Stressan's best efforts, he was a surprise shot. Rosefoot is caught out there. KOLESIE, what a brilliant round. Pod kill in it. KOLESIE step again into the lead. 7 for Stressan. Money on the precipice. KOLESIE so close to finding 12.
Yeah, for both. That's the thing. KOLESIE lose this, the scoreline is even, and they will have no money. Sinners lose this, KOLESIE certainly will send us towards nuke. Such a vital round of Counter-Strike. Stressan is completely on his own. You see he's pivoting between these two angles. What's the timing like? It's good out of the MP7. He'll get rid of Exist. There'll be a dink as well. And Modo now steps onto the line. Flashbang over the top. Doesn't really affect him, but he still makes his presence known. And very much like the previous, he looks to get active in towards Divider.
He's going searching. Will he be rewarded? KOLESIE is keeping an eye on Divider right now, but moves back. Modo still holding his ground. We'll find him. A brilliant pick. Still holding this position. Support on its way. Beastic, this is a great angle to deal with by Laney in between the two of them. They've pipped out half of this assault. The pincer gets snapped upon and they walk away without a frag. Sinners tie us back up.
Great round from Modo, because he realizes that exactly the same sequence of play he does in the previous round is never spotted by KOLESIE. So what does he do? He does exactly the same play. Drops the smoke in at Divider. He's got Beastic, so he's free to roam. And he's able to grab that kill on KOLESIE. The off angle is superior from Beastic. And from there, Shot can be that spare man. And there you go. The pendulum now swings the other way. From what could have been this deciding map, potentially still can be, but it would rest on the hopes of KOLESIE having a snatch and grab, a hit and run once more, one more time for the road on this B bomb site.
The bomb side, Shock can't hold on. Great opener. Kisarek now slips into that same angle. Oh, but the bullet's firing through. Puts the pressure on him. Beastic steps up. But that flashbang, Modo helps him out. That was gonna be his life forfeit. But all the support is here. And KOLESIE and Exist in the 2-on-4.
No.
Exist gets one, but they're run down. Sinners find series point.
I can't tell you how important Modo is in these situations, because he's done it yet again in back-to-back rounds. He saves Beastic, he bails out Sinners because he denies space on that bridge. He denies the scaling for KOLESIE, and they are just being picked apart at the seams. Sure, they get the bomb down, but again, there's just no money here whatsoever. Sinners can commit robbery on their own map pick. Remember, they were 8-4 down as the half swaps over. 3 rounds only on this T side from KOLESIE. They're still proving to be a threat, but finally, this B bomb site is defended efficiently by Sinners. And that was even with the opening pick being found by that T side.
Exceptional work. Team play on B, keeping them at bay. The Deagle for friend into this round. Can KOLESIE find a way to get us to OT? Will Sinners steal it away from them at the tail end? 1k, no head armor even for Exist. The best chance Sinners have to win this series comes now.
Oh, they're going to do it again. They're just going to do it again. This B pole, they're already through. They're already through. Monster Shock looks at the floor. Kiss and Wreck will be traded, but the flashbang is brilliant. Stressan and Shock arrive, and surely this is it now. A 4 versus 2 to put Sinners into this grand final, to deny a chance for KOLESIE to get to overtime. But Innocent will find B-Stick, and Shock has been neutralized by Friend. KOLESIE are fighting right to the death, and they leave. But Stressan's heard this, and immediately Modo can rotate, and the bomb is even caught by Stressan. Now Innocent needs to fall all the way back. Friend throws his hands above his shoulders. He can't believe it. He's been caught with the most valuable possession on Overpass, the C4. And now the in-game leader, one of the most experienced players here for KOLESIE, has to try and clutch up. And he's now got a timing, potentially on towards Modo, who is not looking at this angle, glances at it. Cursory, just for a moment. Innocent now walks through, tries to piece this together, but the time is now a brand new limiting factor, and Modo will re-peak, and Sinners will lock in that second grand final spot here at LORGAR Rankings Season 1.
Heartbreaking for KOLESIE, but for Sinners, a sigh of relief. That one gets very stressful. Stressan, a big moment at the end there to ensure it's the victory. A 2-0 fashion. Didn't expect Overpass to be the map that gave them the most trouble. But KOLESIE, I think, punching well above their weight here today. They can hold their heads high. Sure, not the result they wanted, but in a semi-final against the favorite for this entire competition, to almost push them the entire way on Overpass, that's a statement for this squad.
Absolutely. And KOLESIE, I think, surpassing all expectations here at this event. Remember, they're a team that made it through the closed qualifier to be here, and they take down FOKUS, a team that is a hot prospect, a team that has been phenomenal recently. They go toe-to-toe with Sinners, who have recently made the major, and they've looked very good whilst doing it. They can hold their heads high because, sure, overtime did elude them, that decided map did elude them, but they can be so proud of what they've accomplished here at LORGAR Rankings.
Yeah, been so impressive. And the fact that they almost did that on Overpass, I mean, they've only got 2 official refs on. Like, it's remarkable the amount of work they've put into this event to get to this point. And I hope we get to see some more of them at these LANs in the future, because it's a team with a whole lot of potential. But we've now got Stico on the sidelines with our winners to hear what they have to say.
Modo is really here. And first of all, congratulations. You are in the finals of the tournament. What a performance from you so far in this tournament. It feels like you're like kind of head and shoulders above everyone. You're feeling really comfortable on the map, whatever you play. Talk me through it. How does it feel to play?
I mean, it's amazing that I can play my game in this team. Overall, like, I'm feeling really confident. B-Stick is really giving me a lot of freedom when I'm asking for a pick. He's always coming up with a plan. Like, I never had this before in my team, so I feel pretty comfortable, and I hope I keep it like that for the final.
Definitely unchained when I see you doing moves on the map, but I have to say that getting to the final wasn't an easy road, especially this overpass. I want to talk about that. What was the problem that kind of almost made it go to the third map? Because that T side was not that great, obviously, and overpass is kind of come from map 3. So give me kind of insights. What was wrong?
I mean, we kind of prepare overpass like before the major race in basic game, and we had it really good on this side. But we focused on other maps to prepare it for major, and we kind of didn't practice that much overpass. So like the city, like the T side, maybe we forgot a bit some stuff, but we need to go through it and prepare it for the future.
That is the curse of you having a lot of tournaments and not a lot of time to practice. You have to travel a lot as well. But in the end, it's gentlemates waiting for you in the final. Tell me, how does this work in Sinners? Do you prepare for this final before it even comes, or are you just going to prepare right now real quick? What's as much as you can leak? Please do.
I mean, usually we play our game and we prepare it before, so we are just chill. We are not like, you know, heavy anti-stratting. It's mainly B-Stick and Kuba and the other players, if they want to watch the skybox on their position, how the lurkers are playing. For example, myself, I'm watching the Opper, what is he picking, where he is staying. So, like, everybody's preparing for himself, kind of, and that's it. We play our game.
Beautiful answers. Thank you again, and good luck in the final. Now we have the end of the interview. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Awesome insight from Modo, and I'm really glad that he highlighted B-Stick as well, because he is such a phenomenal in-game leader and has been for a while in Tier 2, and it's awesome to see that he has full confidence in his AWP and will always make a plan for Modo. And I tell you what, if he's outputting like this, why wouldn't you want to give him a pick at any moment's notice?
Yeah, I mean, Mystic himself, you know, he's been playing pretty ridiculously too. So, yeah, obviously everything's going well for Sinners at the moment. And yeah, I guess we can see what Moto's talking about there. Definitely felt like, despite Overpass being such a good map for them, maybe they're just feeling like they didn't have to put in as much work into it. So almost caught off guard here. Friend, love what I saw from him on that map. By Laney, some huge moments too. And Exist as well, actually, and Close. In fact, I was just impressed by the whole squad, to be honest, from KOLESIE. Some really cool moments there, particularly close to in a few of those closing moments for those rounds. They got them those couple towards the end there that really put that map in contention.
Yeah, and look, for KOLESIE, you could argue, you could be like, oh, look, they just did the same thing over and over again towards B, but it was so supremely effective, and they had to make Sinners reply to it on multiple counts, because that was the frailty, those monster pops, those explosive actions in towards B. I really like the call-in from Innocent, and yeah, it's a shame for KOLESIE, but I think that speaks volumes to how much I think they surpassed expectations. Here is our playoff bracket, and as you can see, Lucy, this grand final, Sinners versus Gentlemates, that's amazing. And to be honest, taking a look into these teams when they're coming forward into it, I think we could have maybe had a discussion about whether these two, we would always expect them to be in the grand final.
Yeah, I think when you looked at it, they're probably the favorites on either side. I think 9 definitely had a shot to make it through, but well, unfortunately, we didn't get to see the potential against Gentlemates. KOLESIE, they were away with 6 grand, not too shabby for them. You can see those final 2 prize placements being battled for. I don't think we've ever seen Gentlemates and Sinners play either, despite 2 teams that kind of operate in the same space within Counter-Strike. Remarkably, they've never played each other, so that's going to be a very exciting grand final. Our 2 semis are out. Our grand finalists decided. One more game to see who's going to be our champion here at LORGAR Season 1 rankings. You don't want to miss it. Gentlemates versus Sinners. That one is coming up after this.
I think Sinner was always pretty tough for me. From this lineup to the previous lineups, I've always had hard time to play against them. They kind of let you anti-strat them, but at the same time they understrat you. So yeah, it was always tough with Sinner, especially on you, as far as I remember. Mystic was doing. It wasn't stupid because he won, but when I looked at it, like, why is he playing like this? So it was always Sinner that was tough.
I would say it would be some low-tier teams, because the hardest rate, yes, because all the high-tier teams usually playing on the default rounds. They're playing default, but it's very quality default. It's hard to break it.
In this tournament, I don't know. I think it should be Sinner, because I didn't watch their games at all, but I think they have that kind of style of doing random stuff. Not random stuff, I don't want to mean that, but being unpredictable.
Gentlemates. I mean, we have played them so many times. We won last time we met them, but before that, holy moly, they cooked us many times. So finally we got the revenge, but yeah.
I think Sinners is the most annoying team to play against. I also say that they are the most dangerous team in this tournament, and I think it's hard to play against because they balance a lot. They have experience, they have raw aim also, so it's hard to play against Sinners.
I would say Gentlemates. They are playing a bit different CS that we always had issue against, so I would go for them, yeah.
I mean, I don't really know that much about any opponent except the ones we're playing right now, KOLESIE, so I can't really answer that yet.
I think FOKUS, the hard one for us, because they're a pretty new team. They all playing individually pretty good, and it's hard to prepare against them because they doesn't have that big strat book, but they can surprise with almost every round. So I think they're the hardest one.
So, Repke is here with me, the coach of Gentlemates, obviously a stand-in coach or an assistant coach. I want to pick your brain because you used to analyze and you used to be assistant coach, so you're thinking about numbers. So, with the current form of Gentlemates, how much are you putting your chances to beat Sinners today in terms of numbers?
I mean, 100%, of course. Like, if we are here is to compete, to win the tournament, this is what we expected to do right now.
I love the confidence. Can you describe a little bit of a difference? Because this is a new role for you, but your old role as an assistant coach relied, as I said, on analytics and stuff like that. But right now you're staying behind the guys. How much difficult it is to come up with a plan in the heat of the moment during these tactical pauses? It's a new experience for you, so I wanted to, get like an honest answer out of you.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's different because when you are behind like the Suns, behind the team, you are more analytic or tactical inside the game. But yeah, I mean, if you are like in practice, you try to be as normal day, try to focus in what the team needs to you. Sometimes it's more tactical, sometimes it's more about the feelings, to have the good mood or to be like inside the game. And that's it. Like, I think it's different role. When you are behind, always you are not in front of the cameras or in the stadium. But yeah, I mean, I feel confident about myself, about the team. We practice a lot every day. Sometimes in the competition, you win or you lose, but at least you are there. So hopefully we can achieve the tournament.
I wanted to ask as well, what do you think is your winning condition today against Sinners? What needs to happen on the server so you take home that trophy right there?
Yeah, I mean, it's all depending on us. You can beat the first team of the world, or you can lose like 100 team. Like CS2 is very difficult. I think any team can beat any team. You saw it here in the FOKUS game, can happen, and also us in the first game. But yeah, I mean, if we make the things right, if we do the basic, if we focus in our A plan, I think it's gonna be easy for us.
So it's all about the basics. I wish you good luck and see you on the server. Take care. But before we go through that, I wanted to make a little bit of an announcement. Because the giveaway results are in through the LORGAR event, obviously, and 30 winners in total are awarded with some prizes. And we have 3 final winners on the screen right now. And LORGAR will actually contact the winners via email, so check those spam inboxes as well. And all the other winners are published on LORGAR's social media. So make sure to check those. And while you're there, hit the follow button as well. Congrats to the winners. Enjoy the prizes. But now it's time to start that final. So, Ted and Pavlos, take it away.
Thank you very much, Stiko, and congrats to the winners as well of that raffle. But it's time to break down the match we've all been looking forward to, right, since the start of the tournament, since the start of just a couple of days ago. Now it's time to crown the victor of LORGAR Rankings. And look, 2 teams remain who haven't dropped a single map so far in this series left to fight for it all. It's Sinners versus Gentlemates.
It all started with the close qualifiers. It all started with 16 teams going through open quals, making it into the group stage, going through the play-ins, and now we're left with just 2 lineups left, Sinners and the Gentlemates. Sinners taking down in the Circle Academy and KOLESIE in 2-0 fashions. For the side of the Gentlemates, it was a little bit more of a difficult run, maybe, especially in the game yesterday, but we're going to start it off with the lineups here, Pavlos. We've got the only left major attendee here at the LORGAR Rankings. It is the Sinners. These guys have been playing some very good Counter-Strike lately, with Beastic at the helm. One of the people that received a lot of compliments as well from some of the players that we saw the interviews with during the break as well, right? And with a good reason. He's made this Sinners lineup with Moto, with Stresser, and with Kisarek look very, very much like a top echelon tier 2 team.
And on the flip side, the competition, Gentlemates, just like Beastic, they also had a lot of words of respect, even from the Beastic man himself, right? The captain of Sinners up against the Gentlemates roster. He said Gentlemates play different Counter-Strike, and there's an aura around them. It's difficult to play against them. Could you break that down a little bit, Ted?
I wouldn't say it's the aura. I think the aura is definitely part of it, right? Especially when you're playing in your home country, especially when you're playing in Barcelona. But in the end of the day, this is one of these teams that still has a distinguished style, a character of Counter-Strike, so to speak, right? If you were to hide the nicknames and just play a demo of Gentlemates, you would be able to tell us them. That hyper-aggressive, cut to the chase, very up-in-your-face type of Counter-Strike. They want to control the map. They want to be playing up-in-your-face type of Counter-Strike without giving you any room to breathe, going constantly forward, forward, and forward. And this is why they're one of the most dangerous momentum-based teams in the scene, I would say. Maybe outside of the, top 10 teams, you're looking at the Gentlemates. If these guys are on a roll, they're very difficult to tame.
And indeed, they will be jumping into this one with full momentum. 2-0 in both of their series so far, up until the final. And we'll see if they can continue on that streak as we look onto the veto and see where these two teams end up on this final. If you're just joining in, this is a best of 3, right? No best of 5s required here. A simple best of 3 to crown the victor of the LORGAR rankings. So a simple ban, pick system, as Inferno is the first pick for the Gentlemates.
All right, so when it comes down to the permabans, there's no surprises, right? Dust2, Anubis, get them out of here. They're the permabans. Inferno is, again, something that we were expecting to see out of the Gentlemates. Throughout IM Rio and some of the last events, Stake ranked as well. They were experimenting a little bit, but the Infernos looked very good. It looked phenomenal earlier today against the side of 9 as well, especially on that T side with the banana control. That Mirage pick coming out of Sinners is a bit of a curveball. That's one of the interesting things about this game. We haven't really seen Gentlemates and Sinners face off against each other so far in 2026, right? So if you're the Sinners, a lot of people would have probably anticipated an Overpass pick here. I'm actually thrown off by this. I guess Overpass is a map that the Gentlemates used to play, and they still like on occasion, so you don't want to let them start on the CT side, right? But Mirage is a map that the Sinners have lost 3 out of their last 4 games, 3 times out of their last 4 games, with the only win that they've been able to get being against G2. That was the BC Game Masters LAN event in Bucharest that they ended up winning. So Mirage has been a bit inconsistent, but they decide to switch it up, and if we go to a third and final one, it should be Nuke, and it will be a Nuke. This is probably the most logical outcome.
Yeah, it's a logical outcome and an interesting place to kind of end up on, because I feel like for Sinners it's kind of a coin flip in regards to their performance. Sure, during LORGAR rankings, we saw them take down Inner Circle Academy 13-5, but then you go up against other teams of a different caliber, then there are more difficulties, right? More red appears, unlike what we're seeing right now on Inferno. On our screens, we see the recent results of both sides, and safe to say, Gentlemates have been on a tear, and against no other slouches as well. Look at the teams they played.
Yeah, look at the results. 13-5-9, 13-11 Astral, 13-8 G2, 16-13 Eyeballers, 13-4 Familical, 13-6 Magic, and 13-9 against the Goldboy Click Turkish lineup. That was at Istanbul LAN, which is the only LAN that they've won so far this year. So that Inferno, I think, is safe to say, Pavlos, going into it, Gentlemates are heavily favored. The interesting asterisk coming in from the fact that Inferno itself was one of the maps that made Beastic famous as an in-game leader back in 2021. You go back to the Neofrag days, the Oscar days of Sinners. This is the map where Neofrag was one of the kings on Banana in Tier 2 Counter-Strike. Now things have changed. You don't have Neofrag around anymore. You don't have Oscar. You've got Moto on the AWP, and you've got Kisarek and Stressern being those aggressive elements, especially Kisarek, the Pole, who will be trying to, I guess, keep it going for the Polish pride, as he had to eliminate his own ex-teammates from KOLESIE. But that Inferno will be very, very interesting. Kind of touching back to what you were talking about the different style that the Gentlemates play, and what Beastic was mentioning. Inferno is a great example for all of that, and it's very easy to visualize, very easy to see, and I guess just use as a bit of an example, the way that they will be playing assertive Counter-Strike in towards Banana. This is the type of a team that's going to throw all the utility in the world. Every single round that they play will be revolving around having that Banana control. And if you're the Sinners, you've got 2 options. You, A, just let them have it, try and delay, play from the back of the bomb sites and hope that your individuals will be able to hold on. Spoiler alert, 9's individuals couldn't. Or you try and contest them, and then you go into that momentum battle of whether we break their economy or not. There's going to be a lot of fighting. If we break it, we can control the game. But if we lose that fight in towards Banana, then we can get steamrolled very quickly.
Well, Gentlemates have a real opportunity to do something pretty damn crazy. Get their first Spanish LAN in quite a while in Barcelona, home soil, and for Sinners looking to make their LAN victories this year double. Right, going into that major, you want to feel strong, you want to feel confident with your capabilities playing up against different teams. And fun fact, these 2 teams are listed as number 30 and 31 in the world currently, and now we'll look to see who will be better. They haven't played up against each other this year. This is their first time they're facing up with one another, and it's in the finals of the LORGAR rankings, and we start off on Inferno.
It's action time, baby. It's been more than a month since the start of the close qualifiers, but it all ends here. It's Inferno to start it off. $15,000 for the winner as well as the LORGAR Rankings Season 1 trophy. And we've got Sinners on the defense for the first 12 rounds of action. A little bit of a slower T-side pistol. B-Stick with that aggressive peek into our second middle will take the head clean off the shoulders of Sasso.
Indeed. Numbers advantage will favor the Sinners for now. Shock, didn't see that coming at all, Martinez. What an incredible sharp play from the get-go.
He's got a very mean pit 250. I mean, that T-side pistol round on Inferno against 9 earlier today granted him a triple kill, 2 of these being one-taps. You don't want to let him get fired up, Martinez. Had his stint with 9Z for a bunch of years, leaving Movistar Riders, but now he's back with the boys. Has been for half a year.
To exploit the gap they created. Basic and Kisarek are around, but Kisarek is taking a lot of damage and is forced to drop back. Basic pushing through his smoke and no one was watching it. He's given 2. Another bomb is dropped, so a lot of time expended to walk back and then into the site once again. It's given all the time in the world for Sinners to approach. They're pushing past the smoke. They're not slowing down at all. Surprise Davigi, surprise Mopos. And it's fireworks in the air for Sinners as they get round number 1.
Yeah, that's a massive double kill coming out of B-Stick into our short right. And this is one of the most interesting head-to-heads. B-Stick taking on Alex. Both of them very much experienced in-game leaders. Alex playing his 5th best LAN event ever in his career, and that's a pretty long career for 30-year-old Alex. Best LAN event in CS2 so far here in Barcelona for him. B-Stick, on the other hand, has always been one of these fragging IGLs. There was even that time and point in Sinners' development as a team when he was trying out some of the star roles after they lost Neofrag, right? So he himself was trying to fit into being the hard carry of the team with the rifle in a way. You see that
He's
firepower.
been the heart and soul of this team, hasn't he? Of this organization. I feel like he's synonymous with it at this point.
It's just him and Shock, right? They've been here for more than 6 years.
Yeah, we've seen various different iterations of this roster, mostly Czechia related, but for the past while, on the international route, Modo also joining in a change this year.
Yeah, an interesting fact talking about B-Stick and Shock. This map that we're watching right now is actually map number 1900 for Shock with the Sinners jersey.
That is a count.
Yeah, 1900 maps with the same team.
What a tally.
Yeah, he's got a bit of an anniversary, if we look at it that way.
Yeah, closing on 1,400.
Sorry? I said 1,900.
Oh, closing on 2,000 then. For some reason, I heard 1,300. I don't know why.
It's even more.
That's what it's called.
1,900, that's fine. Stressor's got a boost. They've got a 4-man setup in towards A.
And it's a decent one. Not quite expecting the high ground from Shock and Stresson. Blocked off, and Gentlemates reconfigure here. Decision made to drop towards its B side might be the right choice, but Modo's on the chase. He'll be around.
Gotta go a little bit quicker. You know they were running a stack, but you need to beat the Yuto here. You need to find the kills quickly.
Kisarek gets one and finds cover. Repositions for the headshot on Modo. That's a help. It's beautifully clean. And Shoko is even able to join in lineups and shots through the smoke. This is clean stuff from Sinners.
Yeah, living rent-free in their heads. I mean, running a 4-man setup in towards that A bomb side on an anti-force spy after winning the pistol. This is straight up anti, right? This is the preparation coming out of B-Stick and coming out of Beef, who was the coach. This is them saying, well, we know what you would do if you were to lose that first pistol and go for a force buy. Especially with the lack of presence in towards Banana, they didn't really feel a lot of pressure there. You could just leave Kisarek all alone, rotate everybody else back. So it's down to the pistols for the Gentlemates. It's definitely not the same flamboyant start that they had earlier on against 9. Of course, for those of you that didn't watch that game, that was a bit of a mow down. It was a 13-6 on Enshin and a 13-5 on Inferno, but honestly, these 6 and 5 rounds are even more than probably what 9 should have gotten. It was a massive mismatch.
Well, Gentlemates are closing in on the other side of the smoke.
Focus is walked out.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, it's a bit funny.
He's going to check it. But Mopos gets there quickest on the headshot. Kisarek might be in trouble. Able to line up a shot on 1. Somehow still alive. Has got to get away. And unlucky start as that Modo is here on time to help him. Great flash. But it's a team flash together. So Davigi affected by it at the start, but he's able to capitalize on Kisarek out into the open.
Yeah, no one in towards the top of first. Moto wants to make sure he doesn't go down. They've got the defuse because they can play this one a little bit slower. No smokes, but they've got that incendiary, so they can flush out either Alex or David in towards the back of New Box.
This is already a great start for Gentlemates, but if they can stick the landing, it makes things brilliant.
Didn't land properly.
On the incendiary. And therefore, this may not be checked from Sinners completely. Alex swings, there he goes. Stressar no more. Davide trying to create a different angle of this, but the one player has dropped, and now it's Moto trying to do with two different players simultaneously. Davide is taken down, but Moto hasn't got a clue where Sorsal is. Fighting to appear, opens up wide, and you can see how excited Gentlemates are with that.
Yeah, there was no time for the defuse, right? I mean, he probably knew he was coming in from Banana, but there was no way to flush him out. It was all about that one player in towards the back of New Box, and that was Davide buying time. This is why Alex is the first one to play as well, by the way. Even though the molly doesn't go deep enough, he recognizes the fact that his teammate is the one with the rifle. Great work coming out of Kisarek to get that kill as he was getting run down. Lovely find by Alex, but it was all about getting that attention away. Set up Davide for the double kill. Make sure you waste as much time as possible, and Gentlemates make it work not with the force, but with the hard buy.
I'll tell you what though, Ted, you know, Ripkey's jumping into the assistant coach position. He kind of gives out that he's feeling his new role. I mean, it's usually him focusing on the analytics, now having to be the backbone of this team, the support structure.
It's good that he knows the players. He's been working with them since Movistar Riders, right? He's been their assistant, and obviously on Iberian, so he was even the head coach for a little while before DeLonghi arrived. So he's known these players and has worked with them for such a long time. Definitely helps you ease into the role. And one thing is for sure, Gentlemates are not a team that lacks energy on the server. So he wouldn't really need to hype them up as a coach. He doesn't really need to cover that part of the game. They can do that themselves pretty well.
I mean, there's definitely familiarity all around for Gentlemates, right? Where you look at the time they spent as Iberian Soul, even in teams before that, Movistar Riders, a few of them have met in that roster before. Beastic, nice battle with Alex, but doubles up with Mopos. Pauses before he completely retreats. Sure, the molly will turn his life into mulch. But the job is done here for Sinners. You've got Kisarek around with the Deagle. Gentlemates aware of this, but where is Stresson?
Well, it didn't go deep enough. They might not be ready for the New Box position. Do they clear him out?
They are looking, but Stresson still gets away with one. Davide finally able to punish, but Gentlemates with the lower player deficit will be in trouble, especially with how Shock and Moto have rotated in quickly.
Oh, and you can see Bifu. He's turning around towards the left-hand side of the stage, screaming at the Gentlemates. That's such a big round to pick up from the Sinners. And checking out the replay, I mean, Beastic with that double kill in towards Banana, it's absolutely criminal. They wanted to go for the retake play with the flashes going over towards the antenna or the chimney now. We still call them antenna flashes though. And Beastic is just able to win two 1v1s, one after the other. Gentlemates, financially it's been a very difficult T-side to kick things off in. Back to the pistols, you've got 3 smokes, a singular flash, a bunch of Deagles, a bunch of Tech 9s, and I know the previous round that you won, which is the only one so far on the T-side, was that type of an investment. But you can clearly tell that the Sinners are not really interested into giving Gentlemates a lot of freedom for free. That's exactly what 9 did, by the way. That was one of the mistakes it felt like earlier on, right? They gave them too much respect. There wasn't a lot of attempts to regain top Banana control later on. There wasn't many attempts to get Banana control in the way that Beastic is right now, to just keep them at bay at least and towards top Banana, show some presence. It felt like 9 were more than all right with just leaving and playing from the back of the bomb sites at all times. Sinners showing a little bit more character and once again running a 4-man setup stack in towards that A bomb site.
And they're not the team that really needs to have a stack right now. It's Gentlemates with that economically difficult situation that they're in. But Moto over pushes and Daviji's quick to find the headshot. You lose a player once again like this, and you could be in trouble. There is a potential flip of the script, moving in through CT spawn to get into that B site from 2 different directions. Strasson stuck between a rock and a hard place. Strasson doesn't realize that Saucer was closed in. This is tough. Beastic is alone. He's being checked, but how much damage can he really do? 2 picks is decent. But is it enough, especially with Saucer now with an upgraded gun?
Player coming in. Kisarek should have a freebie. Beastic is still staying alive.
Mopos going for the chase, though. He knows the importance of trying to isolate the IGL of Sinners before the rest arrive. Unable to do it, which puts Martinez in the rough spot. Sinners avert the crisis.
Yeah, lifting your head up, Moto. you do realize that you got away with one, and it's once again all because of B-Stick, all because of the IGO getting that double kill, staying alive in towards the ruins. He's been so impactful for them so far. And there's definitely a couple of things that could be addressed on the side of the Gentlemates. Getting these opening kills has not really been an issue. Converting them against B-Stick on the B-bomb side, on the other hand, has been a little bit problematic. This is already a 4-1 start on the CT side. Money still of plenty on the offense. There's the replay. A couple of very nice finds out of the pistol. Sassel, Davigi to open things up. But there goes B-Stick with the sequence. Yet another triple kill. He's on 8 kills. And I think that was what, 2 triple kills and 1 double kill. So these are 3 multi-kill rounds out of 4 rounds that Sinners have won. That's pretty good.
And you're talking about the high fragging capabilities of Sinners' captain B-Stick. He's already topping the charts on 8.
Yeah, I feel like he's
multi-fraggers.
He's one of these in-game leaders that if the language barrier didn't exist maybe earlier on in his career, I think we would have seen him on an international project a lot sooner. One of the most underrated IGLs in Tier 2 Counter-Strike in Europe. Definitely one of the most capable ones.
Yeah, he's learned a lot alongside some of this industry's greatest, Oscar being one of them. A little bit rough around the edges for Kisserek. Stuck around a little too long and it's taken advantage of. Gentlemates, you found the numbers advantage. How do you exploit it?
How do the CTs react? That's the better question. Leave Moto all alone with the AWP in towards the apartment. Start leaning back in towards the B-bomb side. Gentlemates do love a good old B execution later on, especially when they have that man advantage. You've got a bunch of Molotovs, smoke CT, smoke ruins. You can molly first, second, or new box. Got plenty of util.
Best case scenario for the Czechia team. They've got enough players around. The flash from Kisserek coming through, but it's Stress Sun sprayed through the smoke that does most damage. And you still don't know there's a third player around. Here comes B6, spraying across 2. Salsel only finding 1, but he's got a lot more to do and not much time to do it. Bullet landing to the side of the head, through one ear, out the other. Sinners on 5.
They're just living in their heads rent-free right now. Look at how quickly that third player starts rotating back in towards the B-bomb side. They were so ready for the execution, and they had that bonus smoke. That just throws such a massive spanner into the works for the Gentlemates. The smoke, the flash, Stressor, and getting a multi-kill, stopping the first 2 players that were supposed to go out, and then he falls back in towards CT spawn. There's 2 more players from the bomb side ready to swing and shut them down. Stressor and ends up this one with a triple. Another round, another bomb plantless. I'm not sure if we can say that actually, but yeah, round for Gentlemates. They're not even able to make it onto the bomb site. Switching up the face now.
And Moto's able to read it on time. Scoped in the right position. Knows there's more players approaching, but they're also coming in from short. He's got to be cautious. Knows of this. Misses the shot, but he's got Stress on to help. What a flash from Shock! Incredible! I have no idea how that worked out.
I don't think Moto knows as well. I feel like after he misses that first shot onto the short player, he's just convinced he's going down. It's just one of these moments. You get a kill, you miss the second shot, you know they're rushing A with a bunch of pistols, with maybe 1 hero Galil or a couple Mac-10s. If you're an Oper, you're just accepting death at this point, right? And then out of nowhere, the saving grace comes in the form of a flashbang out of Shock's pocket. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's the definition of it. 6-1 Sinners, Gentlemates. Let's not forget, this is a grand final, but it is a best-of-3 series, and this is your map pick. These games could end very quickly, especially in MR12. It's quite easy for a map to get out of control, and they haven't really been able to deal too much damage so far. You're looking at 15 kills in total across 5 players on the side of the Gentlemates. That's over the course of 7 rounds, which is, again, quite insufficient of an amount. Average is around 2 kills per round. Unfortunately, you need 5 to win.
Well, Gentlemates closing in on Banana. B-Stick the only real defensive piece. Flashed. 2. No way, B-Stick! 3 players all by himself. Turns out he's the only man needed.
I don't know where's the beauty, but we found the beast. He's on 12 kills and 2 deaths. B-Stick with his 3rd triple kill of this map, and we've seen just 7. This is the 8th round of action. Think about Banana once again. This was a full buy. This is not a half buy. This is not a bunch of pistols running at you. This is 5 fully grown Spanish T's running at you with utility AKs, and you mow them down like it's nothing.
This was supposed to be Gentlemates' win here. This is what it looked like, at least on the minimap, right? You've got all players running down Banana, one singular CT defender. It should have been a walk in the park. Maybe a 1-for-1 trade, and then the B site opened. That's where Gentlemates should have taken site, and we would have seen a 4-man potentially, unless anything else went wrong.
Eyes on the round, though.
Didn't happen.
They have a 2v2 on the B-bomb side, so this is still doable. Beastic has had a highlight and a half, but he's still low on HP, so if they get the kill onto Stressor, who's going to get mollied out of position cleanly, this could still get tricky.
Isarek is also there, and he's been boosted up, which adds to the complication layers.
Never mind.
And here you go. It is shut down. Beastic getting a quad piece altogether by the end of the round.
When did he become a star player? That's the big question.
He was a star player all along.
Apparently. Look at that. And this is the difference that we were talking about. This is how the Gentlemates react. I don't know why the second jump came in from the first player, by the way. There was one jump through the smoke and then another one right on top of the box. And it allows Beastic to, I guess, get a fight against the destabilized Crosshair for a little bit longer. Look at him go. Another boost, another aggressive setup in towards Banana. They don't want to let the Gentlemates get any map control.
Yeah, Gentlemates aren't having fun. We were talking about the tempo-based style that they have currently, completely out of the flow.
This is the definition of fighting fire with fire, right? That's what we were talking about. If you let the Gentlemates play their own game and control the map and just play that fast-paced Counter-Strike, then you're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. This is how you stop them. Just go and punch them in the face. Figuratively. On the server.
In-game.
Yeah.
Well, first part for Mopos, that's not too bad. The only round we saw Gentlemates win was off of a weaker buy. We might be seeing the same thing again.
He's finally lost the 1v1. Low HP, though, on a bunch of these players.
And you do have the economical delicacy to go for something like this, even though it's usually not advised to do a 3v5 on a B site retake. It definitely is not advised right now.
All right. This is going to be a second round on the T side. Beastic finally punished for playing one of these off angles. And Shock has lost a fight to that Tech 9 of Davy, which is quite unfortunate. That AWP is probably not staying alive. Moto can try his absolute damnedest and get a bunch of exit kills to try and hold on. It's actually the T's that should be a little bit more concerned about their money.
Sosa's also low.
Yeah. He's coming in from behind, though, and he's made no sound. And Moto's made sound climbing on top of the box.
And he's not looking at the right direction. And goodbye, Modo. Gentlemates. Looks like the rounds they will be winning, at least for now, will be weaker ones. Pistols and a hero rifle was the antidote to this one.
Martinez is just laughing his ass off, by the way, and they're losing 2-7. They're having such a difficult time, and you can see how vibrant Gentlemates are being. You can definitely tell that they're having fun. Also, we had that conversation about how much it would mean for them to lift the trophy on home soil, as obviously this is a full Spanish lineup, and the finals of the LORGAR rankings that are taking place in Barcelona. The last time some of these players lifted an international, bigger scale trophy on home soil was the ESL Challenger League Valencia 2022. That was the Movistar Riders, obviously, not Gentlemates, but some of the players were the same, you know, Davigi, Alex, Mopos, and that was a 2-1 win over the Outsiders in the grand final. That was the same Outsiders that ended up winning the Rio Major.
Yeah, quick shout out to LORGAR to making this all possible, the go-to place in regards to gaming, sim racing, and streaming. Okay, go check out the banners below for nice little promotion going on as well.
Nice boost. Great opening kill. This is a good way to switch up the pace a little bit. Sinners have been abusing having that top banana control. Martinez put in a good spot to get that opening over the smoke. How do you finish off the round, though? This is the big question. You get 4 or 5 rounds out of that T side, considering how much of a lackluster start you had. That would be considered a great recovery, and Moto has been left all alone. Are they full stacking the B-bomb side? Moto's still here, but they've got 3 players here already. Beastic has done it again.
Oh boy, and the flash helps his endeavor as well. Damage onto the second. Davigi able to survive through it. Shock blocked off with the smoke. So Strissan's left isolated. Great flash and backup though. Shock is such an impactful player. Not only does it set up Stressor for success, but it helps him move out of the shadows to join in on the fight. Martinez knows there is nowhere he can go, at least not forward, so Ops is jumping backwards, but this round isn't going to go his favor.
He's still going to give this clutch a go. Moto's playing this one a little bit more passively, so if he misses the shot against Martinez on the cross, he could at least get away with a bomb plant. It's all about whether the Ope hits it. Oh, it's a nice jiggle out of Martinez. Jumps to bait out the shot. Bomb's going to get planted. It's all about isolating the fights, and Moto's giving him a little bit of space to work with.
But they do group up all together, not really giving them much at individual moments. Martinez misses the first, and that's not what you really want to do, not let them close. Moto closes in with a pistol as well, and Sinners cry out. A very successful CT side this has been, and it's not even over yet either. 2 more rounds left on the half, and they are already on 8.
No matter what you want to call it, whether it's living in your mind's brain free or calling circles around them, the truth is, they are being outplayed right now.
They are.
Sinners are just calling years, light years ahead of Gentlemates on some of these stacks. It just feels so easy to read, right? It's like every single time they're in a 4v5, they just stack B and magically Gentlemates go into them. That's how simple it feels from an outside perspective. Beastic is 14-4, Moto's 11-4, Stressor is on 8 kills, Shock as well. But it's the calling that's making such a big difference, as well as some of the multi-kills coming out of Beastic, obviously. And now, we've entered a territory where the Gentlemates desperately need those 2 last rounds. A 9-3 half would definitely put you in a very worse for wear position, and Moto started this round in towards the apartments again.
That's the scary part, right? Gentlemates can have deja vus of difficult moments wherever they go. One of them is where Moto is currently holding. They've exploited no weaknesses of Sinners so far, other than the anti-ecos. Sinners are a little bit spooked. They're leaving B site fairly open. Only B stick around. Last time he came up huge, but that's not replicable many times.
They're stacking again. Do the Gentlemates read into this? They've left B stick all alone. I mean, Kisarek is still floating in towards Speedway. You can see that he's wondering about it a little bit, but the Oper is not moved. And okay, now they're playing a 3-man setup, but the smoke should confirm there's something going wrong.
And Stresson is spooked as well, dropping further back. Might not be the right call, but Gentlemates take up a lot of space, but are they using it right now? 25 seconds, they've got this close.
Nice smoke. That's a good block out of Shock. There's 20 seconds, they need to go through this.
So you've replenished one side, so it seems that Gentlemates are choosing the other to break through, and where Moto is hiding with the AWP. Not quite connecting on the first one, so he's calling in for help. Shock is distracted, and Saucer would take advantage of that. But in the meantime, Shock is able to find 2.
Oh, missed shot.
So it's left us in 3v3 post-bomb plant.
And this is doable. Sassol's low on HP. Mopus has got only a MAC-10. They've got 2 ops on the hold to the bomb side of the T's.
Mopo's trying to close up the distance with a MAC-10. Great position to be in, and while the rest of the team look to distract. Double AWP setup.
Nice nade.
For the Spanish squad. So Kisrak a little bit weaker.
Time's running out. Beast needs to go quicker.
And he's not really moving that fast. Kisarek gets first blood, but again, urgency being built up. Mopos has been spotted now.
No way.
Not able to find his impact right from the get-go, and that kit might be enough. No! Just barely. Milliseconds is the difference. Gentlemates get ahead.
That was so damn close. And Beastic realized it towards the end. He was taking a little bit too long on the flank. They nearly pulled it off. I mean, they get all the kills. They were 1 millisecond away from getting the defuse, but this is such a massive difference for the Gentlemates. You win or lose this round. This could mean everything for the map. Shock with some massive plays coming out of that car position. Able to find both these kills from short onto the long players. Refract comes in. It's just the fact that they were not ready for him to be directly on top of the bomb. Round number 12. Final opportunity for the Gentlemates to at least get an 8-4 first half out of this.
Even if it's cutthroat, Gentlemates will take anything they can get. Molly to get Mopos out of position, but it doesn't seem to have affected him. He found the gap.
Oh. Yeah, spread after the smoke faded away. He was hedging the Molotov between the line of it and the smoke, but this started burning. You might need to react a little bit quicker into Jose now.
Yeah, Gentlemates are now going for the old-fashioned rush, and Stresson is ready for it. Thing is, the entirety of the Sinner squad is pretty much ready for it. 3 players around. Stresser and attempted to get free-fired, but still holding his ground, and there are plenty of others to assist. Dominating half for Sinners. 9-3 is the score, and Gentlemates have to play catch-up on their own map pick.
It feels like it's 2021 once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we're looking at the Sinners and B-Stick alongside Shock dominating on Inferno. 9 rounds on the CT side of map number 1 of the grand final of the LORGAR Rankings Season 1. Gentlemates in a bit of a crisis on their own map pick. A 16-4 scoreline out of B-Stick. 11 kills apiece for Shock, Stresser, and Moto, and 1 pistol round feels like standing between Sinners and a 1-0 lead in the grand final.
Yeah, and Sinners are playing this one quickly off the B into the B side. Triple stack for Gentlemates, going to be difficult. Kisarek first blood, Alex as well on the other corner. But it means that Sinners are getting most of this pie. Mopos cannot respond in time. Sinners working in tandem.
Do you even go for this? Do you even give it a go? You've got a defuse kit drop towards the back of second. Shock shouldn't really be giving that fight over to Martinez. Just puts him out and drops into safety. This should be an unwinnable round.
Dude, the players of this check-in org are playing with so much confidence, bravado. It's insane. You were talking about fighting fire with fire, and this is exactly what we're witnessing. Dooley's coming through for Martinez. This is rough. Ooh. What is going on? So many shots missed. Modo finally coming into the fight, making things simpler. But the fact that Martinez doesn't have a kit makes it even impossible after getting those 2 kills. So Sinners double digits, pistol win. This is going to make it a gigantic task for Gentlemates to recover.
I mean, do you want to force? Do you have a choice? You have to force, surely. You just go for the investment. You hope that this one lands, and if it doesn't, well, GG's. You're thinking about the second map. Even with the kill coming out of Mopos, look at the way that they're running them down. Every single player of Gentlemates just got multi-peaked by 2 or more members of the Sinners lineup. And regardless of the good effort from the Julies towards the end, it felt like it was always going to be a very difficult one. And what you've got now, 4 5.7s, a scout, just 1 smoke left after you use that initial one towards top banana. You're just hoping that the Sinners make a mistake. This is what it basically comes down to. SMGs, Galil's in the mix, forcing these CT players to go for the head armors, thus not really having these bonus pieces of util. The smokes, the HEs that could have made the difference, could have allowed you to just slow them down. This is what Mopos is going to try and do, right? Is the good old, let me do the nades. These are the HEs that Apex was doing in towards the half wall from Vitality, obviously. And Mopos is just going to try and slow them down, but they're not really respecting the util. They're already on the bomb side.
The blocks mean nothing to them, walking right past it all, setting smokes of their own as well to keep Mopos out of the fight. The HEs can hurt, soften up Sinners substantially.
I mean, you need to save, because this is unconfirmed damage, right? Even if you do the util damage, how are you winning this round?
You can't.
You're not. You don't have a defuse kit, you don't have a single flash, you couldn't really use those smokes that you dropped over to Mopos. He wanted to save up some of that util. He thought that the Sinners would give him a little bit more respect. The moment that the HE came through and the re-smoke comes in, they're like, well, we know you've got a force buy. We know if you're throwing that HE on such a timing and you're just smoking without seeing anyone, there's probably a reason for that. We're just going to challenge. Call your bluff. And Shock is thinking about a little bit of a hunt. Won't be able to get anything done. That's a 5v5 end on this round. No one going down. Welcome to Inferno Counter-Strike. This is very good news for the Sinners. Gentlemates basically get to replay the previous round with a little bit more. Actually, they're going to invest even deeper. I thought that was just going to be them giving them 12 rounds and just replaying that round from the previous, but it's not fantastic, is it? At least you've upgraded to a couple rifles. You get a couple bonus guns and pieces of util, but it's still not ideal, and this is what you've got to fight for the map.
So close and personal with us. If Sinners do continue pushing up this banana, they will be in trouble given the stack from Gentlemates, but they've realized it. They've heard the spray, they've seen the amount of util thrown. And Modo gets first blood, and what a gap to create. A-Site now only in the hands of one. Shock's found him. He hasn't called over reinforcements, but if you're Gentlemates, you're spooked. You want to see how you can hold down the A-Site if it comes to it.
Look at the amount of util they've got. They have a Molotov, they've got a bunch of flashes. If they want to re-clear top banana properly, molly the sandbags, flash over wall, they can do that.
And in contrast, Gentlemates only have a single flash left to them.
It's going to be a corner molly instead, though, so these Famouses and MP9s not really going to be forced forward.
Actually, best case scenario, though, for the Spanish team. Mopos, Alex, they've got a nice line available to them. Oh, Modo able to quickly react onto Mopos, but get shut down quickly from the sidelines. Davig taking that pick down. Shock. Potentially he can get something done given the low HP bars, but Alex clutching up that headshot keeps Gentlemates afloat.
All right, now we're cooking with something on that CT side. This was what you needed, a 4 versus 5. Mopos being down to 57 HP, Alex being down to 51, and you just win it on the back of the high-low and towards top banana. It's just that little detail. The Molotov doesn't go in towards the sandbags to force forward that one player, make him give away his position. It's a corner molly, trapping these CTs with the Ts, but it was the other way around. A good attempt coming out of Shocking towards the end. If he's able to get that bullet onto Alex, that would have been very well done. He would have had a chance in the 1v1. But Gentlemate's not ready to let go of their map pick. Not so easily, at least.
We've got a long way to go. Quite a bit of resilience to show in the process. Mopos able to sniff out Kisarek there, just above the smokes exit. And with that, once more, the Gentle side will see themselves with numbers advantage as Sinners look to close in on the most inhabited site.
There goes the smoke. They've heard Martinez jumping towards long, trying to spot a head over
Switching
the smoke. Get a little bit of information, yeah. You just put a little bit of pressure in towards A. Martinez going for that jump is a bit of a giveaway that there's going to be 3 players in towards the A bomb side, unless, especially with top banana control being in there for Gentlemates, they know they're up against 2 people only.
This is still going to be tough. Alex able to clear 2. Inferno becoming a real chokehold that Sinners can't quite deal with. Shock is able to find one, but with 30 seconds left, do you really go for this? Gentlemates have had all the time in the role to rotate. Surely, this is too difficult.
Yeah, and they've been smoked off. This should be a save. You need to call it off as the in-game leaders again. Beastie had such a phenomenal first half. Humongous performance out of him. But it's Alex to deliver with a double kill, and he's had a little bit of a troublesome map. All of them have had a bit of a troublesome map so far, but this is the Gentlemates keeping 4 alive. Money's going to be looking great. Just wait for that timer to expire. Check this out. Sasso's on over 5K. He can drop one over, and everybody else is around the realms of between 3K, 3.4, and 4.3, right? So This is for the first time since the start of the map. The Gentlemates actually starting to get a little bit of momentum going. That's why you see that tactical timeout coming out of Bifu. You don't really want to let that momentum shift in the favor of the Spaniards. No matter all these shiny multi-kills from the previous half, all these great plays out of the Sinners, this is still a very much competitive map, or at least it could become a much more competitive map, especially if the Gentlemates are to win this one. This is for the break of the economy of Sinners. You lose this one, the next time you get the guns out, the difference is probably going to be 4 rounds between you and the Gentlemates.
We get to see a little bit of the replay as well from how this began. Moda with the first, Alex, nice sequence on the double, past the smoke exit. And as, like you mentioned, Ted, have done a lot on that first half, but with the lead they've created, they have an opportunity. The question is, will Gentlemates let them take it?
That's nade. Very good nade. That's going to start off Shock at the round with 59 HP. 95 wouldn't really be a problem. Now looking at the purchase, you've got 3 Tech 9s, you've got a double AK. Utility's limited, but it's not too little, right? So you can still throw a little bit of a curveball in there. Throw a piece of Utah towards the other side of the map. Try and establish some map control. There goes the smoke molly flash to get brackets. And Martinez does want to challenge. Molly mid, break the smoke, get the kill, and he's out of there.
And that was
no
a self-assisted HE as well. Solo sequence for Martinez. So this is making life tough for Sinners, because they did so much to take up so much control, but have to let it go as Gentlemates demand they take it themselves.
They're misreading this a little bit though, right? And it's because you still have Beastikin towards top of down. And now him getting that kill would have been massive. M4 able to stabilize for at least one regardless of the shaky spray. And a stress on a 1v4, but he shouldn't be ready for the Apps player. He was trying to look for WG, but doesn't end up winning the fight. So it's not only around on the board for the Gentlemates, but it's another fairly clean one, losing only 1 player. That's it. Money keeps racking up. Rounds keep piling on top of each other. That's 3 in a row now. Money not really there for the Sinners. Economy has dwindled, Pavlos. This is becoming a much more competitive first map. This is finally looking like a grand final.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit more difficult for Sinners. They haven't been able to find the answers just yet. Sure, you can consider that was a worse for wear buy. Well, Gentlemates are the ones being disruptive. Very difficult to deal with if you're Sinners. I wonder how you change up your approach, because this is suffocating.
Every one of these shots is building up your confidence, right? This is one of the old rules of LAN Counter-Strike from years ago. Every single time you die without a chance, every single time you get insta 1D'd or headshot by an OP or an AK or an M4 or whatever, you have a little bit less confidence going into the next fight, as the inner battle that every single player needs to try and deal with, and vice versa. Martinez getting these headshots with the AWP is going to start building him up a little bit, make him feel like the bullet's a bit more accurate going forward.
Not too bad on Mopers either. Carry out his frags even through the walls. Modo able to find just 1 shot. No success as well from that A site. Spotted, and now doubling back altogether onto his spawn. Gentlemates have done what was necessary for this one, and indeed building up that pace, building up that tempo. Ted, you were mentioning that this team is incredibly scary once they have tempo on their side, and currently there is no doubt about the fact that they do.
Yeah, it's a little bit terrifying that they're so quiet as well, so controlled, right? Usually we're used to seeing the Gentlemates being all emotional, flamboyant, all over the stage. They're just taking it by storm like it's a performance, and in a way it is. They do look very composed here though, and this could be even more worrying for the Sinners, especially as the gap starts closing in. 11-7, 4 rounds as we mentioned. Another buy round for the Sinners. You win number 12 here. This is probably going to take a lot of the pressure off your shoulders. And again, in towards Banana we go. Both these teams are absolutely terrified by inhaling that early utility damage. So you can see how both the Gentlemates and the Sinners want to wait to see if their opponents are going to throw in a lot of A lot of fire in towards Banana early on. Retake it a little bit later. It's going to be the Gentlemates to hold on to top Banana for now, but Sinners looking like they want to challenge once again. Hasn't really been working out for them, that fight in towards top Banana that well so far.
Oh, come on. Sinners really can't catch a break. Gentlemates, constant poke and prod. It really seems like Gentlemates are just keeping Sinners underwater.
They start with 3 players in towards top Banana just to go for that one peek on the back of the break of the smoke, and then they fall back. It's so difficult to play against, and now you know you've been giving them trouble. Look at him go. Flash goes high. They want to retake it. They want to keep on fighting. There's people ready to go toe-to-toe. Mopus is still low, he's on HP.
Individually off the back of the flash, which means Sinners are given a chance. An opportunity created. Thing is, you have 35 seconds, flash out, and Beastic is ready for it. With that, you've got the advantage. You've got the numbers. Martinez is here to try and disallow it.
They're still going A, or at least they're thinking about it, but Sasso hasn't really moved. This is a massive fight coming up against Shock.
If Sorsul takes down the bomb here, oh, it could have been devastating, but Moto is there just on time. Martinez sure will try and take down Beastic, but Sin is winning the round either way.
I was just gonna say, this is such a cool bait if Moto started running just for Shock to be able to peek, and I think this is what happened in towards short, right? In case there was someone holding from that short angle, they wanted him to be looking in towards middle so Shock could win the fight. It was the long peek instead, and Moto was able to win the fight himself. This is such an unfortunate kill for Davi, by the way. Stressorn was fully blinded. Still able to win the fight, and Sinners finally put a 12th on the board. One more to close out this Inferno.
Now that's the thing when you've given yourself such a lead at the start, Sinners. All you need is one round to pounce back, and now you're just one hop away and to make your opponent's map pick yours. Isric burning up a little bit, but considering closing up the distance, you can hear the commotion even through past the flash. Man is alive.
Do they know?
Oh,
all right.
Alex spots him.
Yeah, they tagged him in the smoke, so I was wondering whether they've heard him. Apparently the answer is yes. At least now you know there was a triple setup in towards Banana. Martinez in here with the big green, playing around the edge of the smoke.
That triple setup changed very quickly. Now there's 3 over to the A side. Mopos gets 1, and that's your only B player. But bomb out into the open, and if you're Stressorn, you're stressing.
There's the peak. Moto punished. That's a 2v5. That should be a save, unless Shock is able to catch a monstrosity of a timing, but they should have their sights set on him.
It's not going to be easy to save, though. Stressorn trying to shut down Mopos in the process while Shock is trying to escape out from balcony. Salsal reads it. But this is a Gentlemates round, disallowing Sinners to chain 2 together and close the game. They're holding on.
4 rounds the difference, and I believe there's a pulse coming out. Or they keep it going. One more tactical timeout left. Money's out for the Sinners, so it's time for another half buy. There's the sequence. Alex with the boost, able to get the kill. That was a very quick reaction out of Alex. As we said, he's been one of the highest rated players of this entire event so far, and you can see why. The best LAN event he's played in CS2 has been this one. And I know this map has not looked phenomenal for him, but considering how slow of a first half he had, the recovery is looking nice.
Well,
it is a half buy here.
Yeah, the remote was the half buy.
Yeah.
Is it Sinners' turn to make work of the pistols? It looks like they'll be very speedy, and this time they've left Alex all by himself. Can he show up once again? Flash through from assistance, and Mopos is here to help. Alex turns around, more damage inflicted, off through the smoke. Mopos somehow holding on to his life, but not for too long. Davi G's around. You've got to be cautious if you're Sinners. They're moving in quickly, and again, another flash from Martinez to save the day.
Yeah, some of these support flashes have been very good on the CT sides for both teams, right? It was Shock the first half. Now it's Martinez saving up the player towards the back of New Box, setting themselves up very nicely, clearing out the comms, making these rounds look very simple to close. And again, it's a little bit of a different story when the enemy team is up to 12 rounds, because you know one little mistake could be the end of it, but 3 rounds is not undoable. Another thing that's not undoable, all of you clicking the banner below the stream, make sure you go and check out LORGAR, because this entire event is happening because of them. And you've got some massive discounts happening around the countries with official LORGAR partnerships. A lot of them in Eastern Europe. You can see all the desks, the chairs, everything that the players are using is LORGAR. That flash was top-notch.
That's brilliant. Again, Martinez. The supporting. The impactful supporting he's been putting up since the second half start has been impeccable.
That's a sign of confidence for the CT side, though, right? You start seeing them go for these small, aggressive plays in the middle of the round. This makes you feel like they know things are working now. They just start feeling the flow of the game a lot more.
Up banana for Sinners. Boost set up as well. This is hard to infiltrate.
I'm not gonna lie to you, with that amount of util, you either execute B and you hope for the best, or you just back off, especially with Kisarek being on such low HP. They've switched guns with Moto. This is still gonna be a B exec, but they've been re-mollied. There's 3 players here, and there's a bunch of flashes. This is a very difficult round to pick up.
It's very unlikely. Gentlemates have got to make a mistake for Sinners to end up on top of this. If they play their cards right, this shouldn't be losable. Smokes out, blocking the entrances of 2, but there are flashes available to throw in. Actually, just the one for Alex has just been used, and it's used in perfection. You only had 1 margin for mistakes, but it's used up perfectly.
It is DaVG to come and clutch, lowest rated player of this team so far in 2026, regardless of being such a star for this lineup historically. They needed him to step up in this game if they wanted to take the trophy, and he's doing that right now. Look at the blue line of rounds. Look at the sequence. That's 7 out of the last 8 rounds. And this is now concerning. One last tactical timeout. One last opportunity for the Sinners to kill the tempo and go for the juggler. Hope to close. For this one, could be going OT. Half buy coming up once again. Tech 9s, 1 Desert Eagle, 2 of them actually. And a little bit of utility. There's the replay. The flash in towards the apartments. Shock being taken down. Some of that support utility has been so damn good. Yeah, these hands are on fire. That's Fuego and it's burning.
And that fire is really burning for Gentlemates. And there is no putting it out for Sinners, at least not just yet. Pistol round required here. An opportunity for Gentlemates to close up the gap entirely and threaten overtime. Martinez, even blind, able to deliver. Stress on. He's got a reply up against DaVG, but still a lot more to do. Martinez weaving in and out of battle like a madman. And if you're Sinners, this is already over.
Yeah, you've got that AK. It's just going to get cleared out. Alex with another headshot on the line. And this was such a good map for the Sinners. Go back to the first half. Try and imagine a world in which they win the second half pistol and they do not close it out. That was the 9-3 with a 10-3 asterisk to it with the pistol round going their way. And even 11-3 actually, because you all remember that save that the Gentlemates had to go for, followed by the force buy with the famous upgrades. From an 11-3 lead into a 12-11, one last opportunity. Shock with a Digo, a 1 versus 4, and a Dream. A Dream for at least the bomb plant. He's got a smoke, but he doesn't want to give away his position, so he might try to pick up that fight. There goes the smoke into where CT spawn. Tries to go for the peek before that spam comes in. Shouldn't be allowed to get away with a bomb plant. Actually, he's got it. That's bonus money.
I mean, that's the most you can get out of that, to be fair, right? Or maybe a couple of frags to go with it. And like you said, Ted, every frag, every headshot, every 1D can potentially give you a little bit more confidence for the next round. You know where Shock is, and he doesn't have that bomb planted for him, so at least he takes the AK on to the next round. 12-11, fancy that. Gentlemates really believe in this. They have an opportunity to win a grand final, a LAN title on home turf, and they're not going to let it go that simply.
Yeah, and you really thought the Spanish team would let go of their map. You really thought the Spanish team would give up in Barcelona, regardless of being down with such a long, deficit. Yeah, some of these reactions are starting to be quite telling of what the feelings are like on the side of the Sinners. One last opportunity, and it might be a switch of pace, might be a switch of approach. 4 players starting in towards top middle. Bomb still dropped in towards Moto.
Ooh, and he's playing this one very aggressively. Alex has lost a lot of health in the process. Sinners holding back.
A bit more effort being put in towards controlling that A bomb site at the start, right? We've seen some of these small aggressive plays from the CTs in towards the apartments, in towards the boiler. So now you've got a bunch of players, a little bit of you, so we want to push them away from the brackets early on, and that nade has missed the mark.
Purple's going to be so impactful from that position. If Sinners try and go for the A site here, he can just jump in out of nowhere and interrupt the player rotating. The bomb's around, right? So wherever you do, he'll have impact. Even if they move up banana, he can be a nasty surprise.
Yeah, that was just a ruse though, right? They still want to go back B. The bomb is still dropped in towards the T ramp, and Mopus is all alone here. If they clear him out, that could be a free bomb site.
Oh dear.
Oh God.
What? He tried to play for trigger discipline. He had a chance to trade out his life at least, but Kisarek watches it, takes him down. Sinners now with numbers, 40 seconds on the clock. What's the decision?
Going back, Martinez is in here with the AWP though. He's not really moved away, and neither has Sasso.
Oh my God.
He's just hiding.
They're trying to be sneaky. Smoked off, shock, in chaos, in panic, taken down without fight back.
Gotta go.
30 seconds. Gentlemates have got the right read. 3 players lying in wait for the defense. Martinez closing up close. Moda can't close out on the distance. Kisarek tries to make it work, but Gentlemates make the unfathomable fathomable. Overtime found, comeback denied.
It's the Spanish Fiesta. Welcome to Barcelona, Sinners. You thought it was going to be an easy map, didn't you? It was such a good first half, such a good start to the second half. But it's the Fuego blood, baby. It never goes off. They've come back all the way. That CT side is not ready to give up. Martinez has had one hell of a recovery throughout the map. It's not just him. It's Davy G as well. It's Alex. It's Sasso. It's Mopos. Such an equal kill distribution for both these teams. Modo, the only one to have reached 20 frags, but we go again.
It's crazy how this game flipped on its head so quickly. How the
CS:GO
pace,
rules
how the
now.
confidence changed, the roles switched. Gentlemate still on the CT side, and this is where they took the stand previously, and they look to want to do it again, even OT.
That's why we were talking about momentum, right? I know it's the biggest cliche in Counter-Strike probably to say a team is momentum-based, but there's the biggest example, the best example right in front of our very eyes.
Spanish players, Spanish LAN, and this is the most momentum we've ever seen from them in a tournament. 2-0 every series up until the final. Sinners try to break that streak at the start of the half. 9-3, like you previously mentioned. 11-3 at some point after the pistol and the follow-up. But sometimes the cookie crumbles in mysterious ways, and Gentlemates are able to crumble it. And the way they play, biggest piece falls in their lap.
Yeah, and sometimes when the cookie crumbles, there isn't a piece of paper with some good fortune in there. There's a cockroach. That's exactly what they found there.
Sinners fortune cookie, I imagine.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Yeah, and apparently they're not really big fans of cockroaches.
No, they can be sources of protein, though. So let's see if Sinners can make a glass half empty look half full. Because really, technically, they're still in this to win this. But Gentlemates are completely shutting them down time and time again, and this one will be no different.
Martinez has just turned into prime device in towards that A bomb side on Inferno, by the way. Every single time you go towards him, he's stuck on the bomb side, he gets a triple kill. You just stop going there. He's starting every single buy round up to in towards the apartments, hits the first shot, jumps back short, gets another one, goes backside, gets a couple more. It's like you're watching the same round on a replay, and Martinez is absolutely loving life right now.
Incendiary and fast play from Gentlemates, wanting to switch things up, but this one doesn't work.
Finally, an opening kill. And Beastic has slowed it down massively. I think he was on, what, 14 kills at the end of the first half? He's on 19 now. Obviously, he's the IGL, so you're not really looking at him for firepower output usually. But it's been a very difficult game to get back into. It's him and Kisarek being the aggressive elements. It hasn't really been all that fun for the Pole trying to get these man advantage situations, but now they've got one. And look at the Gentlemates. They've just left the B bomb site with a top banana smoke. And Sinners are playing right into their hand. Oh, this is terrifying.
It's so damn scary.
They've even been smoked off. They're trying to make it look like it's a normal setup. They've got all 4 players here.
And And welcome to the trap. Kisarek able to find one though. You know Martinez is on one side, so trying to spook him off that corner is something you're trying to do. Alex pushes right past the smoke and sees the chance to find a double kill. Surprise, surprise, Sinners. Once again, thrown into the blender, turned into pieces. And Kisarek even denied the delicacy of putting the bomb into the ground. This is a murder house, and Gentlemates fully in control.
Someone go back to the first half when Sinners were going for all the stacks, when they were so accurate. Always babysitting the correct bomb site. And now play them this round in overtime. A 4v5, and you've got all 4 players in here. Look at that play out of Alex. Through the smoke goes Diageo, mowing them down from the sidelines. And that's another multi-kill coming out of the AWP of Martinez. We're just counting at this point. He's on 21 and 18. He surpassed Moto.
If you Sinners, you at least want to have one on this T side. Sure, the CT favored you quite a bit before, but Gentlemates are in a different type of pace.
You still don't want to give him 15-12.
Absolutely not. You get 3 chances to close it out for Gentlemates. Not a situation the Czech Orc would want to be in.
No, really. And also now the momentum is a lot different. The situation is much different. Gentlemates feel like they're in control.
Big nade.
Massive. They know where both players are, right? This is the asterisk, right? Because both of them threw HEs. So you know Mopus was on the bomb side. You've heard him drop, and you know the other one is in CT spawn, but they still have a little bit of utility to delay.
Take the quiet approach, but Mopus swings, and
wild.
he is ready for it.
They have a Molotov and a smoke and a player in towards CT spawn, and Mopus just swings from the bomb side like that. If he goes down, they're in big trouble.
Boost. Trying some extravagance to create something out of nothing. There are some HE replies back. Kisarek off the drop, realizes where Mopos is, pre-fires it, and now Sinners with a chance. Sights open. He smoked off the rest of the CTs, mollied off into Temple, but these sprays are brutal, and Alex is yet to be tested. What impact has this man have had in the second half? But he needs a little bit more. Shock. Holding down the line, and that is spicy. And Stress on closing in the distance of the backstab. That's exactly what Sinners needed. Salso, a 1v3 required to keep Gentlemates on 15.
They think he's coming in from Banana, though. He's going to get a freebie on Stressor. And the big question is, how much of a chance do you have in that 1v2 clutch now that they know where you're coming from?
2 pairs of eyes will be looking in this direction, but instead of taking the fight to him, they will be hiding.
He's got the util. He can force one of them out of position.
Difficult. Molly. Flushing out Shock, but he has taken matters into his own hands. Around 1 by Sinners, a lifeline now by Shock. Will this be enough to get the check-in team back on track?
Oh, I hope Shock is getting fired up after this one. Look at some of the shots from the AK. It's been such a long time, and Beastic's looking devastated. Big kill through the smoke coming out of Kisarek. Spamming out of Davy G. Look at the last one. Look at that one tap out of Shock, and the 3rd kill as well from the back of Triple. Baby says the Molotov goes out. It was another one tap. Sinners give themselves somewhat of a silver lining going into that second half. Back to the CT side, back to where they were so dominant in regulation.
Can they find the headspace they were in before? There was a good plan in shutting down Gentlemate's early aggression. He pretty much fought fire with fire. Very
destructive.
destructive.
Setup in towards A. Once again, from the very beginning, right? They've left Beastic all alone with the util. We saw so many of these rounds in regulation, but again, Gentlemates might be running right into it.
The confidence to call something like this an OT. Beastic. It takes a lot of balls to do this.
Oh, failed the molly. That was supposed to go on top of the boost.
Shock is still burning up a little bit, and Martinez can hear it. So they know well to pre-fire, but Strasser needs to play anti-flash to help out. Indeed, capable of the one, but needs to take care of more spots out. Big 2. Kill. Crossing out through mid and apartments both. Modo now spots out 1, but doesn't go ahead of the curve to try and shoot. Martinez on the angle. Modo now to reposition. He needs to step up, and Kisarek is there to deliver. Nice flick from Modo. And Sinners now look comfortable. They look clean, but Alex not going to make this easy. The 2 captains
IGL.
facing up against each other.
He's low. Alex needs to move away from the bomb side, needs to find a comfortable angle, but he's planted the bomb default and gone towards the back of the side. Beastic might not be ready for this.
Can he read this?
There's
Alex
no
has
way.
provided an early warning system with the HE thrown in.
Beastie doesn't have a defuse kit? Oh no, he's got one.
He's found one on the ground, so this makes it a little bit more doable. Alex on low HP, but the timing, the fact that he's hiding out, so scary. Beastic realizes it. He cleared everything out, and by process of elimination, figured out where his opponent is. Sinners square things up.
That was terrifying, because if you start thinking about the apartments, you might get into your own head and be like, well, he's definitely gone up apartments, and he's coming behind me from boiler, right? It's not a bad play out of Alex, especially on low HP. You're just putting your money into the basket of him not anticipating you towards the back of the bomb site. Check the replay out. Great shots coming out of Martinez. Moto pulling in a very good shift in towards the A bomb site with a massive pickup from Kisrek in the middle of it all. And a good attempt from Alex in the 1v3, but it's Beastic to deny once again. We're tied up.
And now pressure all on Gentlemates. The T side truly was a struggle. What is the solution? What is the answer? It was the weaker buys, the pistols, the forces, where Gentlemates found success as the aggressors. Now, only 4 buys left, which is a crazy thing to say as if it's a negative.
Oper's here. We've not seen Moto in towards the B bomb side in a very long time. Might actually be the first time he started B.
Curveball.
Nice flash.
Flashed off the angle though. Gentlemates know there are at least 2 players lying in wait on B. That is some information. And with Gentlemates moving aggressively into apartments too, are gaining a lay of the lands. A substantial one at that.
If Sasso's teammates make contact long, he might get a free deal on Stressor. Yeah, he moves back a little bit. He was setting up for a fight.
So Shark able to molly apartment, so it's not going to be a quick flood from it, but it will quickly deplete. Now 2 players in pit, can they work off of each other? Shock shut down. Kisarek hoping to be a distraction a little bit, at least. Hope that they won't account for him, hoping that 2 players will be kept unawares, but that's not the case. Can only find the one. And Sinners left with 2 will have to see Gentlemates enter map point.
It's just that little detail, right? It's the lack of awareness from that long player. Stressor is setting up for a fight, then he gets shot from the back. He was not ready for the peek out of apartments. It's the fact that he sees his teammates there. It's a bit of a moment of miscommunication, but these are the things that could happen in high pressure moments. It's such a silly way to go down, but this is what it looks like. It's a grand final. It's an overtime on the first map. The pressure is through the rooftop, and that 1 kill allows them to get in towards the bomb site. That 1 kill allows the Gentlemates to go up long, isolate the fights. It just entraps those 2 players in towards under the balcony. It was always going to be a very difficult hold for the Sinners, and Gentlemates get another opportunity to run away with this. Actually, I say another. This is their first map point. Sinners were the ones with all the chances in regulation. Gentlemates have come back so far to try and get that 1 round to close out their map pick of Inferno.
I'll tell you what though, Ted, this is the first time we're seeing both teams being at least a little bit influential on their opponents' CT side. It's making this look like a very close game.
It's a mid-push out
quite
shot.
streaky earlier, and Sinners playing this one very aggressive. And it's paying off because Martinez caught out into the wide. Shock! He saved the day once before, and he might be doing it again.
Just go again. Just reload it. Sasso's walking through the smoke. He's gotten the kill somehow onto Moto. Even our production
this
crew.
was done.
Yeah, we all thought this was done. We all thought that was a free kill.
No
switch
way
the camera a little bit.
this.
Yeah, Sasso's on 18 HP. There's no way he's pulling this one off. They know exactly where he is. Bob's dropped as well. They've re-smoked it. Bob is on the other side of the smoke, I'm pretty convinced. So if he walks out to try and get it, he will have to step out.
Essentially, it's down to a Sinner's mistake. Right now, they're making sure they're nowhere near to make that mistake. Even if they do make it, a little bit too far away from the fight, and Southall needs to clear every single corner.
It has to be a generational blunder. Thing is, with that drop of a bomb, he can use his smoke to smoke deep in towards T-spawn, in towards the ramp, flash over banana, get the bomb, run away. Not gonna happen.
And here we go again. A second wave of overtime rounds required. And we do really have a game on our hands. We were thinking this would be a close one. 31 and 32 rated in the world have yet to play up against each other this year other than this match. And this is for a title, the LORGAR Rankings Trophy. And right now, it is anyone's game on the first map.
This is what a grand final is supposed to be like, 15 apiece. And another tactical timeout. Of course, both these coaches getting an extra opportunity to talk to their players as we go into more overtimes. Another heads up for every single one of you in the chat. Discover all of the special offers coming out of LORGAR. There's up to 40% of discount only from chosen partners during the LORGAR Rankings, which is final day today. So one last opportunity. You've got gaming PCs, you've got racing cockpits, you've got a lot of cool stuff. Chairs, tables, desks, such as the ones that we gave away just before the start of the grand final. And there you have it. We go again. OT number 2. Sinners once again starting things off on the CT side. A lot of pace behind this one for the Gentlemates.
Very fast pace, Kisarek. His toes getting burned up a little bit. But there is some backup around. Basic first blood. There is answer back from Gentlemates. But long story short, it's Sinners on top on Banana.
5 HP.
You know he's there. He's jiggle peeking, but that barrel is fully visible.
Yeah, it didn't really matter. He was low. Did it. AWP in the 1v1. Bertina's not able to connect onto the flick. Goes down straight away. It's a triple kill for Kisarek. And once again, the tables have turned in favor of the Sinners.
It really helps being on the CT side, you must say.
It has been a very CT-sided Inferno, yeah. I think over the course of the last couple of days, we've seen a bit of a shift in a lot of tournaments. Obviously here at the LORGAR Rankings as well, but there seems to be a lot of issues when it comes down to teams putting up consecutive and I guess solid T-side performances on a lot of the maps, bar Anubis. I don't know if it has to do anything with the Anim Graph 2 update and the way that the game feels. Probably not, but truth is, there's been a lot of heavily CT-sided halves played in the last couple of days in Counter-Strike. And as of right now, the Sinners are quite happy about that fact. Now, we'll see how that changes if they lose one round here in the second half and as they go on the offense. You've got a bit of a technical maintenance. So finally an opportunity for these teams to catch a bit of a breather.
Yeah,
and as we were saying, it's been a very intense year for both of them, right?
Sure.
Fighting to try and get and make it into Cologne. Sinners, historically, for the first time in the organization's history, able to make it. For the first time for a lot of these players dreaming of playing on such a stage. Gentlemates unfortunately couldn't do it, but Daviji, after the semi-final game earlier today, told us that they were playing with less pressure because of that major cutoff being passed. Obviously, it was devastation that they couldn't squeeze themselves in, but now they're playing with the second season to fight for. That VRS still pretty much important for them.
Now they're playing with a major in mind, but for different reasons. It's not about making it there, but trying to have enough reps in to have an impact once they get there.
Yeah, that's the Sinners.
Different motivation.
Oh, the Sinners for Cologne and Gentlemates for the next major, yeah.
Indeed. So now, into the breach we enter again, my dear friends.
Rest in peace. Historical British Orc.
Yep.
We'll always miss you, ITB.
I had to think there for a second. My mind was buffering.
No, yeah, that's what I meant. I saw your face. Bomb still in towards that banana area, so this is just throwing a little bit of caution into the win here for the Gentlemates. One player might be left here to cut off rotations later on. Flash is good. Kisarek forced away, and into the Molotov he goes. Burn to a crisp. B's open. Wide open.
It is. But Gentlemates don't quite know of this. They send a couple of smokes and a flash. A lot of movement made. Wipers nearby, but it's Martinez's shot. As soon as Shock swings to take care of things, and with that, Gentlemates should be able to equalize without an issue. Sinners, you'd be crazy to try and retake.
Yeah, this is a little bit wild, right? I mean, they do have enough money to go for reinvestment in the next one. It's going to be the final one of OT, but I guess at this point, it's all about Beastic holding onto an AK, which he wouldn't be able to purchase either way. And you just know a 3 versus 5 like this is absolutely unwinnable, but the Gentlemates have leveled things up. And if we're going off by what the trend has been so far, 1 T round puts you in a very good position to potentially run away with the game in the second half. If you get 2 on them, or on it, well, we've not really seen that happen. That would put the Sinners in a very difficult spot.
Well, talking of Mopos here, shout out to Stiko for providing this statistic. Interesting stat, Mopos is currently at the bottom of the scoreboard for me, but he has the highest ADR on the server.
All right. Okay. Shout out Stiko one time. This is interesting. A lot of it might have to do with the util damage. That would be lovely if we can get a follow-up from Stiko on that one, actually. Also, yeah, in terms of the opening kills, Mopos has been delivering a lot of impact on this map. As of right now, 8 in 2 in openings. Martinez 4 and 1. On the other side, Kisarek 3 and 9. It's been very difficult for the Sinners to get openers. V-Stick 5 and 4. Been doing the majority of the heavy lifting for them, but Mopos has definitely been outclassing Kisarek when it comes down to these initial fights. But yeah, I wonder if a lot of that has to do with the utility damage. Although it doesn't really feel like there's been a destruction, but Mopos did have a couple very good rounds in towards the B-bomb side on the CT side with the nades.
Either way, impactful nevertheless. A little bit quiet, and it's getting eerie for Sinners. They've made the call to overwhelm the A side defense, but it's the B side that may be tested. Modo, is he calling for help yet? On the angle with the AWP, and he's forced back once again, flash by flash. A few meters back at a time, delivers with the first shot, and Gentlemates are spooked. Onto the A side they go, but Sinners moving away. This is still the weaker side.
They were very dedicated to selling the fake, right? This is why Alex tries to run him down, and now with the Moto smoke, they're going to be able to isolate both Shock and Stress Arm.
Great flash from Salsol. Shock will be definitely impacted by it. Stress Arm shuts down. Everyone from Sinners falling like flies. Whacked off the air, into the ground, splat, and Gentlemates have the lead.
Even the gap in the smoke going against them here, Sinners. Gentlemates are just turning everything around. The barrage of flashbangs and Martinez standing in the middle of nowhere, ready to close this one out. We were talking about the double possibility of an overtime T-side success for the Gentlemates. What about that, Sinners? The ball is on your side of the court. Now you need to do better, or this one could be ending. And we just got the update from Stiko about the util damage, and Pavlos, as we were suspecting, Mopos has got 580 utility damage. Seems like more than all of Sinners combined, said Stiko. And he checked in with the admins. So shout out to everyone over at Barcelona, but as we suspected, it is the CT side damage coming out of Mopos and T side damage with the utility in towards Banana. He's been a demon.
The funny thing is that Sinners had an incredible CT side themselves. A lot of util damage spotted, so for him to have more than Sinners combined, it is something otherworldly.
Was that through the wall? He didn't. I don't think he turned the angle. I mean, he ate a lot of the util damage, but I think that was a straight up wallbang bullet through the wall, and Moto was burning and held a lot of that.
Well, even if it wasn't, Sinners will take it. They've got numbers, but what can you do with it? Oh my God. Gentlemates aren't going to give them a break. Not going to let them catch a breath. Look how far up they're playing. Over the smoke, it's going to fade, and we've got a slaughter in the making. Who will come out on top on the 2v3? Seems like Sinners may have the upper hand. Salsal shut down as well. Sinners given an opportunity.
That's what you want to see. Martinez in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Now, hear me out. If he somehow gets the timing, okay, he's going to just walk in towards the apartment, so they're safe. I was just thinking, if he turns the angle around and towards middle and catches Shock as he's trying to go up Mexi in towards Banana. Beastic and Moto were low on HP, but this is going to be 17 apiece, and Martinez is just saving that hope. We're leveled up once again. This keeps on going. This keeps on giving. This map of Inferno. And it's Moto to pick up the pace. I'm loving the initiative coming out of Moto, by the way. It's round number 34, and he says, guys, I've got the spawn. I'm going up for an opening kill. And that just speaks about the metamorphosis that Moto has been going through towards I guess, the last couple of months since joining the Sinners, right? Because all of us remember when he was given the opportunity to play on teams like OG, like TSM, things didn't work out. He didn't really feel like he had the bravado towards them. He didn't really feel like he had the confidence to take the initiative and be an X-Factor Oper. Felt like a bit more of a supportive piece, but you can see that he's evolved as a player, young Modo. He was one of the Opers behind the success story for the Sinners to qualify for the major. And regardless of all of these opportunities, still just 22 years of age, and he's been thriving, taking that initiative in such an important moment, calling up for that Zaiwu top banana quick peek on the T side, setting them up for success.
Lethal and Repkeys both being very vocal on the timeout. Gentlemates needing a moment to breathe and maybe sort out a game plan for the next. Modo, we'll get to see that one again. I didn't see Alex, did you?
Sorry? No, he didn't either. I can tell you for a fact he didn't see anything. He just knew he couldn't stay longer. That was a straight up quick scope. I'm just going for a bullet. I'm here either way.
And
what a
first
mental
pick
shot.
allowed Sinners to get the round win. What other brilliant moments will we see by the end of this one? It's anyone's game. If history has taught us anything, Gentlemates on this CT side are also just as brutal.
Yeah, they've denied banana control for the T side this time around. Modo's requesting some nade breaks out of his teammates. That one misses the mark a little bit. Hits the mark onto Modo, and there's the damage. Top banana smoke still in play, but they've been forced back by the flashbangs. Thing is, both these teams think that they do not really have banana control right now, so it's going to be interesting how things go forward. Alex seems to realize that the team's have not retaken it, and he's got a little bit of drop utility to work with, so they've called into yet another four-man stacking towards the A-bomb side, and everyone's playing short side.
This is
They've
crazy.
got 4 people on the side itself. No one even playing long.
This is out of this world. So many times we've seen a 4-player stack on this side of the map this game. But it's just a 1-to-1 trade, not a full fight. Will Gentlemates get spooked now? Try and rotate over to the B side. Be the right call to make. Alex is all alone.
He's playing ahead of the smoke. This is great. Even if they try to go through with a flash, he's going to be able to stop them right in their tracks. You can't blind him here.
They're going to bump right into him, and now he realizes he's not walking forwards anymore, so he's right in front of him. He can pull the trigger any moment now. Smoke to fade, and anything can happen. He hasn't pulled the trigger yet. Beastic out with a flash. Kisserek gets the trade, and into the B side they'll try and go. Thing is, Mopos is here now.
He's mollied them off. Now he knows, but he still needs a big play. Help is coming.
Made sure to break the smoke for a little bit, but this is when Sinners will try and... Mopos! The triple! He'll be the saving grace, and Gentlemates on pole!
No one saw that coming. No one was expecting it. He was supposed to be a dead man. You were looking at the CT player because obviously he's the one breaking the smoke. Obviously he's the one spamming. He's the one that's probably going to get into the fight. How does Mopos pull this one off? We got to check that one out again. Alex is such an OG move to just body block them, get the kill. Mopos molly towards the back of the bomb site, gets the first. They just line up for him. Look at the spray. It's one hold of mouse one. And they all go down.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look at the emotions as well. The frustration building up. Getting so close, but no cigar. Gentlemates know what they've gotten away with.
That's the impact, by the way. You might look at a kill feed, or you might look at a scoreboard, and you're going to see Mopos not doing too well. Being on, I guess, now 21 kills, because he's been able to get a couple sequences, but 21 kills and 25 deaths, considering the amount of utility damage, considering the amount of opening kills. He's still 8-2 when it comes down to opening kills, but now he's on 4 multi-kills as well, and all that utility damage. He's had such an impactful game, Mopos.
Look at the innate damage once again, and this is where Mopos cleans up. This is the beginning of the end on Inferno. Double OT required. CT extravaganza for both sides. But currently Gentlemates with a real chance to close it out here against the 3 of Sinners. They've got all 5 available. Sinners have got a lot of ground to gain.
Surely that's it. Surely you close it out here and now. Alex just needs to be a little bit more careful. Another nade right on top of Modo. Where do you go if you're Sinners?
Eyes on Shock, really. He's been the saving grace.
They need
He's
him.
been the player that's gotten Sinners out of so many difficult situations. But it's Modo with first blood, but receives a nade to the face. That will be a trade. But if you're Sinners, you need a little bit more than that.
He's
And
rotated
of course
in.
it's Mobos. It's always Mopos. Day in, day out, any way possible. He's done some damage, but he's gotten shut down. Maybe there's an avenue into the B site.
Yeah, they know he's a B player, so now you're running it back. But here lies Martinez with the AWP. They've not spotted him out.
He's connected to one. And Shock being low means that he's just a pistol shot away, or a bullet to the heart away from giving Gentlemates the Inferno win. Roll your minds to the end of the first half, post the pistol of the second and the follow-up. It was 11-3. But Gentlemates recover in such a magnificent fashion, and their own map pick will go to themselves.
Barcelona's on fire, and now if you're the Sinners, this is devastation. Try and reset going into the second map. Gentlemates have come in with a task. They want to lift that trophy in their home country, and they're not willing to give up or stop in front of anything. What a sensational comeback on map 1.
They're not stopping at all, man. They really wanted this, and you could tell. The thing is, it's so weird seeing how Sinners just got shut down instantly on the T side. How good they were, how solid. But all it took was for Gentlemates to take the ball by the horns and make this game their own. It was magnificent. I mean, how do you even break this one down?
It was such a magnificent recovery, right? Obviously, you can say CT sides looked a lot better, and then on the T side, it was a little bit of a different story. But the side of Sinners, it just didn't really feel like that was still supposed to be a game that goes that close, right? You're 11-3 up, you get a 9-3 first half, you win the pistol, you win the anti-force, and then you lose the follow-up, and you lose it, and then from that point on, it just kept piling up. Martinez picking up the slack. He ends up as being the best player on the server. And in the end of the day, I mean, when you think about it, up until, what, 10 rounds ago, he was nowhere to be seen in comparison to Moto. Both Opers having a great performance, but in the end of the day, Gentlemates with Martinez, with Mopos being the heroes alongside Davigi, are able to close it out. And now they're one map closer to the trophy, Pavlos.
They are indeed, they are. But Sinners, they've got their own map pick to look at, and they cannot dwell on what just happened. They've got a few minutes to reset their minds and get back onto the server to fight for this trophy, fight for the title of LORGAR Rankings. And we'll be back after the break to see how that goes. All right, we're back into the action, folks. One map in already in the grand finals here at LORGAR Rankings, and boy, what a heat it was. Gentlemates take it down. 2 overtimes required, and now we go onto the home ground of Sinners, Mirage.
Yeah, in case you missed it, I am very much sorry. That was the 1917 El Clasico in Barcelona. Gentlemates being down 3-11 on their own map pick. A sensational comeback on the CT side indeed, and then a double OT affair to close it out. We had some very good performances out of people like Martinez, like Mopos, like Davigi. On the other hand, Modo, B-Stick, even though he did slow down towards the end, the captain of Sinners, with a great performance. But now, we move into the map pick of Sinners, and we had that conversation before the start of the first map, Pablos, but that was such a long time ago. Sinners have lost 3 out of their last 4 Mirages. So this is a bit of a curveball into the veto. Time to figure out whether it works, or the Gentlemates close it out in 2.
Well, both teams heated up to get into the server quickly. We've jumped right into the action with Sinners lined up and towards the A site. Alex and Davigi both are able to get this one done and dusted. Play, can you miss it? This round is over. How fast was that?
That's a great moldout. I mean, how fast was that? Probably the answer is, as a lot of the previous rounds on the CT side on Inferno. And this is the Gentlemates now starting on the defense individually. It could be very difficult for Sinners to get into this map if Gentlemates get going early on, right? This first map, this is a grand final, so the logic goes out the window at times, especially when both teams are on basically the same level on some of the maps. But after such an exhausting map one, it could be a little bit difficult to get into this one fresh, unless you've won it. Martinez and Davigi with a double, eco round coming out, so this one should be a pretty protocol 2-0 for the Gentlemates.
It should be. Bring back the discussion
damage continues, by the way, sorry to cut you off.
You were talking a little bit about how similar level these 2 teams are on specific maps, and I'd argue they're pretty similar level generally across the ecosystem in Counter-Strike, right? Currently rated 31 and 32 in the world on the Valve rankings, that is, with VRS points. They both won a LAN, a tier 2 LAN already this year, which is a pretty good result. They've had some decent results as well across online tournaments, but they've never played up against each other. So we've never really figured out how they stuck up against each other, at least this year, right? You know, who is better? And right now we get to realize it on real time on a grand final. Where else would you have it? In Barcelona, Gentlemates on home ground.
All right. We have some more information out of Stiko, by the way. So apparently he had the opportunity to talk to Bifu, the coach of Sinners. So the comeback happened mainly because losing openers towards extremities. Lurkers just died in Apps or Banana, and coach, despite pauses, couldn't find answers, is what we got. But for Mirage, he said they 100% need to play buddy system more, be more tradable because it cost them first map, to be honest. And Martinez is not allowing them to do so with the AWP, neither is Davigi.
So talk about being tradable in buddy systems. That hasn't been the case for Sinners this round. 2 isolated picks, Gentlemates take over. And if you're Sinners, you're lacking 2. So we're seeing a little bit more of the same being repeated. One by one, the Sinners fall, and Gentlemates make quick work of it.
Modo, that's a nice find onto Martinez. He knows about Davigi, but he's just going to get shot from behind, even if he does find that second headshot. So it's a good effort to at least try and keep the economy honest for the Gentlemates out of Modo. It's a nice follow-up, but the terrifying part comes in from how easy these first couple of rounds look for the Gentlemates, how easy the first 4 kills were. Martinez just starts it off in towards the ticket. They try and capitalize on a bit of a gap. AWP posted. You're going to see it on the replay as well. Opening kill, no flash for B-Stick. Not a lot of util for the T's in that first buy round. Prioritizing these AKs in the arsenal. Maybe not being ready for the ult to be out in action that early on. Well, now they know it's there.
See if Sinners are able to adapt and find their way back in. But obviously this round's going to be a little bit difficult. A lot of pace needed to get this one going, and Mopus doesn't expect them to walk right past the molly. Salsel on a deeper angle, able to deliver onto 2 catwalk players, but already one close proximity. That will be shut down as well. Strong stuff. And even the rest of the Gentlemates haven't even been tested yet. Sure, Modo jumps in. He's the only one being able to get frags for Sinners so far this game. But Gentlemates very much aware, and sure, Salsa was the saving grace at the start. Alex joins in for a double and clean up where they began.
Now, this is the type of game where you want the coach of Sinners to use the tactical timeouts as early as possible, right? If you're Bifu, you want to kill the momentum of the Gentlemates. You don't want to let your teammates start in a 0-5, 0-6 in a grand final with map 2 when they've lost the first one, especially as the Gentlemates are starting to get very much fired up individually. Opening kills were also a little bit of an issue on the previous map. Kisarek, who's usually responsible for these, was down bad. He was 2-9 in opening fights at some point, and then Mopos you had on the other side, who was 8-2. And so far, the start here has been more of the same. Equal distribution of the fragging department as well for the Gentlemates. 3 kills apiece for Sasso and Mopos, 4 apiece for Alex and Martinez. Davi G topping the board with 6 himself. And as you mentioned, Moto on 4 frags, Beastic on 1, Stressor and Kisarek and Shock yet to register their first. You need to enter the scoreboard. Double off setup as well.
Yeah, that's going to make it a little bit difficult, right? If Sinners want to attempt the longer distances, they'll be in trouble, especially if they'll try and take marginal entries. That's what Gentlemates are betting on.
Yeah, look at the angles they're playing with the ops as well, right? Sasso, you've got in towards the B apartments, and then default AWP for Martinez.
Stresson, does he check the ladder? Mopos able to find the off angle, crouch down, upgraded rifle. Sasso, though, the next one on the hot seat. He does get spotted by Shock, has to drop back. Moto trying to play the quick flick, close distance. Mopos gets there quickest. And with that, Sinners falling to the wayside, yet to find an answer. How do you break through?
And you don't really know this is the double up yet, right? You don't really know this was Mopos, or this was Sasso, sorry. Towards the back of the bomb site. There it goes.
Shock needed more than one. And Salso holding the right line for this. Kisarek, an off angle created, but Alex is still around, and I don't think they'll expect him. This is such an off position. And indeed, Beastic tries to go for the bomb plant, and both Sinners find their faces splattered into the ground.
Yeah, if it wasn't time for a tactical timeout before the previous buy round, now definitely you go for one. There it goes. This is starting to get very much terrifying for the Sinners. You run into the second buy round, it's double op setup. That AWP of Sasso able to find some impact. Now that that's been given away, they're going to just upgrade to the M4. This was a lovely play out of Mopos into short as well. Turning around, taking care of the AWP. And you can see how disappointed Moto is. He had a great performance on map 1. Unfortunately, not enough to close. And no one was ready for Alex towards the back of the bomb site. Very rapid, quick reactions and rotations coming out of the Gentlemates. And it's the same conversation we had on the previous map. MR12, when the team on the CT side gets going, it's very easy to lose track of time and not realize when you've lost chances to be competitive. Now, the first map has taught us that you should never think a game is over until it is. This is a little bit different. Of course, best of 3 GG. That's bo3.gg with daily CS news, exclusive interviews, CS stats, and rumors and leaks is also up there for you to check out, folks. Click the banner below the stream. Go and enjoy some CS content as Martinez will be enjoying these eco kills or not. Not really. Not enjoying it at all.
Just Sinners off the timeout, have got themselves a weaker buy, still able to get themselves on side with the bomb plant, but in a matter of seconds, this round is turned on its head again. Great response for Gentlemates. Thing is, can they close it all out? Or Kisarek and Shock buddy up together. Thing is, Shock hasn't found an upgraded rifle, and that could hurt him, especially on the fight back on Con. Shock wins it, close distance with Alex, but trying to play the one-on-one. It doesn't quite get there. Low HP on Kisarek, but it's enough for him to survive.
That was another very scrappy fight, by the way. They were just tapping bullets, both of them low on HP, no one connecting. Kisarek able to clutch it up. Sinners put their first board, or first round on the board, on a half buy.
No
and
way,
Gentlemates are still having fun, by the way. They're still laughing this one off.
You know what this reminds me of, right? Roll your mind back to Inferno, the first half. It was just a mow down from Sinners. Their CT side looked great. How did Gentlemates break through the cracks occasionally? Off of the weaker buys, off of pistols, off of quick explosion plays. We see this again, but the roles very much changed.
Yeah, money situation is not as solid for the CT side, though. So without opening kill out of Stressor and in towards Middle and Martinez going down, they are running that double up setup once again, but Sasso's been spotted out. If you lose this round on the side of the Gentlemates, you're in financial ruins, which could help the Sinners come back into that first half a lot earlier.
So
They
what's
still
the
want to
play?
pick up that double up.
Gentlemate's trying to push outside of A ramp, and they'll realize quickly no one is around. It's not quite the deep push, so that information not given so quickly. Sinners, apartments push. This is the weakest of the sides.
Yeah, they want to try and abuse the Opera. Sassol's in a very difficult position.
How much can you do here, Salsol? You can hear the noise coming in from apartments, realizes the cross in. Shock is mighty fast on the reactions.
Yeah, that's a save. This was the main idea, right? This is why Alex picks up the AWP from window. He's like, we're going to stack A. We've left you with the AWP in towards the B bomb side. If you're able to fend them off and somehow have the highlight of a lifetime, sure, we can explore this possibility of a retake, but now we can at least hold on to one of these big greens for Martinez for the next round. Sinners hitting hard. Stressor, Shock. Opening things up and going for a little bit of a hunt. Now, you don't want to see the Sinners generally overextending in a hunt like this because their money is not as solid yet either.
Oh boy.
Terrorists win.
So, Sinners off the back of the timeout, 2 in a row. Impactful words from B4, whatever they were. They seem to have hit home. And this music isn't very much in tune with what the vibes must be on the server itself right now. Full focus on both ends. And Gentlemates' turn to enter the tank.
It's interesting what Bifu was talking about to Stiko during the breakabout, right?
Sure.
Losing these opening fights in towards the extremities, having that Wolfpack mentality, fighting a little bit towards the middle part of the map. I guess on Inferno is a little bit different because you've got Banana and Apartments being such hot spots, but we are seeing the Gentlemates try to get these openers in towards the extremities here on Mirage as well, right?
Sure.
We saw these double pushes in towards the Ram, the secondary AWP in towards the B apartments. So apparently this is one of the things that the Sinners know they should be taken into consideration. We're going to see a fast boost from Martinez once again in towards B. Get that in the apartments position. No one to contest him there, though. How deep does he want to go with this? That's the question.
Still a dangerous spy from Gentlemates. Still can put in the numbers. Alex. Very high impact for position. Shock spotted. Opting to drop back, not take that confrontation. Ace High's been left a little bit open, not accounted for. Indeed, it looks like they want to take the opportunity to fight. B-Stick, his head is ripped off its shoulders. MP9 v AK moment. Gentlemates will take it any day of the week, and they're looking to play aggressive once again.
I think you just stack 8 here, right? You leave one player in towards ladder. That's going to be Mopos to make sure. I guess Martinez has a little bit of support, but he's not seeing anything in towards the B apartments. And with the Palace play, this should be an A split.
Sneaky position for Alex to have as well. Davigi can be distraction. Multiple layers to this, and indeed, Shock does not anticipate it on time. Stressor, you need the fight back, you need the trade, but in the meantime, you're losing teammates left and right. Kisarek, only man standing, has to save because this round's over.
Yeah, 30 seconds. This was very weird, right? Because it felt like they wanted to split A, but then the bomb and a couple more players are up short, so they maybe wanted to show a little bit of presence there.
Is he trying to do some damage here? He's trying to take some rifles off the hands of Gentlemates.
Yeah. A safe wouldn't be too bad. They've got money. He's got money. He's got a full belt of util. So I guess it's about how he feels going into this one. Do you feel like getting 1 or 2 guns out of their hands potentially would be more impactful? Safe will be the answer. 3 AKs picked up by the CT side. So this is still the Gentlemates basically in control of what is going on. This was the opportunity for the Sinners to break the money. And it does not really work out, does it? 2 in a row from the Sinners, answered back. And this is the game that we want to be looking at, right? Enough money on both these teams to go for the full buys. Not a lot of resets. Although the CTs just dodged a very detrimental one, or at least what could have been a very painful reset. Switching up the pace.
Yeah, quick molly. Sinners able to throw a smoke on it quickly, and Sinners with that try and play a little bit more aggressive. Of course, so it makes Davigi think for a second, but as soon as he swings, gets 2 up to thin air. Shock will try and punish back. And with an elbow in front of his eyes, it will be easier work for Shock, but still damage inflicted from a distance. You've got to get the bomb into the ground, and even then, you're on a player's deficit.
Yeah, this retake is very important for the Gentlemates. Moto, Shock, what have you got?
If Moto would have connected that shot, but instead it's Martinez to somehow thread the needle.
Rocked his world. Moto needs something special. They know where he was as well.
So legging Martinez won't be enough for the shutdown. Flash maybe to assist himself, but two players look away. Can't get the closer. Alex closes up the distance. This is a nightmare for Moto, and Gentlemates will take it.
Yeah, you even saw the reaction of Moto towards the end as well, right? He was like, well, I could have hit a lot of these shots, and Martinez and Davichi are having such fun on the stage right now. That's one of the first things that Martinez was talking about as well when he rejoined that team. It was Iberian Soul, of course, after he left 9Z and came back to Spain, now the Gentlemates. He was very excited to be playing against or alongside Davichi once again. Davichi, who was thinking about potentially even leaving the team at some point when they didn't have an organization. I bet he's quite happy that he's decided to stay now.
Oh, he's got to be pretty pleased with this decision. Especially if Gentlemates are now able to get themselves a LAN win on home turf. Stress on first blood off the flash with B-Stick. But now we'll see if they're able to use that to their success.
Is there a deep flash for the apartments? Look at the minimap. There's a push coming in. Davichi will lose his life. That fight in towards B is going to be quite important, but Shock has got the freebie onto Mopos.
So this is how the turntables. Gentlemates now on the back foot, rely on individual brilliance to make this work. Thing is, Sinners don't have the information that the A site's clear, right? So by the time they make their way there, they could get picked apart in mid, potentially.
It's very easy to guess that the Opera is going to be in towards Ticket right now, especially with the push in towards the apartments. They don't know where Martinez is, and they are going back towards the B-bomb side, but this is without a short player. So Martinez is going to be able to turn around, focus on the B apartments. This is a doable round for Sasso and Martinez. This is terrifying for the Sinners.
Thing is, Sasso is starting to move away, so he won't be in a position to throw in that Incendiary, which could delay and separate the Sinners players.
Stressern is not calling them back, is he?
He's got them back, though, and he's considering throwing in that molly. 30 seconds. Sinners won't be able to change their minds. They're going to have to continue with a push. Salso right on the bottom. Martinez misses a shot, but Salso will be able to recalibrate onto him, switching up the position.
Oh my God.
The panic for Sinners. They don't know what to do. Finally shutting them down. It got a little bit problematic, but focusing on the final mark, Sinners to deliver.
Thank God they had that player coming out of Kitchen, by the way. If it wasn't for the flank, this was such a losable round for them. Even in a 5 versus 2 going out of the apartments. If he was a little bit later, if he was a little bit slower coming in from that kitchen area, that could have been terrifying. Thank God they didn't start jumping out after the first player doing so went down. That could have been a mold down. Still a terrifying round. Gentleman still with plenty of cash to go for another reinvestment, but look at the pace from Shock.
Oh, it's very quick, and he's got his teammates as well, pushing up on apartments down fast too.
Oof.
Oh, that is how you catch Gentlemates on the wrong foot. Caused a couple of ankle crunches, and Sinners give Gentlemates a taste of their own medicine with that fast play.
Yeah, that was a great time play out of Shock, and this is such a switch-up, by the way. You've seen that the Gentlemates are primarily focused on the extremities. Again, a point that we've been making since the start of the game. It's just been Alex if he tries to go for that top mid push, but it hasn't really paid dividends twice, so you just decided to send Shock a little bit more rapidly in towards middle. Martinez misses the timing to just scope in from top connector in towards short. Shock is able to find 1 kill, and in the meantime, his teammates get a kill via Moto in towards B. We do have a game on our hands. This is 4 rounds on the T side for the Sinners. You get a 7-5 half. This is something to work with.
Fueled now with knowledge of capability. This is no longer that 5-0 we saw at the start from Gentlemates. This is a solid and close game. Last round of the half, and Gentlemates having to look deep into their pockets to afford something that resembles a buy. Full kit of util, well, 4 rifles, but 3 fully upgraded. And they still have the AWP in the hands of Martinez, so still A difficult round for Sinners, nevertheless. Still polarized on the upper side, looking to push into B. Deep position for Modo. Shock is looking to push in, but it's a bit of a fake, not quite wanting to go for the full push. But they've been given a lot of space for free, hoping that one of their opponents peeks in front of them, but Martinez is able to take stress out of the equation. Potential connector crunch happening there, but Shock's given so much space. Double kill for him. The drop works superbly. Side takeover successful.
They just lost track of him. He's able to jump in towards the car. How does he get both of these kills?
Martinez could potentially bring his team back in here. All he needs is to isolate one, but Modo has got his number, dialed it in instantly. Alex, though, is the linchpin. Apartments push, hello! 2v2. And both Sinners players trying to play on the down low. Gentlemates have a kit on the hands of Davi G, but he's the one to fall, so a lot to do for Alex and has to do it quickly. Shutting down Beastick on the bottom ground. Now needs to find Shock. And he's the one being the quietest. Out from the shadows, headshot to LAN. Sinners with a screamer of a hit at the last mark of the half.
Map 2 of the grand final of the LORGAR rankings is underway. It's a 7-5, much more competitive affair in comparison to the halftime break on Inferno. The Sinners bringing it back. It did look like it was going to be another clean sweep, this time in favor of the Gentlemates. However, Beastick and Co have not said their last words on their own map pick. Now moving into the CT side, Pavlos T side for the Gentlemates. Let's see if it's going to be a little bit better than what they offered on Inferno.
Fast play up in mid though, Gentlemates trying to take over. But Beastick, he's absolutely crisp on the USP. Challenge me again. I dare you. He wants more, dude. He's on 5 HP, but still running in, isn't he? He's got all the life in the world.
Well, in towards short. This one's still going. Shock is going to be to play ahead of the Flames.
It's only going because Sinners are letting it happen, right? Giving them all the space in the world. They know if they group up, there's no way they'll lose. Shock jumps in, headshot found, a little bit too risky, but gets the job done. So Mopos now in no man's land.
It's all about the damage. What a shutdown. What a triple kill out of Beastick. He was on 4 kills at the end of that first half. Beastick had such an impressive performance on map 1. And Mopos spots out the first. There goes one headshot. It's about getting a bunch of kills, right? About making it expensive. He doesn't even have armor on him. Just the one flashbang. He's
trying to get closer to the bomb.
Yeah.
At least there's that. Give him a potential chance. Yeah. Spotting out a connector player. But here comes Kisarek on through window. And job is done for Sinners. Considering how this map started, This is as solid as it comes. They've been pretty damn decent on these pistols. And they've made their job much easier to find the equalizer sooner rather than later.
Look at the sequence out of B-Stick as well. He's been so impactful in these CT side rounds. It's another vibe to have a captain who can just lead by example with plays like these.
For sure.
Important multi-kills in so many of these rounds out of B-Stick.
Gentleman's full spies on the Tech 9s have been quite brutal on Inferno. Sinners will take care to not fall victims to one like this again. Fast play from them instantly into B. Stress on, looking away to play anti. Salsor with an elbow in front of his eyes, getting affected by shots flash. Beautifully supported from Sinners. But the damage has come through. A couple of lower players have been collected. Bomb can go down. The 3v3 is possible if rifles are found. Thing is, HP bars are low. Makes players nobody be found. B-Stick appearing. Davig showing himself. Modo caught between two different positions, and Davig is a monster. Modo now by himself. He's reloading to give him the best chance. Davig to close the distance, but a rifle found by Martinez. This is an equal 1v1. And Martinez is being quiet. Modo trying to think if it's a behind the player or deep cut play. Martinez showing up, and Gentlemen with an upset on round 2 of the half.
He lost track of him. I know Martinez is the one to get the final kill, but what in God's name was that from Davig? He's so low towards the back of the bench. Ever so elusive. Impossible to find. He just peeks in, gets a kill, tucks right back in. It's like you're playing Smash Sinners. You couldn't find him for such a long time. Look at that. A triple kill out of the Tech 9 and a double kill out of Martinez.
If you're Sinners, you're hitting yourself after that, right? It's been happening way too often. Sure, it's the first round like this for Gentlemates on Mirage, but Inferno, we saw it 2-3 times.
This is heartbreaking, especially in that type of a game. You win the pistol round, now you need to go for a force buy. Look at what they've got. Triple 5.7, 1 MP9, not a single piece of utility, not a single pair. Well, not pair, but not a single defuse kit. And this is a full investment. This is all they've got in the bank. You lose this one, you're fully reset for the next. This could be a Gentlemates 10-6 lead.
And you can't let that happen if you're Sinners.
Man, this is why so many people were so excited about Davig. For the last couple of years, he's always been such a sharp, such an exciting player to follow.
He's crazy.
And it's mind-boggling that he's been their lowest rated player so far this year, when we're all used to seeing him be on top of the charts. But so far in Barcelona, he's stepped up big time.
And you can see the potential for Gentlemates to make it into the major. It's been a couple of years since these lads have competed in that space. Since 2024 Copenhagen, the most recent major attendance for Mopus Davig.
Yeah, that was with Movistar Koi, right? That's without Alex, that's without Martinez. And that was the Koi lineup that was a little bit of a disaster as well, right?
Yeah.
That same Koi team that was losing best of threes on end in a row. And the Gentlemates might be a little bit devastating. They couldn't make it into Cologne, but you win here, you keep going well, and you might be able to get yourselves a spot in some other Tier 1 LAN events going into the second season.
I mean, it's their biggest
event. Have a
nice
nice early start into trying to make the second major. Still something to compete for.
For sure, and you know, winning this will set them up in a really good spot. Fantastic. Well, as you said, Ted, a 10-6 looking like a very real possibility. But we'll be seeing some hero Galil and MP9 picked up from the check-in organization.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be a tactical timeout after this round. If, of course, Sinners don't pick it up, because this is still a little bit dangerous. At least it could get scrappy. You've got the Galil, you've got the MP9, and a bunch of pistols with armors behind them. But you still have 2 tactical timeouts. A buy round in round number 17, if you're 10-6 down indeed, would be the best of 3, or it would have it on the line. Top middle player spotted. Strike doesn't want to engage B-Stick. On that under angle, definitely gets cleared out. Surely doesn't get ignored.
Davig is going to check it, but it's a lazy peek. Therefore, B-Stick, given an AK upgrade, it's also considering to fight, but the delayed peek nets him the advantage on the swing. B-Stick did end up turning away from that fight. So, we're able to avert the crisis of B-Stick being alive, handing over the AK. So Gentlemate still in pole position on the round. Or at least should be. The problem is the lack of util for Sinners. And lack of resiliency, deciding to have a polarized approach on the defenses. 2 players per side. And the split approach from Gentlemates now into the B site means that this is going to be pretty damn difficult. Sinners will take forever for Kisarek and Shock to come to the play. It's Modo and Shock, actually. Kisarek is already on the site itself.
At least you've got the rifle here.
It's been so quiet as well. Gentlemates appear out of thin air, and now you have to deal with them quickly. Impossible task. Gentlemates just walk in and make this space their own.
This is such a nerve-wracking way to approach the round as well. If you ask the Sinners, they would love for the Gentlemates to be a little bit more vocal about where they're going, right? A bit more noisy. Use some of that utility, give away what the play is. They just walk them down. They get so close, it's nearly impossible to react, nearly impossible to play this one on your terms. And it's all about saving now, and eyes on the scoreboard. Sasso, Mopos, Martinez, Davigi, 11 kills. Alex is on 13. That is the definition of team effort. They're all firing on high cylinders. On the other side, for the Sinners, you've got Shock and Beastic on 10 apiece, Kisarek on 8, Moto on 7, Stressor on 5, so there's some bigger struggles as far as it goes for the CT side, as far as they're concerned. Though, the next round is the most important one of this entire tournament so far, definitely of this grand final. This is 3 in a row, first buy of the second half. You want a pistol, but losing that force buy, or that anti-force from your perspective in the follow-up, put a bit of a linchpin onto it all. So this is it. You win this one, you're right back at it. You lose here, you're in a whole world of trouble.
Oh, would have hurt. It's pain and misery.
And despair.
Pretty much, yeah, that covers it. So, how do you switch things up if you're Sinners? A fast play into ramp. Kisarek, even though he was assisted by a flash, is the one to quickly fall. I think Gentlemates had one playing anti. Still though, Beastic needs to step up and could have done massively with a potential double, but instead ripped out of existence. Instead of Gentlemates playing aggressive at the back of it, we'll slow down a bit, reconsider their options. They've got all the advantage in the world.
They've posted in a 5 versus 3. This is terrifying. They wanted to go up connector, but now they've been spotted. A couple of their players have been tagged down. They want to make sure they don't give away a silly multi-kill to anyone from the side of the Sinners. This is a great idea. You can just slow down. It's still probably going to be an A recommitment. Alex is still doing a little bit of exploration, working towards B. Is he just going to walk out? He's going on a bit of a human decoy mission. But if he does, and if he doesn't see anything, the bomb can just go back. Timing's crucial. Martinez has got the bomb in towards connector.
Fantastic.
If Alex doesn't see anything, the bomb can still go back. This is not a full commitment. He can call them back.
Not really committing fully. Modo gets the pick, and indeed, Gentlemates realize the B site's barren, open, clear for the taking. And they'll try and move in. Shock knows of this, and he's dealing up with the lowest HP player.
No.
And Shock is still around. 25 seconds. Alarm bells ringing. Martinez realizes he needs to clear this out simultaneously. As trying to get the bomb down. Stresslon's been spotted, but he's accurate with a spray. Knows where to pre-fire. And he's got Modo closing in as well to help out from Kitchen. Martinez realizing this is all down to him because Salsal is low. No time remaining on the clock. If you're Salsal, you're running back. What a save from Sinners.
I wonder if Alex didn't realize that there could be a player that close in towards Kitchen. This is the big difference maker. If Alex doesn't show himself, if he just tucks in towards the bomb side, crosses in towards bench, he just wanted a little bit too much. He wanted to get too close in towards the Kitchen. Could have gotten himself at a very comfortable angle, but on low HP, surely you play it a little bit safer. He just wanted to get in towards Kitchen, secured him the round, get spotted out. This is such a big play out of the MP9 and a massive shot out of Modo.
My goodness, Ted, hear me out here, right? Bear with me. The Gentlemates pause when they have the 5-3 advantage. Brilliant. But maybe they lingered a little bit too long because Sinners then could group up together. It's ridiculous. So now, into the next one. Can't dwell on the pass. Refocus, recenter. Sinners with a chance to get back into the game. How do you make this one work?
Still a
Moto now.
financially very tough situation for both teams, though. Look at the money on the side of the Sinners. They lose this one because of the damage that was inflicted in the previous one. They still could get a reset, but the same could be said for the T's if they don't get a bomb plant. Bar Sasso and Alex that are financially all right.
So what next? Short play for Sinners potentially. If Gentlemates try and press from that position, there's a bit of a stack they'll need to take care of. Could get overwhelming. But it's a slow attempt, hoping that Sinners overstep, but nothing of the sort from the Czech team.
When do you start feeling a little bit anxious on the CT side? That's the question. You don't really need to make anything else happen. You've got that player boosted in towards short.
Big
nade.
And Molly.
He's also burning. Yeah, he's dead.
Flushed in for stress on to close up the job. Now Alex considering to play contact. He's already made a lot of movement forwards into catwalk. Mopo's winning the 1v1 in ramp. Means that there's a lot of pressure exerted. Shock, though, reading the situation, shutting down Alex's life. And now Gentlemate's in trouble, especially with Martinez being sprayed upon from the other side of the map. Sure, there is a bit of an answer, and this is what makes things complicated. Bombing catwalk, you need to win this by pure fights. 2 fights happening simultaneously. But importantly, the 1-1 by Sinners, both are taken down by the Sinners squad. And with that, the gap is closing.
It feels like you're starting to run out of ideas on the T side, right? A lot of players trying to catch timings, a lot of players trying to get individual plays around the map. Martinez, he was so convinced. The moment he gets spotted and tagged from the A-bomb side, there was going to be a swing from the short player. That's why he doesn't turn around. It's not like he didn't want to react. He just thought it was going to be a different approach coming in from the Sinners. Thought the short player would try and support his teammate. Wasn't quite the case though, was it?
It feels like we're playing musical chairs, Ted. It's Gentlemates and Sinners, both taking it in turns to be in the hot seat. A bit of chip damage on the shoulder for Shock. Getting spooked off the angle on B. He's the only defender really nearby.
You know what it feels like, Pavlos? It feels like we're rewatching Inferno once again. This is a back and forth game.
Less tricky,
and again, as
for
the
sure.
T's struggling. Maybe a little bit less than on Inferno, but you get the point. You get the
this
idea.
Is set up for Stresson superbly. Even has an HG to follow up. B-Stick has a Ghana. Trying to get a quick boost across. Kisserek can hear it. But this nade will be brutal. Goodbye, Martinez. Goodbye, Salsal. And Daviji's fate is in Kisserek's hands. Sinners on 9. Excitement. Fire in their veins. They're not letting this one go down easy.
Yeah, this one is still pretty doable. That's 3 in a row now on the CT side. You've got Nuke still a possibility. This one is not done just yet. That's the message coming out of the Sinners camp. And Gentleman is going for a second tactical timeout on Mirage. They need to find a way to respond. And at this point, a lot of these default rounds, a lot of these solo plays, or not solo plays, but trying to get individuals in very key positions that have not really worked out, right? So it might be the time for the Gentlemen to simplify things. Group up, go for a dedicated side hit, bring the fight to them, test out their protocols. This is usually what teams lean back on the moment that defaults stop working out. Is that what we're going to see out of the Gentlemates? Doesn't really feel like it, though. Feels like we're leaning into yet another default, but it could be a quicker split in towards that A-bomb side.
Flash.
Nice flash. Oh, and he's got the bomb.
Ooh. That complicates things. Gentlemates. Sirens, not just alarm bells. This is brilliant for Moto as well to hold down. No pressure at all. Smoking off Palace. Gentlemates may even have to lose a player to retrieve the bomb, and this is far from optimal. Looking at pre-fire the angle, but Moto.
What a reaction.
Close by. Lightning fast on the trade. And there's no even answer back. Martinez tries to close in, but Moto denies it.
Make a highlight.
Fire. Come on,
there
dude.
You go.
Doesn't give them a piece.
And that's a buy round after a tactical timeout. This is a head scratcher. This is the middle finger from Moto towards all the players of Gentlemates. And there's the verbal one as well. You guys spent 30 seconds talking about how you're going to go into this buy round and get annihilated by my AWP. Good job. And now we're leveled up. No bomb plant, meaning you're down to the Tech 9s, a little bit of Yuto, a bunch of smoke, some flashes, an A-pop coming out, Kisarek to be tested.
Yeah, in the meantime, Sinners taking matters to their own hands. We haven't been shy of seeing Beastic take up a lot of mid-control, but like you said, fast they hit, that may not have impact. Kisarek staying quiet and trying to take as many bodies down as he can before he drops to the ground himself. Bomb will be planted, so that's a pass for Gentle. But closing out this round will be a little bit more tough. AK found by Alex.
He's low on HP though. It's probably the worst player to be having that rifle. Thing is, he can't really drop it over to his teammates, can he? So he's basically forced to try and go for a play. This defensive smoke is not too bad. Alex can maybe try and find a way to work around it.
If he has the timing here, there may be a world he gets something across, but he jumps right into stress and they're not moving. The flashes are confusing. He's got him behind them. Sure, they're onto the site, but Alex
think about it.
has been left undiscovered. Stresson turns around. Sigh of relief. Timing was an issue. One more second to delay, and maybe this would have had a different outcome.
Literally 1/10 of a second. He just wanted to wait for them to line up, right? And they thought about it. They thought about it towards the end because he was nowhere to be seen. Someone was going to eventually turn around and he was low on HP. So you're looking at him having all these backs turn. The moment he fires one bullet, everyone's turning around and firing bullets in towards CT. So he wanted to make sure he gives them a little bit of time to make it onto the bomb site, delays, and then makes his presence known, denying the bomb plant, or the bomb defuse, sorry.
Double up setup, Ted.
Oh, missed shot out of Moto. It was the flash and the HE.
Sinners, seems like they want to lay out the plan to pick apart their opponents piece by piece. Beastic losing his life, though, is a big one to go down. A gaping hole out in connector. The Kisarek undiscovered shuts down Salsol's exploration.
It's a big response, but they've spotted the AWP and Moto this time falling down without any heroic plays in there. Kisarek naded in, spotted out, steps hurt, rotation's coming in, he needs help.
He needs help and he needs it quick. There's also a Palace player that is looking to move across, but somehow still gets one and has the possibility to shoot on the Palace player. Kisarek gets dealt with, but in the meantime, Stresson is putting an impact of his own, but with him being isolated, it's shock to his own devices for a potential 1v2 clutch.
Bomb still dropped in towards the round. Martinez needs to back off and collect that one. That's going to allow Shock to get a little bit closer, but he's got that AWP on the highlight reel. A 1v2 clutch is loading. They're thinking about going around the world. They're going to double back. Go B. Shock is rotating CT spawn. This is awful for him.
Oh, dear. Surely you'll realize they should have planted by now, but maybe they're trying to play aggressively. Shock. A lot of questions on his mind.
I mean, there's a chance they're just out of util, right? Maybe this is what he's thinking. Maybe he's thinking they're out of utility, they're nervous, they don't really know where I'm coming from, so they're trying to wait and see if I'm going to give them anything. Now he's going to realize it. At least he's going to be able to switch to a rifle somewhere around CT.
That's exactly what he does instantly. One goes down. He's not going to let this chance go. Plenty of money in the bank for Sinners. If he has a chance to win the 1v2, he's going to take it. Scary thing, though. Martinez lined up.
Has a smoke in a kit.
But will he be able to exit unscathed? Martinez, this is the moment he looks away from Market.
Oh, he's seen the gun barrel. Didn't realize it, though.
Oh, but needed to find the second player, and instead the second player finds him. 11 to 11. Gentlemate's not done yet.
That's insane. Out of all the rounds, and it all starts off with an opening kill. They've had massive issues with getting the first frag of a round. Daviji just right-clicks the flash for himself inside that connector smoke and gets the kill. Massive effort coming out of Kisarek. Some very good shots out of that AK in towards underneath Palace. He is able to make it work, though, and they're thinking about yet another A-pop. This time, double Palace. This is going to be interesting. Daviji throwing a bit of a fake towards middle, showing presence, looking for a fight, ends up going down instead.
Kisarek, considering wanting to play aggressive, realizes that there's no real need given that his teammate has already found the advantage in the round.
Players cross CT already. They don't really know.
3 HGs were dedicated to break up the smoke, but nothing found off the back of it. Instead, sprays from Gentlemate puts Sinners right back in the same position.
AWP on the retake as well. This is tricky, especially with the deep smoke towards CT spawn. They need to respect it. They need to wait it out.
It's so tough.
They don't have a flash. They can try and break it, but...
They'll try to, and they will be able to do it. Mopo's down, Salsa on the other end, but he's got Martinez to help. Here he goes, that's the distraction. Salsa has to go down in the process, but you know where Martinez is. Alex being dealt with, and missing that shot is far from optimal. Sinners now have a chance to do something special. Force out a third map, and they know they've got a real chance here.
Madre mia Martinez. Oh, God. They're loving this, the Sinners. Look at a streak of rounds. 6 out of the last 7 rounds have been picked up by the defense. Martinez put it up a good shift on the T side, but unfortunately, missing that shot onto the stairs player was his demise. One last opportunity for the Gentlemates. Are we going into yet another overtime, or is this a nuke coming up?
Big question. Gentlemates playing this one fast, but Stresson and Moto know what they want. And they want this W, they want it quick. Mopo's trying to take matters into his own hands by pushing out the A site. And Ted, I feel the fate of Mirage has been sealed. It's been written in the stars. This grand final of LORGAR rankings had only one destination. And that destination is 3 maps. A decider necessary for these 2 squads with barely nothing between them. Number 31 and 32 in the world. Both with a LAN title, collected already in 2026. But the LORGAR rankings victory title has yet to be decided. Here in Barcelona, 1 map more will be collected unless Gentlemates can do something about it.
They've been given a lot of freedom. Sinners don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to make any unnecessary moves. Kisarek has to be careful not to lose his life to Sasso.
His teammate has done the job right. He's caused the distraction. Martinez is able to trade back, but to get 3 more, I think that's asking a little bit too much from him, surely.
They're letting him plant the bomb if he wants to. I mean, the Oprah's going to be holding. Moto's miss. Hold on a second.
No way. Surely
Martinez 1v2 for the ace clutch.
That was lightning fast reactions. Now knows where one of them is. Surely the other one is CT, but doesn't turn around on time, which means slowly but surely Shock will turn around the corner and makes Martinez fall and crumble. Shock. The right moment to come in. And shock on Gentlemates' faces, realizing a 3rd map is required. Sinners making this one difficult.
Yeah, that's been a derby. Double overtime on map number 1, going in favor of the Gentlemates, but Sinners not willing to let this one slide. A 13-11 on their own map pick of Mirage. It definitely wasn't clean, definitely had a lot of back and forth situations, but we are going to a 3rd and final map to decide which one of these 2 teams will be our first champion here at the LORGAR rankings.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Ted. This is ridiculously close. And look, you know, there are a lot of mental games at play, sure, a lot of strategies. I feel like the vibe check from Stiko as well, earlier doors when he had a chance to chat with Beeful, the coach of Sinners, before this game, between the 2 maps, it gave us a little bit of an insight of the in-game minds of Sinners and how they're trying to deal with Gentlemates. It seems they've adapted adequately, correctly. Still fine margin, still a close game, but they've done enough to force out a 3rd.
Yeah, they looked ready for a back and forth game on Mirage as well, right? Didn't look exhausted whatsoever. Regardless of the fact that this is their 2nd series of the day, the fact that they played such a long map on Inferno, they came into this one very fresh, especially if you're talking about Beastic, Kisarek, who was able to pick himself back up. We said that he had some issues on the first map. Beastic with a great recovery once again on that CT side. So once again, T side a bit more problematic, but the moment that you go to the defense looking very strong, and Sinners deserve to take this one to a 3rd map, Pavlos.
Well, one thing is for sure, folks. On Nuke, we will crown our victor of LORGAR rankings, and Nuke will be coming up right after this. third map will be required for the grand final of the LORGAR rankings to decide as victor. Currently, Sinners have answered back. A great match on Mirage, still a close endeavor. Let's not get that out of the way. But now one map remains, and that map goes by the name of Nuke.
Yeah, 1/3 final map. One last map of this entire tournament. It's been such a long journey. 16 teams that started it off in the close qualifier more than a month ago. And 8 teams only traveled to Barcelona. 4 that qualified through the close qualifier. 4 of them directly invited in here, and we're left with these 2, the direct invitees of Gentlemates and Sinners. Map number 1, ending in an overtime affair in favor of the Spaniards. Sinners answering back with a 13-11 win on their map pick of Mirage. And now we've got a new coming up. A map that I was going to say we're hoping is going to be a close and competitive one. It really feels difficult to topple what we've seen so far, but hopefully going into Nuke is going to be more of the same.
I mean, the overtime's on map 1, 13-11 on the second. This is bound to be a close one, with Sinners and Gentlemates going toe-to-toe, number 31 and 32 in the world for the LORGAR rankings title. This is the first time this year these 2 teams are playing up against each other, and this meetup will decide a victor of both of these teams' second LAN victory of this season's successes. Will it be Sinners? Will it be Gentlemates? We'll be finding out very shortly. It all depends who will be getting onto the 13 rounds first.
Well, it's either going to be 13 or more. As we've seen already out of these 2, they're no strangers to playing very close and tight Counter-Strike going into overtimes. But this is a massive opportunity for both these sides. For the Sinners, it's a warm-up session, another tournament to add to the tally before traveling over to Cologne later on this year. Well, I say later on this year. And a little bit over a month time from now at the start of June. And for the side of the Gentlemates, this is an opportunity for redemption. They couldn't make it into the major. They're not going to be traveling to Cologne, but getting a trophy like this could turn this entire season into much more of a success story, leading into the ending stages of the first season of 2026.
For sure, a lot on the line. Gentlemates looking for their first LAN on Spanish soil of the year, and Sinners looking for a major victory prior to going to the major itself. This is what they need, the practice on LAN, and have a feeling on how deep you want to go. Inwards again, third map, the deciding one, and at the end of this, we'll have the LORGAR Rankings Season 1 champion.
Look at the pace, already making their way in towards Hell Shock, tapping away with the P2K, but as Beastic and Modo to open things up, Beastic's ready for more, and of course he's ready for more.
Somehow, dude,
collecting one more.
Are just so damn good on these pistols. Time and time again they do it. We saw it on the previous maps, both times, seeing Sinners open things up successfully. Really clean stuff. Martinez and Alex, sure they find themselves onto the site, but with that bomb plant and the pick, maybe there's a chance. They've grouped up together.
Oh,
Basic gets shut down instantly. Hang on.
Careful
a real
now.
chance.
This is spooky.
The Spaniards have really toyed with Sinners and are looking to do it again. So much time passes until Martinez is dealt with, and Alex is toying with them, closing down the squeaky door. No diffuse kit, so you're going to have to stick with it. Modo will try and stand and be the human meat shield. They will get him down, and with that, kit found and diffuse successful. Sinners win round number 1.
Whew, that was a little bit tricky, yeah. If Modo doesn't get that final kill, if he goes down, this is completely doable. It's probably just going in favor of the Gentlemates, considering it was a 2 versus 5. It's still a very close affair towards the end, so NT's in the chat for the Spaniards. There's the replay, trying that quick pistol down into her secret. It was a ramp crunch from 2 different sides. Beastic with yet another very impactful multi-kill with a CT side pistol round. Got a triple on Inferno, gets the double kill here. Well, a triple on Mirage, actually, sorry. And a triple on Inferno, too. CT side pistols have been very good for Beastic.
I mean,
speaking of the devil,
starts of maps have been pretty good for Beastic. Ways to have all by himself. Again, deep position, falls back, spots out presence and says he wants none of it for now.
You don't want to overstay your welcome in towards outside, be over-aggressive. We were talking about the implications, or I guess the added value to a win like this for the Gentlemates. It's not only the $15,000, it's not only the VRS points, not just the trophy. That is going to make you feel better about your chances, but first opportunity to win a LAN event in Spain since 2022, and the force buy might pay dividends. Stressorn still towards the back of CT Vent though.
He's going to need some help. He does have B-Stick around to assist on that higher level. And this is when he'll jump in to act as a distraction, but goes down instantly, and these pistols still chiming. Upgrade found for Alex. And all of a sudden, this has become very, very difficult. Treacherous. Gentlemates are taking their time to get the bomb in the ground, making sure that the surroundings are fully safe. But Sin is wanting to make sure their opponents are still there. Tip of the Fedora, an explosive push, both simultaneously swing, no flash needed, wanting to take the fight to Gentlemates, show them who's boss.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird, right? It felt like Martinez would be trying to take the attention away, so they go for the swing, and then the M4 can punish, but they just double peek on the timing, get that kill onto Alex, and then Martinez is stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to get himself out of dodge, not allowed to make that cross in towards the back of lobby. So it's a clean conversion, and by clean, I mean no bomb plant for the T side. On that anti-force, opening kill through the smoke for Mopos. What a great effort out of Stressorn though towards the back of CT Vent. North Macedonian stepping up when it matters the most. He was one of these out of left field pickups for the side of the Sinners as well, right? Because he was playing only on that North Macedonian side of Airla before he joined over to the Sinners. That was in July of last year. 23 years of age now. Didn't really have a lot of international experience, wasn't really part of a lot of rosters on this level of competition. Whoever picked him up, though, great decision. He's been one of their most solid players.
Okay, we got a little bit of a tech issue going on. The Gentlemates want to make sure that everything is in order before we carry on.
Yeah, that gives us an opportunity to remind you all watching from home to go and check out LORGAR, of course, the official #1 organizer of this tournament and partner that is contributing to all of this being possible. The best gaming PCs, you've got racing cockpits, you've got gaming chairs, desks, you've got the full package, and there's up to 40% discounts during this tournament being active. And this is the last map of it all, so make sure you go and check it out as quickly as you can. Shout out LORGAR one time. Shout out Moto one time. He's having fun. We're not supposed to be talking to each other during technical timeouts, boys. Come on.
Yeah, trying to keep themselves entertained a little bit, but yeah, you've got to stay in the right mindset and wavelength for this. Difficult one. Long games. He's trying to keep everyone entertained, even when he's not speaking to them.
Okay, yeah, they're not talking now. He's not saying anything. We don't have any rules against sign language, do we?
No. I don't know. Do we?
No, I don't
Sign language. Yeah, I don't know. That's quite something. For Gentlemates, though, they've really made this competitive. I mean, roll your minds back to the first map. If you're just tuning in and haven't really seen what has been going on for the first couple of maps of this series, Sinners had a belter of a start to the tournament, right? Not only to the tournament, but the Crown Finals, what I meant to say, right? They had an 11-3 lead on the first, but ended up faltering generally, right? It went to a couple of overtimes. Gentlemates had the comeback of their lives and ended up claiming the map for themselves. Nearly was an upset for Sinners to gain their opponents' map pick. Didn't come to be. Then Mirage was a big back and forth, right? So many rounds exchanged between the two. No real decider. Ended up being a 13-11 for Sinners to square things up. And now Nuke, the final map. This is to decide the victor, the LORGAR Rankings Season 1 winner. And honestly, anything can happen. Any lead can be broken. And this is what we're here for, right? See how strong this mentality is for both these sides. And Ted, you were talking a little bit before the start of the day about the two different styles coming to this. Some adaptations required from these teams to play up against each other.
Yeah, I think with the Gentlemates, it's been quite obvious, right? It's momentum-based Counter-Strike, very much aggressive, up in your face. And as long as it's going well for the individuals, then they're able to upset and able to dictate the pace. But Sinners have been doing a very good job at punishing these solo peaks out of Gentlemates around the map, right? They've been doing a very decent job at slowing them down as well. Whenever Gentlemates are on the T side, Sinners deploy a lot of initial utility. There's players willing to fight them for the map control. It's not like they're letting them just control the map and playing reactive Counter-Strike. No, they want to fight with Gentlemates. So I feel like that's been one of the reasons we've seen them have any success whatsoever, stopping that flamboyant style of Counter-Strike. With that being said, all the technical difficulties have been resolved. So we're ready to jump right back into the server. Of course, no bomb planted around prior, which was a force buy for the Gentlemates. So now you're looking at a bit of a partial investment. A bunch of upgraded pistols, some utility, but it's more of a pocket change of utility. Double smoke, Molotov flash.
Most of it's used already. At least you get a couple of smokes outside, a direct line to potentially push into secret. The B-Stick being a bit of a nuisance, and he's realized there was only one player there, asking his team to refocus on the other areas of the map. Kisarek realizes he's being overwhelmed. Flash away and affects his teammate too.
Good decision by Modo. Your teammate is far away in towards the B-bomb side, and he's got other players that could try and support him later on. You need to focus on just staying alive and holding on to the rifle.
He's got a smoke in his hand as well, trying to play the jiggle peek, and in case Gentlemates aggress even further, we'll have an answer too. Mopos thinks this whole area is clear, but Shock is closing in on this position. Kisarek gets jumped on, but not eliminated. Finally taken care of by Alex, and that might give him some space to get the bomb plant, but they need to get the bomb first, and Shock is making this very difficult to do.
It's all about the damage. Sasso 1 versus 3. He doesn't really have armor to work with as well. Windows broken. He's trying to fake it that he's going back. Little does he know, Beastic is just closing out the distance right behind him. And Strasslern is not going to wait for his captain to arrive to the scenes. Instead, takes him down himself. This is 3-0. 2 kills, so it's not too bad for the side of the Gentlemates damage-wise, but Sinners still with plenty of cash to work with. First buy round of this third map for the Gentlemates.
I'll tell you what, Ted, Kesarek really bringing in the energy. Time and time again, after round win, even after simple ones like this up against pistols, you're trying to rally up the team. And to be fair, Ted, these aren't just simple pistols. We've seen how disruptive Gentlemates can be in rounds like this. A couple of kills go their way this time. Anything can go wrong. So Sinners will take anything they can get in terms of closing up rounds that should be theirs.
Yeah, you see the little pop-up there on the screen. The LORGAR ready-to-play platform, of course, also available for all of you to check out. B-Stick, he seems ready to play in towards outside, though. Goes back in towards the garage. Playing a bit of a sweet spot. His teammates breaking the smoke, trying to see something on the other side of it. Nothing being shown out of the Gentlemates for now. This is all just to try and send Davigi down secret. But there is one more player down there with him, and that's going to be Kisarek. And Shock coming in as well. Them doubling down means that if the T's don't make any noise, which is not really going to happen because Davigi is all alone, they will eventually start playing forward.
He's gone down. Kisarek knows. Tip of the hat from both. As they back away. Davigi not really moving out of that position, but is considering when does he help the team potentially break into A. The answer is now. Stresson holding down the line, and Shock will arrive from Vents just in the nick of time as well to connect the head to the E of Salsal. Modo from above with the AWP. Complicates the endeavor. Davigi, the only one not in that first fight, is the only one left.
And he's been found out. 1 kill onto Kisarek. It's all about the save, though. You've lost all your teammates. Even if you were hoping to be able to go for a vent drop, it's not really a possibility anymore, is it? Strasser just mows them down with another multi-kill in towards that A-bomb side. He's been rock solid. Just needed Modo to support him with the 1 kill onto the HUD player. And this grand final is starting to slowly run out of control and run away from the Gentlemates. A 4-0 start on the CT side. I know we've seen such starts on both the first and the second map, but the deeper we get into the series, the more difficult it becomes to overcome adversity, especially in the form of massive round deficits.
Sure. And it's a perfect case for scenario for Sinners to get things going early on the CT side. Building this economy, you know, having bags and bags of utility makes their chances winning CT rounds that much simpler, and Gentlemates harder for them to gain entry into this game.
To be fair, though, we need a couple of disruptive rounds here and there, and anything can change. We've
been difficult to get the opening kills as well for the Gentlemates, by the way. Out of these
True.
4 rounds, they've been able to get 1, and that was Mopos. Beastic is 2-0 right now with openers. Stressern is 1-0.
Gentlemates being a little bit sneaky about this one, and Kisarek isn't quite close to this to find out soon.
Yeah, that's a wise decision from Kisarek. You're all alone. You know they're in a bit of a low buy. There might be a hero rifle, but it's going to be primarily pistols, Tech 9s, maybe Mac 10s. Just play from behind. You've got a Molotov. Jump spotting, getting the information, backing up, and calling for help. That's the name of the game.
They exchange Molotovs. 2 players from Gentlemates walk past it. You've heard the burns. Modo spooked as well. He'll be unfended
They're
for
moving
all by
away.
himself.
Yeah, he is alone. I thought Moto would be trying to move closer in towards the round, but instead he started going secret. Kissarek's alone.
Modo trying to close it down, but will require no scope to keep him alive. Has another chance here, but the distance is being closed. Kisarek able to find a couple, but back to the pistol still. Damage done by Gentlemates. Not over till it's over. Shock is now here and catches Salsal looking the wrong way. He's being closed in on as well from B-Stick. No real chance there. Sinners, again, methodically, swiftly, and with purpose, close out on the game little by little.
Yeah, this was still a little bit tricky there for a second, right? Moto is able to bail himself out big time with that first kill. Not no-scope to the player trying to run him down. That was Mopos. That's unfortunate for Mopos. And Kisarek putting in a very good shift down towards the B-bomb side with a double kill, especially with the Oper going down. That was much needed. Quick rotations. You still keep 3 of these guns. So money's piling up slowly but surely for the CT side. Another buy for the Gentlemates. B-Stick thinking about an outside peek, especially with Martinez having that big green. This is ill-advised by the IGL of the Sinners.
It's crazy from B-Stick, though. He either gets the first kill out on outside, but he either spots someone and gets away freely. It's one of the two. Either way, both work out for Sinners. You either get the pick or gain information.
Double HE break. So they know there could be players that have crossed down secret, but there definitely isn't too many of them. Now the re-smoking towards Mini is going to come through. They might be looking to fight for a garage control here. Molotov in towards that Mini, or in towards that secret position. And walking in towards Mini is DaviG, but that looks like a bit of a wrap in towards the back of Credit and Config.
Kisarek able to find first blood, and Modo can hear footsteps approaching.
They're picking them
again
apart.
chiming, and it's been...
Seeing the ope and the bomb.
Modo to do something, but B-Stick being a menace. He's not allowing Gentlemates to reign for free outside. It's suffocating. If you're the Spanish team, you haven't been able to get much done. Sin is seemingly always in the know and always with an answer. Martinez walking into enemy hands, trampled on, and Sinners continue unfaulted on the CT side of Nuke.
It just feels like Gentlemates are being a little bit too obvious with what they're going for, right? If you're looking at the perspective of the Sinners, some of the reads have been very, very good. You go for the initial outside smokes, double nade, you see that no one's crossed, then they re-smoke Mini, they molly down secret. So for you, this is a clear signal. These guys are going to try and fight for back credit. They're going to try to fight for the warehouse control, maybe try and get in towards hell and heaven. So we just bring so many players back in, and B-Stick has another massive multi-kill round. And yeah, you needed that tactical timeout. This map is slowly running away. And even though you've got that maximum loss bonus, not being able to make it onto a bomb site, get the plant, doesn't really let you keep on reinvesting. So you've just been sent and stuck into a sequence of full buying, going for a half buy, full buying, going for a half buy, nothing really working out. And it's not too late to come back into that T side. This is the T side of one of the most CT-sided maps in the map pool that we're talking about. And of course, in case you don't believe me, you can go over to BO3.gg because there is a lot of stats in there, so you can see how good teams are on the CT side in comparison to the T side on Nuke. See, that was a bridge.
That was a great bridge.
Thank you.
Well, B-Stick in the meantime is bridging the gap between smokes. Nope. Allowing the same thing to happen from DaviG. It's a fast play from the pistols, and if it wasn't for the molly, Gentlemates would have the advantage here.
And B-Stick is low from that initial fight in towards outside. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of a gun switch up between himself and Moto. This is a tricky situation.
Bomb has been planted.
Is basically just sending him out with a flash?
Possibly. But that flash will not work out in favor of Sinners. And if you're Beastic, you're saving the AWP, Gentlemates. The way into the game apparently always has to be weaker buys.
At least you get that first round on the board. It's been a struggle over the course of the last couple of rounds, and especially with Beastic getting the opening, it didn't feel like there was going to be much of a difference, but you see the outside smokes in towards an A-pop. They wanted to get the attention away, and it worked out. Barshock's double kill. Bar the util play. Sasso with a double entry. Mopos and Martinez with one more apiece. Martinez will go down to the bomb, but it doesn't really matter. At least you've got your first round.
You cannot make this up though, Ted. It truly has been a theme across all games.
Yeah, it's just the half buys paying dividends to whoever's struggling on the T side, right? That's for the first. It worked out for Gentlemates to come back on the first map. It definitely worked out for the Sinners on the second on Mirage. Does it lead to a closer game once again?
This time, Gentlemates have a full buy available to them, scaling up.
Good nade.
Lands by the side of Martinez, down on 33. It's a quick backup from Gentlemates. They throw in smokes and they don't really wait too long. Creep walking their way forwards. There is one on the lower level, that's Shock. Currently down on vents. I could potentially pose a threat or keep his opponents back. But Gentlemates are going down there in numbers. 3 players strong to be exact. Martinez sticking around for a little longer, seeing if there's any follow-up from the Sinners side. They'll slowly close in, and Shock will see if he can do anything about it. Oh, the double back.
Yeah, they're going back. They've not spotted Beastic yet, though. We'll see him now. Oh, what a reaction out of Sasso.
I'm not sure if Beastic had an AK there or an M4. No, he had an M4, so it's an M4 versus AK headshot fight. Of course, the AK is going to win it.
This is still tricky, though. The bomb is sticking towards outside, and Sinners seem to have the right idea. 35 seconds. They're so grouped up in towards the A-bomb side. This is where the bomb is going. And there's the util. That's delaying them. Where do you go with this? They should know that you could come out of heaven.
It's important, and Kisarek also being up there will try and complicate it, but he's got to look behind him as well, because look at the cavalry arriving. Flash out. Kisarek knows what his job is, to look above in case WG appears and hopes his team can have his back, but cannot shut down the main effort. And for that reason, Sinners drop 2 in a row with Gentlemates capitalizing on the pure chaos.
That was a little bit weird, by the way, and I realized Moto was in a very dedicated position in towards the HUD with the AWP, but he has a smoke, right? And Stresson had a Molotov. I think he used that in towards Mini. Moto could have turned around and re-smoked Mini. On that type of a timing, they would have been forced to go through. So this is the Sinners having a full-on stack in towards that A-bomb side, with one player in towards the rafters being tasked with killing the Heaven guy. They just needed to deal with Mini, but they couldn't do it. This is the Gentlemates now chaining up consecutive rounds. Financial issues for the Sinners. And suddenly, from a 6-0 lead on the CT side and what could have been a very one-sided third and final map, the Gentlemates have entered. They've joined in a little bit later than maybe what they would be hoping for. But still, plenty of to have a very successful half nuke. Money's low, so you probably get 3 rounds here. And anything more than 3 rounds on the T side of nuke is going to be pretty decent, especially considering the fact that you started 0-6. But there goes Moto, AWP with the first.
Well, there's a quick big green answer back from Gentlemates with the likes of Martinez. And Mopo's able to exploit a gap. You can see Sinners trying to aggress outside of Hut again. Davig holding down that line, but it's Mopos instead getting the first pick. Davig shutting it down together with Martinez, and Stresson's left all by himself. This is too tough.
They know exactly where he is.
That's an optimal amount of HP on him as well.
They know he was in towards the lobby, actually. He's on the bomb side himself. They might not be ready for this.
Yeah, but the limited HP means that there is thin margins, really. So Gentlemates clean up. Seems like they only needed one to get the fire roaring. And right now, that's 3 in a row
for the Spanish squad.
Yeah, it's a very creative way to guarantee that opening kill for Moto. But B-Stick sticking around for a little bit longer ends up punishing him. Didn't realize, by the way, that Martinez was the one that got the kill onto Moto through the smoke. I thought it was the rifle that took him down, so a bit unfortunate for Moto. Maybe he could have had an opportunity to kill that rifler, turn this into a bit of a highlight reel. But it's a 6-3 scoreline now. LORGAR ready to play. Platform is on here. So are all the players. They all seem ready to play. Well, Gentlemates didn't at the start of this map. Now they definitely do. And Davichi's walking through the layered outside smokes.
Oh, he snuck past.
Does B-Stick realize he should be thinking about it? He's checking on timing. Nope. Oblivious.
And with that, Davichi gets away with pure robbery. Kisarek needs to do quite a bit on the other side of the map. Indeed, he's done his job with one. But Davichi is just such a menace where he is right now. It feels Sinners, you're so uncomfortable.
Stressor should know there's an opportunity. Didn't spot the head.
No.
Both of them playing from the back, though, so both of them impossible to be seen by the other. And if Davichi tries to sneak in towards heaven, surely he should be a dead man. He's already down to 51 HP as well. Elevated angle, though.
Ooh. Moto losing his life there is actually crucial. Gentlemates
didn't go Stressor for
that gap and got into the site. Shock hasn't been checked though. And with that double kill, he's put his team right back in a position where he can fight. Thing is, you've got to wait for Kisarek. You can't really take this fight on your own. You've done enough with the two. The patience is necessary. Kit on the ground on A, so that's not an issue. Shock needs to check the quick left as well as behind him. Oh, the timing. And can't quite capitalize onto Mopos. I don't think Kisarek, even if he can get the kill, can capitalize on both of them successfully. Gentlemates, quick on their feet, destabilize and change the environment around them, make it so difficult for Sinners to adapt.
It's just the timing on the push. The timing on the push from Mopos. He gets the bomb planted, just holds it towards the HUD for such a long time. He waited for his time to strike, and Davichi has such an impactful round as well with that kill onto B-Stick. Alex keeping it up, shutting down the AWP of Moto. Double kill onto Stressarn as well. And the Gentlemates have really retaken control, regained control of that first map, or third map, sorry.
Over. Sinners, after 6 rounds in a row, now have no money to invest in.
Oh, lobby
but somehow still, it's the most dangerous we've seen in a while.
Oh my goodness.
You cannot make this up, dude. This has happened way too many times, and this time it's Sinners' turn to roll up the pistols.
The 2v4 is still on, low HP on Shock. Moto doesn't even have armor.
You know it's an A here.
And they've got the bomb as well.
Trying to converge around to make this work. No flashes, that's important.
And no defuse kits. So as much as this is a 3 versus 2, it's still a little bit difficult to convert. Might be. Stressner's timing is going to be vital. He doesn't need to overplay his hand.
They're taking their time. Moto grouping up with Shock. Hand in hand up with the potential drop, and Stressor needs to close up the distance. You know where Alex is. Moto unable to convert onto it. Stressor all by himself, limited time, but all to himself knows where to pre-fire. Stressor, no way!
Does he have enough time?
I think
he does. They've already celebrated. It's going to be a little bit close.
It's very close, but Sinners will win it either way. Fist bumps out, guaranteeing that one is locked in. Holy smokes. God. How did Sinners make that one work with pistols?
It's straight up lobby crush. No utility, by the way. No flashes. You usually see the CTs throw a bunch of flashes coming out of single door and out of ramp. 2 of them to be exact. They just run at them. Charged. And Stressarn on 3 HP. Is able to get that clutch going. He was one of the players that had armor as well. Picks up that AK-47, able to clutch it up without a defuse kit. What a big round for the Sinners, especially if they're able to get that number 8.
Doesn't get closer than that, does it, Ted? And Kisarek opens up with a quick explosion outside of Hut. First blood for Sinners. Last round of the half. Gentlemates, can you close up the distance?
It is a movie, and the Gentlemates were starting to ride away with some of these D-side rounds, but now they've been brought back to reality. Davichi's been seen. He's been spotted. Now Kisarek just decides to walk through the smoke and look for the fight, though.
Ooh, risky move.
Yeah, that was a little bit unnecessary.
Face.
Especially in a 5v4. You know he's there. The Oper's seen him. He's a little bit trapped.
The attempt to isolate. Does not go to plan. Gentlemate reset. No information for Sinners. They've been kept in the dark. All they need is a speck of light to guide them to how to defend this.
At least they've been able to deny the Gentlemates from getting these up close and personal players in towards hell, right? They've been trying to do that so many times, but Stressarn is on a bit of an island, all alone, up A.
What can you do by yourself,
If they want to go down the vent, this is terrifying. They are going A, though.
Incendiary into Hut.
Seen him.
HG will be delayed a little bit. Alex quick on the headshot, and that's devastating. Deep HG, mostly avoided. And now we have ourselves a 3v3. This is difficult. Shock has a singular flash. That's what Sinners will rely on to make this push work. Alex peeled his eyes on to heaven. Not yet spotted, and does greatly to shut down Shock. Sees B-Stick's head, can't quite find the headshot. And his rest of his team has got that one covered. Gentlemates able to get a fifth on the board by the end of the half. This is looking as clean, as close as the previous two maps. Nothing's decided yet.
(7-5) is the scoreline at halftime on our final map of the grand final of the LORGAR Ranking Season 1, ladies and gentlemen. It's $15,000 on the line alongside the trophy for the winners, Sinners and Gentlemates. It's been a very long series of a grand final. Sinners on the T side, Gentlemates with a 0-6 comeback to get 5 rounds, now moving into the defense.
And it's fast from Sinners. Mopos and Martinez, both from the bottom side of this site, able to find the first two picks, but quickly counteracted by Sinners. So with that 3 versus 3, bomb to go down, we've got an equal-sided retake.
Eyes on Sasso. They've denied the plant. Through the smoke, the one-tap connects.
But Kisarek has got an art of his own, and with Daviji being low, one bullet should do it anywhere in his body. Thing is, his head is poking out. And the bomb attempt comes in again, but it's a bit of a fake no. Fully stuck with. B-Stick sticking to his guns,
Big
confident,
kill.
But Alex changes things up. Kisarek having to deal with 2. Can't land his bullets, running out, having to reload. This is too damn difficult. Gentlemates with the first.
Woo, look at Daviji's reaction. He's like, I was so low and I peeked so many times out of heaven. How didn't they kill me? We couldn't kill him from behind for such a long time as long as he was hitting that reload. If he turns around and gets the insta headshot onto you and I don't get the kill, I'm just going to smash my mouse, but it doesn't really happen. Pressures through the rooftop. 3 kills on the bomb plant, though. That's enough to facilitate a force buy. There's the replay. Lovely shots coming out of Mopo's and Martinez to start it off. Refrags coming in galore, though. And that one USP kill through the smoke. That throws them off a little bit, denying that bomb plant initially.
I'm looking at the forward spy from Sinners, and it doesn't look too bad, right? A couple of Tech 9s, Mac 10, but you do have a couple of rifles in there. Always dangerous. Ted, funny how the first half looked so great for Sinners, right? 5-0 at the beginning, but 7-5. Gentlemate's able to get 5 on the terrorist side, on Uke. Commendable.
Outside smokes into a ramp up. This is a very standard call, but quite efficient if they want to go and proceed with it. Beastic has the information that they've tried to break, but it is the layered triple wall of smokes, right? So they cannot really break and get the information. But the thing is, they've taken a little bit too long, so the Gentlemates might have had another player rotating in. Martinez has changed his mind. It's just Sasso.
Yeah, he's boosted up, so a bit of an off angle available to him. He'll try and stay sneaky. Martinez to interact with him to try and get the pressure for Salso, but Shock is able to find the headshot quickly. So no element of surprise anymore, and Sinners rushing down B.
Oh no, Beastic coming in from behind, able to get the first one. There's the information. He doesn't really need to get into a fight here.
I mean, he saw the gun, he was tempted, but takes the better line.
I mean, boys, you need to call this one off. You can't really go for this. You've got the 3 rifles. Martinez is low on HP. Davigi still has an exit route up the ladder. Thing is, he's very worried about where Beastic is coming from, so he might need to go around the world into her secret to get out of here.
Oh, man. This series.
At least they found out Beastic. Now Davigi knows that he can run away.
That was just a pistol player, though. And you shortly realize in this game, in this series, nothing is a given. Nothing is a certainty.
Ooh.
Davigi losing his life, providing an extra rifle. Why the hell not? Sinners able to turn a bad scenario into a great one.
And you can see Moto trying to bring the boys up, hype them up, get that energy going. You hold on to the lead. Force buy works out on the T side. This is the opportunity in an instant tactical timeout coming out of the assistant coach. DeLonghi getting removed days before the event. So this is the first time they've played a LAN in such a long time without him. How do you manage the situation? What a tribulation by fire that is for your first event as the head coach of the team.
I can tell you it's not party vibes going on.
No, definitely not.
Sinners.
I mean, for the Sinners, it's much better now, right?
Yeah.
Both teams recognize the magnitude of a round like this. Gentlemates need to go for the force back. It's not really optional, right? It's a must. And if this one doesn't work out, you're probably looking at a 10-6 lead for the Sinners. All in all, the first time that the Gentlemates get the guns out. So this is the opportunity here for the Sinners to run away with a bigger lead.
Can't you get your eyes? Can't let your eyes away from the ball, to be fair. Flash. Oh, Mopo's not able to convert that into a kill. That is surprising, but of course the blind making it difficult for him to see and deliver.
Sasso is alone down B. I mean, they'll try and follow him down the vent? This is crazy.
Well, he's not really in a position to capitalize. Shock is checking the angle. Doors are closed. So, Gentlemates, I think that you need to wave the white flag here.
Yeah, this might have to be another save. This is very difficult. I mean, you don't want to be on a full eco for the next one, make it a free round. Sinners, it's a little bit tricky against a buy like this to go for the vent drop, but the flashes were good enough to escort them out.
I mean, taking the rifles away from them, that would be huge.
That's a
and
kill.
You're halfway there.
Oh, no.
Salsa won't be able to stick around long. He wanted to be a little bit of a menace with the deagle. The only rifle you're saving is the one in Alex's hands.
And you didn't even go for the round, right? You wanted to wave the white flag. You wanted to just go out. Hide. Tail tucked in between your legs. Get away. But you still end up losing 4 players. This is very terrifying for the Gentlemates. It's becoming a very difficult game to fathom winning.
Look.
And for the Sinners, this could be yet another very tight win in an important game.
If there's any faith for Gentlemates to come back, I mean, it's well-founded. We've seen the fact that they've done it before. There is proof, and Alex probably sharing that thought with this team. They came back from an 11-3 deficit on map number 1. And even if they will fall victims to this round, losing the rifle instantly, a 10-6 isn't out of question, especially on the CT side of Nuke.
There's always been a bit of a weird predicament around, a weird energy almost around the games of the Gentlemates recently. Unfortunately, that's a USP, so you, even if you get the headshots, you can't really get the kills to that distance. They're very low on HP, 3 of them. So this could still be an interesting round, damage-wise, so I'm going to save that story for a little bit later on. Maybe they get a couple kills, maybe they drop the bomb. Or not. Well, story is, for the Gentlemates, Pavlos, they came into this tournament in a bit of a negative streak, right? Losing 5 best-of-3s in a row. Now, the last 4 events that they've played were I Am Rio, Stake Ranked Episode 1, BC Game Masters, and Roman Imperium Cup, right? Okay. And over the course of these 4 events, they've lost 6 best-of-3s in total. 5 of these 6 best-of-3s were 3 mappers. So it's a very frequent phenomenon for the Gentlemates to win a map and lose the series. Win their map pick and lose the series, or lose their map pick, win the opponent's map pick, but still lose the 3rd map. It's been a bit of an issue with the depth of the map pool. Roman Imperium Cup, they lose the grand final in a 3-mapper to Hotu. Stake Ranked Episode 1, they lose both their games against NAPN 9 in 3 maps. I Am Rio, they go out 0-2, they lose to both the Red Canids and G2, both games 3 mappers.
Now they find first blood. So maybe that's a way to get in. And Sinners, pack mentality. 3 players strong, into secret, and you've left Shock into trophy room for now.
It doesn't give away too much though, right? Because Beastic is usually the outside player, and you've shut him down in towards the silo, so you don't really have any reason to be overly worried about them crossing down B. Of course, Sasso should drop down just in case, but he's going to be all alone.
Position. Martinez adding a layer of complexity that Sinners need to think about. This is becoming a very treacherous site to take over. All sorts of corners taken up by the Spanish players.
I mean, Sasso is alone. Martinez is up the ramp. So if you isolate and kill the player on B, Martinez is not going to be that quick to rotate, and Shock is still holding for him.
But in the heat of the moment, if you don't clear the entire site, you will be in trouble. Sasso finding the 1, but it could have been worse than that, and Shock's taking down Alex. It's completely changing it around. Yeah. Martinez shows up, and he knew that he couldn't walk backwards due to the threat behind him. Goes the only way he knew where to go to, W key, but that's where 2 players hide. Gentlemates, there's pressure for them to perform, even with lower players, lower amount, but they both win their fight. Shock has to do it by himself, and the bomb is implanted for him. Has to chase up. But it's being toyed with. It's being diffused.
10 seconds.
But again, no kit. It's given an opportunity. There's Shock to close in, but I don't think there's time. Surely not.
It's going to be close. They don't really know it. No one's celebrating right now. They don't dare to do so. Defuse is coming in, but I don't think he's got it. Shock has done enough. It is the lack of a defuse kit. 10-second defuse doesn't come through. And oh God, that's going to sting.
You got so close. It was a 2 versus 3, right? You never should have been a favorite in that one, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and Gentlemates wanted to go for it. They got so damn close.
It was the bait.
If
first player running out,
hit, it'd be over.
It would have been, but it wasn't. And they're going for another investment. They don't really have a choice. On the back of the 4 kills, they don't want to let Sinners get up to 12 rounds. This is all or nothing. All in for the Gentlemates.
Such a fine cut series. 2 teams worthy of each other. Both looking for their 2nd LAN title of the year. But right now, Sinners are the one creating the mountain. So first confrontations have caused a little bit of damage to be taken away from Beastic and Martinez. But Sinners take a couple steps backwards to reconfigure, set up their util, and going from round 2. Martinez, though, well scoped in. Couldn't connect, though. Stress on shutting him down. And now that's a lot of free real estate for Sinners to work with.
Yeah, and if you're going, it doesn't really matter where you're going, right? If you're wrapping up A, you know they would have pushed in towards the lobby. If you're going down B, you know they could be set up here. So you've got a lot of time still. Well, not a lot, but just enough. And you should know that the CTs have taken space somewhere inwards. You've not spotted anyone outside. Stressor, this is a nasty angle.
Alex will check it, but Stress on. Being so damn close to the wall makes it as difficult as a job as possible. Round fight, so Salsal is able to take care of business. But a lot more to be done. A lot more paperwork to file. And this is not the time to do it. Sinners, with that bomb plant, with 4 players alive against the 2 of Gentlemates, will be putting themselves on an all-important 12th round score, meaning they'll have 6 chances, Ted. 6 opportunities to close out not only this game, but be the victors of this tournament.
This is just falling apart. We've seen so many comebacks, so many great stories of recovery so far into this series, but surely this is not going to be another one of these. One more round, as Kisarek says. And one last final opportunity for a tactical timeout for the Gentlemates. It's now or never. It looked like it was so close, getting that LAN trophy on home soil. In Barcelona, everything was working out so well. The comeback on map number 1. How close you were to a 2-0 on the second map as well, having that very convincing CT side start. Getting these 5 rounds as well on the T side here on Nuke. It felt like it should have been enough, especially with a pistol going their way. But ever since losing that force buy, it's been an uphill battle financially. And an uphill battle that you might not be able to recover from. You might not be able to win.
Absolutely not. And Sinners know to not underestimate Gentlemates. Not to celebrate before they cross the finish line. They've been slapped in the face before, in this series to be exact. So it's not done just yet. And Martinez, that's a key reminder. Oh, and another one. Could nearly be a triple there. So a little bit of extra thinking required now from the check-in org. As we see shot closing in on potentially Ram, Salsal. There to stop it. If Sinners want to win it here, this entry needs to be clean.
Now he's seen him, decides not to drop. Sticks around. A very dedicated angle. Sasso gives them an opportunity.
Wait a minute. This could get tough.
It could.
Very
Solo
tough.
player down the B bomb side. Alex is alone. If they clear him out, this is an empty bomb side, a bomb plant. No one's nearby. No one's close enough to rotate and help him out.
Oh, now they're playing around this. Last time, they didn't quite clear this out. But Alex reads it. Off-angle found. 2 picks to the good. Kisarek now on his own. 1v2 required for the closer.
Needs to get the bomb planted as well. Tap on the first one, though. He's trying to bait out a P. Towards the back of default. Round player spotted. Now he's sticking it.
Molly as well, flashed out into the open. Davigi knows where to look, and Gentlemates hold on for dear life. This defuse will be theirs. The 7th round will be put in pocket, and they are closing away at this distance.
Woo! What a play out of Alex that is. He just saves them. The captain of Gentlemates says no more. That's enough for the T side. A double kill to hold on to your tournament life. And this was probably the most difficult out of all of them. Nice opening kill out of Martinez. Getting that 1-for-1 though. And the moment that this round player goes down, this is all the pressure in the world on the shoulders of Alex, but he delivers. Another buy coming out though. Sinners still have money for days. Especially as long as they keep on getting that bomb planted.
And again, Martinez with the opener.
Oh,
down. Tries to answer back. He's tagged his opponent, but it's through the box, so doesn't quite get the finishing blow. And you've got Alex to deal with on close proximity. They don't check him. This is huge from Alex. This crumbles Sinners' attack right there and right now.
Okay. Now this is starting to look interesting. Still all 5 alive. Alex has just hit 20 bomb. What a performance out of the IGL. They were just so occupied by that initial bullet from Martinez, the reface as well. They didn't even think about the possibility of Alex having that first spawn and getting in towards Africa.
Gentlemates, they've been brilliant in throwing in the curveballs, and Alex has been the spearhead of that effort. Leading by example. I mean, we're praising Beastica being that for Sinners as well. Gentlemates have got a very capable leader on their side too. This is the biggest tournament Alex has played in Counter-Strike 2.
Well, best.
Best.
Individually best. Yeah, biggest, not quite. No. He was part of NIP for a little while, so he's played some bigger events. But thing is, individually, the best LAN event he's played so far in this game, which is interesting. Both these in-game leaders have been overperforming, right? If you're looking at Beastic, leading into this grand final, he was the highest rated player of the event. Leading into the final map, actually. Going into Nuke, 128, ahead of Moto, who is on 126. Martinez, number 3 on 123. And for Beastic, this is the best LAN event he's played outside of his own country. Outside of the Czech Republic. So it's historical performances out of both the IGLs. And both of them popping off on that third and final map.
1 round required for Sinners. A singular mistake, and this is still done. Which has got to be scary for your Gentlemates, but now nothing to lose. You're already looking down the barrel. And it's down to Sinners to try and close it out.
Needs a break. He's missed 2 of them.
More nades being thrown as well. Martinez there to help out, but isn't able to spot out anyone.
They don't have another nade, right? This was the only one, the one that Martinez throws over. So they need to rotate people down to B bomb side, but they don't really know how many. They haven't really pushed in towards the lobby either. So this is a bit of a gamble coming out of the Gentlemates. You can make an educated guess, but you don't really know that there's 5 players on the other side of this fight for Davy.
So, how much damage can Davy inflict? A big question. Being toyed with at the start, moving away from the angle, and now having to deal with a site defense by himself. Salso joining in, and that's the right moment to do it. Davy being burnt up, but somehow finding a gap between himself, the molly, and the door. And continues to hold his ground. It's ridiculous. Sinners falling to the wayside, unable to get something done. Gentlemen know they can balance pushing one from another. Good comms mid-round. And again, Sinners collapse. Gentlemates are closing in. And for Sinners, this is scary.
What a mental round that is out of Davy. It can't be stressed out how much impact he's bringing to the table with this play. He's under so much pressure, under so much scrutiny. There's 5 players running down at his bomb site. He's volleyed out, surrounded from the other side. Phenomenal support being provided from Sasso and towards the round. But Davy staying alive for such a long time, able to get the multi-kill. Sasso with a triple, Davy with a double. That's the dream team. 3 rounds away, and one of them is an anti-eco.
Of course it's Martinez again. Sure, it's an anti-eco, and of course it's going to be easier for Gentlemates. But Martinez has been a constant on the second half. As soon as he's had this AWP in his hand, it's been a completely different story. Now can Sinners help their case by getting a few more kills, maybe a bomb plant?
Yeah, it's just the opening kills in towards outside, isn't it? Right? This is back-to-back-to-back rounds where Martinez just gets the opening pick in towards outside with the AWP. Every single round is just starting in a 5v4 for Gentlemates at 140, 145. Makes it a lot easier. to dictate the pace. Feel like you can allow yourselves to take more chances, but it feels like everywhere around the map, they've started feeling more and more comfortable. That's a nice shot out of Beestick. You will need a little bit more though, and Martinez is locked in and locked out. Is the in-game leader, Moto, in a 1v4. What can you really do, bar maybe getting 1 or 2 picks? And even 1 might be too much. A shot out of the opener. P250 does it. 10 rounds, double digits acquired for the Gentlemates. Hold your horses. We might have another overtime on offer.
So 4 in a row, 2 more to go. Looks very much doable for Gentlemates. Now, how do you turn it back? Sinners needing a little bit of magic. They've got another buy round, right? AKs everywhere, util and all belts. Is this where Sinners seal their LORGAR Rankings Season 1 title? And it is looking like a quick vent pop. The fact that Mopus plays aggressive means that he's the first one to drop. A quick trophy room push from Gentlemates too, but it doesn't give them anything.
That's the change. This is the first round in such a long time that they've not been able to get the opening kill, and Martinez now is desperate to try and level things up. But overstaying his welcome might be ill-advised. He can just hold on to that part of the map, allow his teammates to gather up and play together. But this is the best chance that Sinners have had to close it out in a long time.
And that's why he's patient. But for now, even though he's not getting picks, he's getting information that Sinners are not testing this area.
I mean, that's true.
Flooding it in numbers.
But they can cross down B, right? And there's the double rotation. This is going to be a very brawly round. Alex needs at least 1.
Oh, head ripped off his shoulders, damaging around, but Kisarek denies it completely. Now Salsor and Martinez are the 2 final hopes for Gentlemates. But this is no easy task. 5 players up against them. Martinez can smell there's something up in front of him. Shock will not be aware. But Martinez misses him. He doesn't check. He walks in front of Shock. Cannot believe his eyes that just happened. And Salsor, all that remains. And Trigger Discipline is the only thing he's got, but as soon as they realize he's around, they're tailgating it to the other side of the world. Mono's on the chase, headshot will land, and Sinners secure their 2nd LAN victory of the year. And the LORGAR Rankings Season 1 title is theirs.
The 2026 first season has been a real dream, a miracle for the Sinners organization. From picking up Moto at the start of the calendar year, going through the likes of so many VRS LAN events to try and make it into the major. Finally, changing the history of the organization for Beestick and for Shock has been 6+ years representing that Sinners name, and under that international banner, they finally achieved some of that greatness that they've been trying to get to, making it into Cologne and now going into Barcelona to keep adding to the tally. This first season has been much better than everything we've seen so far out of these guys.
And now we'll be seeing Sinners hoist their trophy. That's rightfully theirs. Sinners, your 2026 LORGAR Ranking champions. What a tremendous effort. 2-0 across the playoffs, apart from the finals. And let's be fair, Gentlemates gave him a real fight, Ted. A real fight indeed.
They absolutely did. That was as tight as the final as it gets, but the Sinners have proven to be one of the most difficult teams to put down in Tier 2 Counter-Strike. And talking about them, there's no better way to add to that entire experience than to head over towards the stage where Stiko is ready to talk to Beestick and the boys.
Yes, congratulations to Sinners. Obviously, a long-awaited trophy here. This is the 2nd one of the season, so Beestick as an IGL, tell me what this means, because the first one propelled you into the major cycle, and this one propels you into a nice position ahead of that major. So what's the feelings right now?
The best feelings, actually. We came into this LAN with kind of bad form, I would say. We were talking about it, and the LAN was kind of like, we want to bounce back. We started with a good best of 3 against Inner Circle Academy, then we bounced back. Then I'm happy that the guys didn't wake up, even though I feel like we shouldn't have lost the Inferno. We didn't give up, and we showed that we are just too good for LAN, and I hope we don't play any online anymore.
We have a rare situations. Obviously, we're not giving the MVP medals like HLTV does, but we do have IGL being highest rated player of the event, which is you. And I feel like you're trolling me completely at the beginning of the event. You're telling me you're not feeling it. Animgraph 2 is not good. Did something change?
I don't know, the setups here are good, temperature is fine, it's not cold, it's kind of hot for me, so it felt like I'm playing at home, and you know, I like to play at LANs and I feel like I'm way better, so maybe this changed, it's just that I liked to play there, and I'm happy that I'm the highest rated player, yeah.
Perfect conditions for you, but at the beginning of the event you also said that Gentlemates are your biggest rivals. Is that still true? It was the closest game after all that you played here.
Yeah, I think my words still stand. I said the Gentlemates are the best team here, and I'm kind of like not afraid, but I expect them to make the finals. And you know, it showed that they are playing good CS. They showed against 9, for example, that they had really good rounds, and we had tough times. So it was more about like who was shooting harder, and it was us today. So I'm happy we made it.
What's next for Sinners? What's upcoming for you guys?
I don't even know, to be honest.
I am Atlanta, right?
I think it's I am Atlanta, so we'll be preparing for this tournament. Then after I am Atlanta, we will play major and we will see.
All right, perfect. That is going to be a first S-tier event for Sinners as an organization, I believe. I want to talk to Kiserek, the one that is holding the trophy, because I didn't get a chance to speak with you throughout the whole event, and you're the most, I would say, emotional guy on the server, but I don't want to take away this opportunity from you to talk to fans of Sinners, whether you want to do it in Czech or Polish or English, whatever you want. There's your camera, and this is your time.
Wygraliśmy.
Wygraliście. Congratulations, guys, one more time, and the trophy is yours, as well as $15,000 for the first prize and a bunch of VRS points to go for. Again, I don't wanna spoil any of these celebrations, so please go ahead and spend it as a team. This is completely your time, and thank you guys for showing such a good Counter-Strike. And as well to the audience back at home, I would like to thank you for watching throughout the whole weekend. On behalf of the production, on behalf of all the teams that attended here, and also all the sponsors that made this weekend possible, I want to congratulate you as well, because you were experiencing this with us. And well, what's there to add? Just to see you soon in the next one.
We came